Section 47 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Holy, Part 18, Chapter 253 through 265. Chapter 253 of the Laws of King Svein. King Svein brought new laws into the land for many matters, which were framed after the manner of the laws of Denmark, but some mickle harder. No man was to fare out of the land but by the leave of the king, but should he go without, his goods were forfeited to the king. Whoso should slay a man should forfeit both lands and chattels. If a man were in outlawry, an inheritance should fall to him, then gat the king that inheritance. At Yule every man was to bring the king a measure of malt for every hearth, and a thigh of a 3-winter ox, that was called pasture tod, and a keg of butter withal. And every housewife was to give housewife's toe, that is to say, so much of undressed flax as might be spanned by the biggest finger and the longest. The bonders were bound to build all such houses as the king would have at his manors. Every 7 men older than 5 years old should make 1 man war fit, and therewith have thole thong. Every one who rowed out for deep sea fishing should pay the king land toll, whencesoever he rowed, 5 fishes to wit. Every ship sailing away from the land should keep for the king 1 room right athwart the ship. Every man who should go to Iceland should pay land tax, were he inlander or outlander. That followed this, that Danes should have such mickle account in Norway, that the witness of one of them should undo the witness of 10 Norwegians. But when these laws were laid bare before all folk, men began forthwith to raise their minds against them, and murmured among themselves. And those who had taken no part in withstanding King Olaf would say, "Take ye now up, Thrandheimers, the friendship and reward at the hands of the knightlings for fighting King Olaf and cutting him off from his land. Ye were promised peace and bettered laws, and now ye get bondage and thraldom, and thereto huge misdeeds and nithing." And it was not easy to speak against this, for all men saw that matters had gone unhappily. But men had no trust to make uprising against King Svein, for this sake mostly, that men had given their sons or close kinsmen as hostages to King Canute, and this withal, that there was no one to be leader to the uprising. Soon people had many plaints to make against King Svein, yet men laid most blame on Alfiva for all that went against the people's mind, and then the true tale about King Olaf could be got from many a man. Chapter 254 now comes up the holiness of King Olaf. That winter uphove the word of many men there in Thrandheim that King Olaf was a truly holy man, and that many tokens befell at his holy relic. And then many began to make vows to King Olaf about those matters whereon they had set their hearts. From such vows many folk got bettering, some the bettering of their health, some good speed for journeys, and other such things as were looked upon as needful. Chapter 255 of Einar Thambar-Skelfer. Einar Thambar-Skelfer was by now come back west away from England to his lands, and had on hand such grants as King Canute had gotten to him when they met in Thrandheim, and all that came nigh to an earl's dominion. Einar Thambar-Skelfer had not been in the withstanding of King Olaf, and of this he boasted himself. Einar bore in mind how Canute had promised him earldom over Norway, and saw that the king did not keep his behests. Einar was the first among the mighty men to uphold the holiness of King Olaf. Chapter 256 of the Sons of Arni. Then the son of Arni tarried but a short time at Egja with Calf his brother, for he took it most sorely to heart that Calf had been in the battle against King Olaf, and for that sake Finn would ever be laying heavy words on Calf. Thorberg, son of Arni, was much more ruled of his speech than Finn, yet desired he also to fare away to his own house. So Calf gave to the brothers a good long ship, with all rigging and other gear, and a good company, and they fared back to their homesteads. Arni Arneson lay long sick of his wounds, yet grew he whole thereof, and was unmaimed. And afterwards he went that winter south to his home. All these brethren took truce for themselves from King Svein, and settled down in quiet at their homes. Chapter 257. The flight of Bishop Sigurd out of the land. Next summer there grew up mickle talk about the holiness of King Olaf, and all word rumor about the king was changed. There were many now who took it for sooth that the king would be a holy man, even among them who had erst gone against him with full hatred, and would not in any way own the truth about him. Now folk began to turn to whiting them who had most egged on to the withstanding of the king, and much of that white was laid at the door of Bishop Sigurd. And men became there so much his unfriends that he saw that his best choice was to fare away and west to England to see King Canute. Then the men of Thrandheim made men and word sending to the uplands that Bishop Grimkel should come north to Thrandheim. King Olaf had sent Bishop Grimkel back to Norway when the king went east to Garthrealm, and sithens had Bishop Grimkel been in the uplands. And when this message came to the bishop, he arrayed himself to go forthwith on that journey. And this urged him much, that the bishop trowed that it was true what was said about King Olaf's working of miracles, and of his holiness. Chapter 258. The holy relics of King Olaf taken up. Bishop Grimkel went to see Einar Thrambar Skelfer, and Einar gave the bishop a hearty welcome. And they spoke about many matters, and this withal of the great tidings which had befallen in the land. And in all their talk they were of one accord together. Sithens fared the bishop up to Chippingham, and there all the folk gave him a good welcome. He speered heedfully at all the wonders that were told of King Olaf, and heard tell well thereof. Then the bishop sent word up to Stickelstead to Thorgils and Grim his son, and summoned them down to the town to meet him there. The father and son laid not that journey under their head, but fared down to the town to meet the bishop. And they told him all those tokens whereof they had knowledge, and this withal, where they had bestowed the body of the king. Then the bishop sent for Einar Thrambar Skelfer, and he also came to the town, and he and Einar spake with the king and with Alfiva, praying that the king would give leave to take King Olaf's body out of the earth. The king gave leave thereto, and bade the bishop go about that matter as he would. There was then mickle throng of folk in the town, so the bishop and Einar and other men with them fared thereto, whereas the body of the king was buried, and let digging be done there, and the chest was then come up well nigh out of the earth. Many men urged that the bishop should let the chest be buried in earth at Clement's church, and so it was done. And when 12 months and 5 nights were worn from the death of King Olaf, his holy relic was taken up, and again the chest was well nigh come up out of the earth, and then the chest of King Olaf was as span new, as if it had been newly shaven. Then Grimkel the bishop came up to where the chest of King Olaf was opened, and was there glorious fragrance. Then the bishop bared the face of the king, and in no wise had his visage turned, and was as ruddy in the cheeks as they would be if he were just gone to sleep. But herein men found mickle change, even they who had seen King Olaf when he fell, that Sithens had waxed his hair and his nails well nigh as much as they would if he had been alive here in the world all the while Sithens he fell. Then came forth to see the body of King Olaf, King Svein, and all the chieftains who there were. Then spake Alfiva, "Wondrous slow do men rot in sand. This would not have been so if he had lain in mould." Then the bishop took a pair of scissors and sheared off the hair of the king, and took somewhat off of his beard, for he had had a long beard, as was then the wont of men. And the bishop spoke to the king and to Alfiva, "Now are the hair and the beard of the king as long as they were when he died, and they have waxen by so much as ye now see has been cut off." Then answereth Alfiva, "I shall deem this hair a holy relic if it burn not in fire. But we have often seen the hair whole and unspoilt of men, such as have lain longer in earth than this man has." Then the bishop let take fire in a censer, and blessed it, and laid incense thereon, and sithence laid on the fire the hair of King Olaf. And when all the incense was burnt out, the bishop took the hair out of the fire, and then was the hair unburnt. And the bishop let the king see that, and the other chieftains withal. And then Alfava bade the hair be put in unhallowed fire. But Einar Fambar Skelfer answered, and bade her hold her peace, and chose for her many hard words. And so the bishop declared, and the king assented thereto, and all the folk judged that King Olaf was verily a holy man. Then was the body of the king borne into Clement's church, and laid out over the high altar. The chest was wrapped in pall, and hangings of goodly web done around. And straightway many marvels befell at the holy relic of King Olaf. Chapter 259 of the Miracles of King Olaf. There in the sand heap where King Olaf had lain in earth, there came up a fair well, and many folk gat healing of their ills of that water. The well was built over, and that water hath ever since been heedfully guarded. First there was made a chapel there, and the altar was reared where had been the tomb of the king, but now stands on that stead Christ Church. And Archbishop Eystein had the high altar set up on that same stead where the king's tomb had been, when he reared the great minster, which now standeth, and on that same stead had also stood the altar in the ancient Christ Church. So it is said that Olaf's church now stands where that waste outhouse stood, where the body of King Olaf was set night long. That is now called Olaf's Lithe, where the holy relic of the king was borne a land up from the ship, and is now in the midst of the town. The bishop guarded the holy relic of the king, cut his hair and nails, because either grew even as if he were a living man here in the world. So saith Sigvat the Skald: I lie if Olaf own not, like quick men scratching servants. But the waxing of the king's hair, that praise I most in singing. Yet unto him hair holdeth, who left his son still growing. In Garthrealm Waldemar gat him woes loosing from the bright head. The Rarin praise tongue wrought on Svein Alfhivason, that lay which is called Seacolm's Lay, and wherein are found these staves. Now for himself hath the seat made handy the king of folk in Thrandheim country. There will ever all his lifetime that ring breaker rule his dwelling. There where Olaf dwelt aforetime, or ever he hied to heaven's kingdom, and there became, as all men wot it, a hallow quick from a man of king folk. Harald's son had hard-reeded himself to be of heaven's kingdom ere the gold breaker became peace prayer, the noblest king of Christ beloved. There so clean with a whole body lieth in peace the king praise blessed, so that there now, like unto live men, do hair and nail wax upon him. There round his bed of boards arrayed of their own selves are the bells a-ringing, and every day the folk may hear the sound of bells around the king. But up above there over the altar candles burn to Christ well pleasing. So hath Olaf, or ever he died, sinless all his own soul saved. Their hosts are coming where holy is the king himself, and kneel for helping. Blind men, and they that pray for speech words, thither seek, and thence go healed. Bid thou to Olaf, that man of God, to win the brooking of his land here, for he doth get from God himself the year and the peace for all men ever. When word thou openest unto the main bolt of the holy book speech, thy very prayers. The Rarin praise tongue was with King Svein, and heard these wondrous tokens of the holiness of King Olaf, that men might hear over his holy relic sounds made by heavenly powers. In that bells rang themselves, also that candles would light of themselves over the altar by a heavenly fire. Now even as the Rarin says that to the holy Olaf came an host of folk, halt and blind, or in other ways held of sickness, and went thence healed. But he tells of naught else, nor setteth forth aught than that there must have been a multitude of men not to be counted, who got healing then forthwith in the beginning of the miracle working of the holy King Olaf. But of the miracles of King Olaf only the greatest have been most written about and set forth, and such as did befall later than this. Chapter 260 of the age and reign of King Olaf. So say men who count with care that Olaf the Holy was king over Norway for 15 winters, from the time that Earl Svein went out of the land, but the winter before he took the king's name of the Uplanders. So says Sigvat the Skald, o'er the land was Olaf ruling for winters fully 15, ere fell his head the gracious, as his life grant came to ending. What land ruler more glorious hath ever claimed him kingship in the northmost world's end? Shorter he held him than he should have. King Olaf the Holy was 45 years old when as he fell, according to what the priest Ari the learned says, he had had 20 folk battles. So says Sigvat the Skald. Some men in God they trowed, diversely were folk minded. The king bold ready fought him 20 of folk battles. The famed one bad folk christened on his right hand be standing. The Lord God pray, I welcome the flight shy Magnus father. Now is written some part of the story of King Olaf, concerning certain of such tidings as befell while he ruled over Norway, also concerning the fall of him, and the coming up of his holiness. But now shall that not lie alow, which is of the greatest glory to him, to wit the story of his doing of tokens, though that be written later in this book. Chapter 261 of the Thrandheim folk. King Svein, the son of Canute, ruled over Norway certain winters. He was but a child of age and counsel. Alfiva, his mother, had most to say in the rule of the land, and the folk of the land were mickle unfriends of her, both then and always sithence. Danish men had then in Norway mickle mastery, and the folk of the land were right ill content thereat. When such talk was had up, the other men of the land wighted the Thrandheim folk that they had most wrought it. King Olaf the Holy was cut off from his land, and that the Norway men had laid them under this evil rule, whereby bondage and thraldom had stridden over all folk there, rich men and unrich, and all the folk, and they claimed that the Thrandheim men were in duty bound to aid an uprising to this end, to thrust off from us this overmastery. Moreover, the people of the land would have it that the Thrandheim folk had the most strength in Norway then, both by reason of their chieftains and of the multitude of folk that was there. But when the Thrandheimers wist that the folk of the land was thus wighting them, they owned to it that it was sooth speech, and that a great folly had overtaken them, whereas they had cut King Olaf from both life and land, and that therewithal their ill hap was with great evil yolden. So the chiefs had meetings and took counsel together, and Einar Thambar-Skelfer was at the head of these reeds. So withal was it with Kalf Arneson, that he found now into what a snare he had gone by the egging of King Canute, for the behests he had given to Kalf were all broken. For King Canute had promised to Kalf earldom and rule over all Norway, and Kalf had been the head man in holding battle with King Olaf, and in cutting him off from his land. But Kalf had no higher titles now than erst, and deemed he had been betrayed. Hence words passed between the brethren Kalf and Finn, Thorberg and Arni, and their brotherhood shaped itself again. Chapter 262 the outbidding of King Svein. When Svein had been 3 winters in Norway, tidings were heard in Norway that west over sea a flock was gathering, and over it was a lord who is named Tryggvi, and called himself son of Olaf Tryggvason and of Gyda the English. And when King Svein heard that an outland host would be coming to the land, he called out a muster from the north of the land, and most of the landed men fared with him out of Thrandheim. But Einar Thambar-Skelfer sat at home and would not fare with King Svein. And when the word sending of King Svein came to Kalf up to Egja, that he should row to the war with the king, then took Kalf a craft of 20 benches which he owned, and went aboard it with his housecarls, and arrayed him in hot haste, and then made down the firth, and abode not King Svein. Sithence Kalf went on south to Mere, nor stayed his journey till he came south to Giski, to Thorberg his brother. Then all the brethren, the sons of Arni, had a meeting together, and took counsel between them. Whereupon Calf went north again, but when he came into Frekkilesound, there lay before him in the sound King Svein with his host. So when Calf rode from the south into the sound, they called out to each other, and the king's men bade Calf fall in and follow the king and ward his land. Calf answered, "Fully have I done it, if I have not overdone it, to fight with the folk of our own land in aid of the rule of the knightlings." And so Calf and his rode north on their way, and he went on until he came home to Eggja. None of the sons of Arni rode this muster with the king. Now King Svein held with his host south into the land, and when he got no news of the host having come from the west, he held on even unto Rogaland and all the way to Agdir. For men were minded to think that Tryggvi would first want to make his way east into the Wick, for there his forefathers had been, and had most avail at their back, and there he had great strength in his kindred. Chapter 263. The Fall of King Tryggvi Olafsson. King Tryggvi, when he came up from the west, hove in with his host to Hordland. Then he heard that King Svein had sailed south. Then held King Tryggvi south to Rogaland. But when King Svein got the news of the journey of Tryggvi, whenas he was come from the west, he turned back northward with his war host, and the meeting of him and Tryggvi was in sight of Bakken in Sokensound, near to the place where Erling Skjalgsson had fallen. There befell a mickle battle and hard. So men tell thereof that Tryggvi shot barbed shafts with both hands at once, saying, "So learned me Mass my father." For his unfriends had said as much as that he would be the son of a certain priest. But he boasted hereof that now he was more like to King Olaf Tryggvason, and indeed Tryggvi was a man of the doughtiest. In this battle fell King Tryggvi together with many of his folk, but some fled away, and some came in under truce. So it is said in the Tryggvi flock: "Fared Tryggvi keen of honor from the northward unto battle, but King Svein took his faring from the south. There fell the slaughter. Nigh to their fray then was I. 'Twas brought about right swiftly. A host there lost their life days. There was the sword a yelling." This battle is told of in that flock which was wrought about King Svein. "Woman, 'twas not last Sunday, as when a maid is bearing the leek or the ale to man folk. There many a clean edge louted, when Svein the king his lads bade to lash the bows of the war ships together there, to the raven raw flesh to tear was given." After this battle, King Svein then ruled still the land, and then good peace prevailed. The winter following, King Svein sat behind south in the land. Chapter 264. Kalf Arneson and Einar Thambar-Skelfer take counsel together. That winter Einar Thambar-Skelfer and Kalf the son of Arni had meetings between them, and contriving of reeds, and were meeting in Chippingham. Then there came to Kalf Arneson a messenger from King Canute, and bore him the message of King Canute, to wit, that Kalf should send him 3 12s of axes, and let them be much heedfully done. Kalf answers, "Naught will I send axes to King Canute. Tell him that I shall fetch axes to Svein his son, so that he shall not deem that he is short thereof." Chapter 265. The journey of Einar Thambar-Skelfer and Kalf Arneson out of the land. Early in the spring they, Einar Thambar-Skelfer and Kalf, son of Arni, arrayed their journey, and had with them a mickle following of men, and that the best of all that was in the Thrander lag. They fared in the spring east over the Kiel to Jämtland, then to Helsingland, and next came down into Sweden, and there got a shipboard, and in the summer fared east into Garthrealm, and in the harvest came to Aldigierberg. Then they sent messengers up to Holmgarth to see King Jarisleif with this errand, to wit, that they bade to Magnus, the son of King Olaf the Holy, that they would take him up and follow him to Norway, and give him strength hereto, that he come by his father's heritage, and that they uphold him for king over the land. But when this message came to King Jarisleif, then took he counsel with the queen and other of his chieftains, and they were of one mind to send word to the Northmen, and to summon them thither to a meeting with King Jarisleif and Magnus. And for that journey a safe conduct was given to them. But when they came to Holmgarth, it was made fast between them that the Northmen that there were should go under the hand of Magnus and become his men, and they bound this with oaths from Calf and those other men who had been at Stickelstead against King Olaf. So Magnus gave them pledges and full peace, and bound it by oath that he should be to all of them trusty and true, though he gat dominion and kingdom over Norway. He should be made foster son of Calf Arneson, and Calf should be in duty bound to do all such works whereby Magnus might deem that his dominion should be greater and freer than afore. End of the story of Olaf the Holy, Part 18, Chapter 253 through 265.
Section 48 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Magnus the Good, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 13. Chapter 1, The Beginnings of King Magnus the Good. Magnus, the son of Olaf, set on foot his journey after Yule from the east, from Holmgarth down to Aldegiriaberg, and they fell to arraying their ships as soon as the ice broke up in the spring. Thereof Arnor the Earl's Skald maketh mention in Magnus Drapa. Now know I that the Reddener of the edge of Viking and Niter ruled men, although wealth breakers tell naught. Full well I wot it, bold Wormseat's hater was not 11 winters holy, when he, the horde's friend, bravely decked warships out from Garthrealm. King Magnus made for Sweden from the east in the spring, so saith Arnor. Bade now the young edge Reddener the folk unto the war thing. O eagle's feeder, aboard bore their war gear nimble courtmen. The bold folk king the brine shore with hoar hull from the eastward. Sharp weathers bore to Sigtun, the shearer of the surf flame. Here it is said how King Magnus, whenas he fared from the east from Garthrealm, sailed first to Sweden and then up to Sigtun. Then was king in Sweden Emund, son of Olaf. There too was Queen Astrid, whom the holy King Olaf had had to wife. She gave right good welcome to Magnus her stepson, and let straightway summon a throng thing at the place called Hangrar. But at that thing Astrid spake and said, Here is now come among us the son of the holy King Olaf, who is hight Magnus. He is minded for faring to Norway to seek his heritage. Mickle am I bound to strengthen him for this journey, for that he is my stepson, even as is known to all folk, both Swedes and Northmen. Here too shall I spare naught that my havings may compass, so that his might be as great as may be, both of men hosts whereover I have rule, and of wealth withal. Moreover, all those who betake them to the faring with him shall have freely my full friendship. I will also make it known that I shall betake myself to the faring with him, and thereby it will be manifest to all that I spare no wise other things for his helping, of such as I may give him. Sithence she spoke long and deftly, but when she made an end, then answered a many, and said thus, that the Swedes had fared a faring of but little fame to Norway when they followed his father Olaf, nor is there aught better to look for, whereas this king is, said they, and for that reason men are uneager for this faring. Astrid answers, all those men who are somewhat of stout hearts will begrudge naught about such matters, but if men have lost their kinsmen, with the holy King Olaf, or have gotten wounds themselves, then is that manliness to fare now to Norway and avenge it. And so Astrid brought it about by her words and helpfulness that much folk betook them with Astrid to following him to Norway. Hereof telleth Sigvat the Skald. The daughter of Olaf wedded erewhile to the victory keenest Lord King the Thick, we guerdon with our praise for plenteous jewels. Full mickle host of Swede ground bode thing mote east at Hangrar, when Astrid did unfold there the affairs of the son of Olaf. She might not more hail ready with the venturous Swedes have pleaded, though Magnus the much stirring had son been of her body. She caused it most of any after the Christ the mighty, that Magnus king gat fain of all heritage of Harald. The bounteous Magnus certes must guerdon Astrid's kindness, which made men's friend wide landed, and we thereof full fain are. She, the deep ready woman, hath served her stepson such wise as had done but few others. Words frame I to her glory. So says also Theodulf the Skald and Magnus Flock. All wielder out thou shootest a warcraft, dipped the swung yard, hard tide that for a 30-er to slip into the sea flood. Wild weather, Lord, about thee the swayed mast spared in no wise, so furled the valiant courtmen at Sigtun the knop picture. Chapter 2. King Magnus' journey from the east. Magnus Olafsson began his journey from Sigtun, and had then a great company which the Swedes had got for him. They went afoot over Sweden and so on to Helsingland, so says Arnor the Earl's Skald. Scythians ruddy shields ye carried, ig of battle round Swede dwellings, neither gatst thou host choice sorry. Sought unto thy hands the land's folk, reddener of the tongue of wolf droves, kenned of folk on there thou dravest, and thy chosen to the famed things with white shields and spears be carven. Scythians feared Magnus Olafsson west over Iamtland, and over the Kiel, and down into Thrandheim, and straightway all the folk of the land gave him a good welcome. But the men of King Svein forthwith, when they heard that Magnus, son of King Olaf, was come there into the land, fled all far and wide, and saved themselves, and no withstanding was given against Magnus. King Svein was south in the land, so says Arnor the Earl's Skald. Reddener of Ig's sea mew's feathers, from the east to Thrandheim's dwelling camest thou with most highest dread helm. Told they that thy foemen faltered, feeder of wound waves, blue vulture, knew thy foes their woe a spreading, therewithal thy foemen frighted, needs must turn to save their life days. Chapter 3. Magnus taken to king. Magnus Olafsson went with his company down to Cheaping, and a good welcome he had there. Scythians he let summon the air thing, and when the Bonder folk came to the thing, then was Magnus taken to king over all the land, as far and wide as King Olaf his father had owned it. Then King Magnus took to him a bodyguard, and made landed men, and in all counties he appointed men to stewardships and bailiwicks. Straightway that autumn King Magnus called out a muster from all about Thrandheim, and sped well in his hosting, and thereafter he held with his hosts southward along the land. Chapter 4. The flight of King Svein. King Svein, son of Alfhiva, was then abiding in South Hordland when he heard this war tale. Straightway let he shear the war arrow and send for ways from him. He summoned to him the Bonder folk, and let that follow, that all the people should be out with folk and ships and ward the land with him. All that folk which was nighest to the king came to meet him, and the king held a thing and had parley with the Bonders and put forth his errand, thus saying that he will hold on to meet King Magnus, son of King Olaf, and give him battle if the Bonders will follow him. The king spoke somewhat short, and the Bonders made but little cheer of his speaking. Sithens, the Danish chiefs who were with the king, talked long talks and deft. But the Bonders answered and spake in their turn, and many said that they would follow King Svein and fight with him, but some said nay thereto. Other some held their peace wholly, and some said thus, that they would seek to meet King Magnus as soon as ever they might bring it about. Then answered King Svein, Meseemeth that here have come but few of those Bonder folk unto whom we sent word, and those Bonders who are here and tell our very selves that they will follow King Magnus, seem to us just the same as to help and avail as those others who say that they will to keep quiet, and in the same case are those who keep silent. But among them who say that they will themselves follow us, there will be every other man or more, on whom there will be no good for us to fall back if we give battle to King Magnus. So it is my rede that we put not our trust in the good faith of these Bonders, but fare rather thither where all folk is true and trusty to us. There we have strength enough to win this land under our sway. And straightway, when the king had thus settled the matter, all his men followed this rede. So therewith they turned their stems about and hoisted sail, and King Svein sailed east along the land, and let it not till he came to Denmark, where he had good welcome. But when he met Harald, his brother, he bade to King Svein to have there rule with him in Denmark, and that bidding Svein took. Chapters 5 and 6, the death of Canute the Rich and of Svein. King Magnus went that autumn all the way east to the land's end, and he was taken to king over all the land, and all the folk of the land were fain thereof, that Magnus was become king. That same autumn died Canute the Rich in England on the Ides of November. He was then 40 years of age. He was laid in earth at Winchester. By that time he had been king over Denmark for 27 winters, and over Denmark and England together for 24 winters, and over Norway withal for 7 winters. Then was taken to king in England Harald, the son of Canute. That same winter died Svein Alfhiva's son in Denmark. About King Magnus Theodulf sang in this wise: Reddener of eagles' foot soles, ye trudged the sand from Sweden. A valiant host thee followed. Lord, from the east to Norway, Sithens fled Svein, full soothly betrayed from the land here. Alfhiva's son, so heard I, to alien countries drifted. Bjarni Goldbrow Skald wrought this on Kalf Arneson. Young kings thou lett'st have airships such as they turn to after. Sooth is that Svein had seized him of Denmark, and that only. Thou showedst fight eager Magnus back to his land from Garth realm, and in such wise thou wroughtst that the king won back his country. Chapter 7, peace between King Magnus and King Hardicanute. Next spring both kings called out a muster, and the word fared about that they would join battle at the Elf. But whenas both hosts sought to meeting with each other, then the landed men in either host sent word to their kinsmen and friends. this followed the word sending that men should make peace between the kings. But whereas both kings were but bairns and young, then had the land rule for them mighty men who were taken thereto in either host. So things came to this, that a peace meeting was appointed between the kings. Thereupon they met themselves, and then peace was talked over, and this was the matter agreed on, that the kings beswore each other brotherhood, and settled peace between them while they should both be alive. But if either should die without a son, then should he who lived after take after the other land and thanes. 12 men, such as were most noblest out of either realm, swore moreover with the kings that this peace should hold good while any one of them was alive. Thus sundered the kings, and either fared home into his own realm, and this peace held good while both lived. Chapter 8 of Queen Astrid. Queen Astrid, whom Olaf the Holy had had to wife, came into Norway with Magnus her stepson, and was with him in right good cheer, as she was worthy of. Therewithal came to the court Alfhild, the mother of King Magnus, and the king took her to him straightway with the dearest love, and seated her in honorable wise. But to Alfhild befell what can be to many who come into power, that her pride waxed no less therewith, and it misliked her that Queen Astrid was in any way more honored than she, either in seat or in any other service. Alfhild would to sit nigher to the king, but Astrid called her her handmaiden, even as she had been before, when Astrid was queen over Norway, whenas King Olaf ruled the land. And Astrid would in no wise share a seat with Alfhild, nor might they abide together in one chamber. Chapter 9 of Sigvat the Scald. Sigvat the Scald had fared to Rome, whenas the battle was at Stiklestad. For when he was on his way from the south, he heard of the fall of King Olaf, and that was the greatest grief to him. Then sang he, On Alps by a burg one morning I stood, and me I minded where targes broad a many, and side burnies flew asunder. Of the king I then me minded, who of his land was joyous, erst in his days the early. There then was Thord my father. Sigvat walked on a day through a certain thorp, and heard how a husband bewailed him sorely for that he had lost his wife. He beat on his breast and rent his clothes from him, greeted much, and said that he would fain die. Then sang Sigvat, He's fain of dying, saith he, for the maiden's bosom missing. Dear bought is love, if ever we needs must weep the dead one. But this flight shunning stout heart, e'en he his lord that loveth, sheds slaughtered tears now, worser my loss to the king's men seemeth. Sigvat came home to Norway. He had house and children in Thrandheim. He fared round by the south of the land on a ship of burden, and when they lay in hill sound, they saw where flew many ravens. Sigvat sang, I see the ravens flocking to the haven, where aforetime floated the ship, all under the right good sun of Northmen. Yell high the greedy eagles each day inside of Hill Isle, e'en they whom Olaf glutted in bygone time so often. But when Sigvat came north to Cheaping, then was King Svein there, and bade Sigvat come to him, whereas he had aforetime been with King Canute the Rich, father of King Svein. Sigvat said he will fare home to his household. One day it betid, as Sigvat was walking in the street, that he saw where the king's men were at play, and he sang, All thwart go I from the playing of the courtmen of the Lord King. Grief in my breast is swelling, thence am I bleak as baste is. I mind me how, aforetime, full oft we played together, my famed lord, and we others, at his good men's odal dwellings. Then he went to his house. He heard many men blame him, and say that he had run away from King Olaf. Sigvat sang, Hot fire, may white Christ let me have for my white, if willed I to hold aloof from Olaf. Of that am I all guiltless. To Rome was I a wending on others' peril. There too have I witnessed water plenty. From folk I hide that never. Sigvat was ill content at home. One day he was walking abroad, and sang, Whiles Olaf lived, medeemed it that laughed cliffs high stony all Norway through. Aforetime kenned was I on the shipboard. Now when is all gone from me the king's grace, much unblither the fair hill slopes are seeming. Such and so sore my sorrow. Sigvat went in the early winter east over the Kiel to Iceland, and thence to Helsingland, and came down into Sweden, and went forthwith to Queen Astrid, and was with her in good cheer for a long time. He was also with King Emund, her brother, and had from him 10 marks burned, as it says in Knutsdrapa. Sigvat would often ask, when he met chapmen out to Holmgarth, what they had to tell him of Magnus Olafsson. He sang, Yet yearn I to be hearing from the east, for oft are spreading from Garth realm many praises of the young lord, and are spared not. E'en though there fly betwixt us the smallest fowls, ere cleaving, of the small king's son of faring, I hear, and my hope appeaseth. Chapter 10. How Magnus first came to Sweden. But when Magnus Olafsson came to Sweden out of Garth realm, Sigvat was there already with Queen Astrid, and all of them. They were much fain. Then sang Sigvat, In venturous wise thou soughtest home to our hands, King Magnus. Of land and men well mayest thou be fain. Thy might I uphold. I might not fare to fetch thee in Garth realm, king of people, whereas that I was warder elsewhere of thy kinswoman. Then Sigvat betook himself together with Queen Astrid to the following of Magnus to Norway. Sigvat sang, I say my thoughts, O Magnus, unto the men of Thingdrifts, that fain exceeding am I of thine life by God's blessing. If this folk lord a son be of glory like his father, then few of folk were living who such a king should get them. But when Magnus had become king over Norway, Sigvat the Scald followed him, and was most dear to the king. This he sang once when Queen Astrid and Alfhild, the king's mother, had been bandying words together. Alfhild, now let thou Astrid e'en than thyself be higher. Although thy state wax better much greatly, that God willed. Chapter 11. King Olaf laid in shrine. King Magnus let make a shrine, and dight the same with gold and silver, and set stones therein. This shrine was done after the fashion of a coffin, both as to greatness and other shape. But under it were arches, and over it a lid, after the fashion of a roof going up into a gable top with a head thereon. On the lid there are hinges at the back, but in front there are hasps, and there the shrine is locked with a key. Then King Magnus let lay in shrine the holy relic of King Olaf, and many miracles were wrought there at the holy relic of King Olaf, as is told by Sigvat the Scald. To my lord, who good heart bore him, a golden shrine is fashioned. The holydom I praise now of the king. To God he wended. Full many a ring stem thither came blind, who thence next morning whole sighted goes, from the noble bed of the king, the clean heart. Then was it taken to law throughout all Norway to hold holy the feast of King Olaf, and that day was straightway so holden there, even as the greatest high tides. Hereof telleth Sigvat the Skald. Of Olaf, Magnus' father, the Mass behooves us hallow in house of mine wholehearted. Might to the King God giveth. Bound am I to hold guileless the feast of the King bemoaned, e'en he who mine arm branches bedecked with gold the ruddy. Chapter 12 of Thorir Hound. Thorir Hound fared away from the land a little after the fall of King Olaf. Thorir fared out to Jerusalem, and it is the say of many folk that he has never come back. Sigurd was hight the son of Thorir Hound, and was father to Randveig, who was wedded by Joan, the son of Arni, who was the son of Arni. Their children were Vidkun of Birch Isle, and Sigurd Hound, Erling, and Jartrud. Chapter 13. The slaying of Eiríkr of Theota. Eiríkr of Theota sat at home on his lands, even until Magnus Olafsson came into the land and became king. Then went Eiríkr south to Thrandheim to see King Magnus. There was then with King Magnus Asmund the son of Grankle. But as Eiríkr was a walking up from the ship, when as he came to Didois, Asmund was standing on the loft swale with the king. They saw Eiríkr and knew him. Then spake Asmund to the king, Now will I reward Eiríkr the killing of my father. He had in his hand a broad axe, little and thinnish. The king looked to him and said, Have my axe rather? Now that was one wedge beaten and thick. And again the king said, Look to it, Asmund, hard are the bones in that carle. Asmund took the axe and went down and out of the garth. And when he came down to the thwart street, then were Eiríkr and his a walking up from below against him. Asmund hewed Eiríkr in the head, so that straightway the axe stood down in the brain of him, and that was the bane of Eiríkr. But Asmund walked up again into the garth unto the king, and all the edge of the axe was perished. Then said the king, How then would have done that thin axe of mine? Meseemeth this one is all undone. Thereafter King Magnus gave Asmund domain and bailiwick in Hålogaland, and many and great tales are told of the dealings of Asmund and the sons of Eiríkr. End of The Story of Magnus the Good, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 13.
Section 49 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Magnus the Good, Part 2, Chapter 14 through 26. Chapter 14 of Thorgir Fleck. At first, Kalf, the son of Arni, had most chiefly the land rule with King Magnus for some time. But then people took on themselves to call to the king's mind where Kalf had been at Stickelstead, and after that it was a harder task for Kalf to give due heed to the temper of the king. It befell on a time when as there was a throng about the king, and men pleaded their causes, that there came before him with his pressing errand the man who hath been named before, Thorgir, to wit, of Sula in Verdale. The king paid no heed to his words, but hearkened them who were nigher to him. Then spoke Thorgir to the king aloud, so that all heard who were there anigh. Speak thou to me, Magnus, king. I was a following on with thy father. Then bare I thence mine head to hewen, when over the dead king these were striding. Now dost thou cherish that wretched host, the Lord's betrayers, who joyed the devil. Then made men huge clamor thereat, and some bade Thorgir go out. But the king called Thorgir to him, and ended his errands in such wise that Thorgir was well pleased, and the king behight him his friendship. Chapter 15 of King Magnus and Kalf. That was a little thereafter that King Magnus was at a feast at How in Verdale, and as the king sat at meat board, there sat on one hand of him Kalf Arneson, and on the other Einar Thambarskelfer. By that time matters had come to this, that the king would have little to do with Kalf, and now held Einar in the greatest honor. The king said to Einar, "We will ride unto Stickelstead to day. I wish to see what tokens be of what there befell." Einar answered, "I know not how to tell thee thereof. Let Kalf thy loveling, he knoweth how to tell of the tidings there." So when the boards were drawn, the king arrayed him to go, and spake to Kalf, "Thou shalt fare with me to Stickelstead." Kalf answered that that was not needful. Then the king stood up and spoke somewhat angrily, "Fare shalt thou, Kalf," and therewith the king walked out. Kalf clad himself swiftly and spake to his swain, "Thou shalt ride up to Egja, and bid my housecarles have every vat aboard ship before sundown." The king rode to Stickelstead, and Kalf with him, and they got off their horses and walked to the spot where the battle had been. Then said the king to Kalf, "Where is the stead whereas the king fell?" Kalf answered and stretched forth his spear shaft. "Here he lay fallen," said he. Then the king said, "Where wert thou then, Kalf?" He answered, "Here where now I stand." The king said, and was then red as blood, "Then might thine axe have taken on him." Kalf answered, "Naught took mine axe on him." And therewithal he walked away to his horse, leaped aback thereof, and rode off on his way, and all his men with him. But the king rode back to How. Kalf came in the evening up to Egja. His ship lay all dight at the gangways, with all chattels come aboard it, and manned with his housecarles. Forthwith at night they made down the firth, and Kalf fared day and night as the wind blew. He sailed west over the sea, and tarried there long, and harried about Scotland, Ireland, and the South Isles. This telleth Bjarni Goldbrow Skald in Kalf's flock. "O Thorberg's brother, heard I that the brother's son of Harald was good to thee. Thou madest thee worthy thereof. That held on till folk therein wrought evil. All busily thine enviers waked up the strife betwixt you. The hurt of the son of Olaf behold I in these matters." Chapter 16 of King Magnus Olafsson. King Magnus cast his owning over Vig, which Ram had had, and Quisted, which Thorgir had had, Egja withal, and all that wealth which Kalf left behind, and many other big havings he let fall into the king's garth, even such as they had had who fell at Stickelstead in the host of the Bonders. He did also many heavy punishments on those who had been in that battle against King Olaf. Some he drove from the land, from others he took much wealth, and the cattle of others some he let hew. Then the Bonders began to bewail them, and said among themselves, "What can abide in the mind of this king, in that he breaks for us the laws, even they which Hakon the Good set up? Doth he not remember that we have never tholed unright? He will have to fare the same way as his father or other lords, they whom we have taken from life when we got weary of their masterfulness and lawlessness." This complaining was widespread in the land. The men of Sagen had an hosting, and gave out the word that they would hold on to battle against Magnus, if he should fare thereabouts. King Magnus was then in Hordland, and had dwelt there much long, and had a big host, and made as if time to time he would fare north into Sagen. Thereof were the friends of the king ware, and met together on a parley, 12 of them, and settled between them to allot it to one man to tell the king of this complaining, and in such wise brought the matter about that the lot fell on Sigvat. Chapter 17. The Staves of Naked says: Sigvat wrought a flock called the Staves of Naked says, beginning with this first, that they deemed the king overmuch weltered in his rede in beating down the Bonders, they who threatened to raise up unpeace against him. He sang, strife here aye south mid Sagan folk. Sigvat the king has ledded from trying a folk battle, yet if we fight, then fair aye. Don weapons, be we warding the king full well with war swords, all eager for that meeting. How long shall the land be sundered? In that same lay there are these staves: Hakon, who fell at Fitjar, was hight most good, yet did he of foe thiefdom avenge him, and well did men folk love him. Scythians folk held the laws fast of the foster's son most kindly of Ethelstane. The Bonders are slow to his forgetting. I deem that the Karl folk rightly made choice, whereas the Olafs and therewithal the earls gave peace to the lands of people. The Harald's heir, the ever full trusty son of Tryggvi, let hold the laws leak equal, which folk took from those namesakes. Thy rede givers bewroth not, Lord, for the naked speaking, O king, that word the way clears unto the ruler's glory. Unless the land host lieth, quoth the Bonders, they have other worse laws than thou behidest ere well to men in wolf sound. O Lord of the hard vengeance, who is it now that eggs thee from thy word to go a backward? Oft triest thou the thin steel. The Lord of men victorious to his word should be fast bounden. Fight furtherer, it behooves thee never to rive thine oath sworn. Who eggs thee on, fight heater, to hew thine own thane's cattle? In his land such work to win him for a king is over boldness. Ne'er erst hath any counseled a young lord thus. Thy lads, king, of robberies are weary, thereat is the whole folk angry. Give heed, O thieves' o'erthrower, to that murmur of the Bonders which fareth now around us. Hold thou thine hand in measure, O gladdener of the falcon of wounds warm tears. A friend 'tis who bideth warning. Hearken unto the husband's willing. Peril, when all men hoary against the king are minded, e'en as I hear. Now shalt thou take rede thereto beforehand. Hideous it is when the Thing men lay head to head, and thrust down nose into cloak lap. Soothly silence the thanes hath smitten. One thing most ugly, Bonders, the noble now are saying: his hand, my lord king, layeth upon the thanes' own heir lands. For reaving will folk tell it, if their heritage they render unto the king's reeves, e'en as a hasty past doom doeth. After this warning the king changed for the better, and many furthered this same matter before the king. And so it came about that the king had talk with the wisest men, and then they framed their laws. Scythians, King Magnus let write the law book, which is still in Thrandheim, and is called Grey Goose. Scythians, King Magnus became well befriended and beloved of all folk of the land, and for that sake was he called Magnus the Good. Chapter 18 of the Canutelings. Harold, king of the English, died 5 years after the death of Canute his father, and was laid in earth beside his father in Winchester. After his death took kingdom in England Canute the brother of Harold, another son of Canute the Old. So he was then king both over England and the Dane realm, and ruled thereover for 2 winters. He died sick in England, and is laid in earth beside his father in Winchester. after his death, was taken to King Edward the Good, son of Ethelred, king of the English, and of Queen Emma, the daughter of Richard the Rowan Earl. King Edward was brother by the same mother of Harold and Horda Canute, Gunhild hight, the daughter of Canute the Old and Emma, and was wedded to Kaiser Henry of Saxland, who was called Henry the Bounteous. Gunhild was 3 winters in Saxland, or ever she took sick and died. She died 5 winters after the death of Canute her father. Chapter 19. King Magnus gets Denmark. King Magnus Olafson heard of the death of Harda-Canute. Then sent he men forthwith south to Denmark, and did with them messages to those men who had bound themselves to him with sworn oaths when peace and covenant were made between Magnus and Harda-Canute, and called to mind of them their words, and let that follow, that he himself would be coming, so soon as summer was, to Denmark with his host. And the ending word let go herewith, that he would get to him all the Dane realm, even as stood thereto covenant and sworn oaths, or himself to fall in battle with his host. So saith Arnor, the earl's skald. Of mastery was the word store allotted to the earl's lord. Wrought out was what the luller of the Woe of Wolf was speaking, when the king said he was ready beneath the claw of Raven, groveling to fall in Shield Din the grim, or get him Denmark. Chapter 20. The hosting of King Magnus. Then King Magnus gathers his host together, and summoned to him landed men and rich bonders, and gat to him long ships. And when that host was all together, it was of the bravest to behold, and right well arrayed. He had 70 ships when he sailed from Norway. So says Theodulf, thou brookst long ships boldly, O Lord, the battle valiant, whereas men had to eastward of keels at 10 times 7. Southward the shipboards murmured, topsails with tackle wrangled, the mast long oak the bay clove, his bent board bowed the bison. Here it is said that King Magnus had the great bison which King Olaf had done make, that was by tale of more than 30 rowing benches, and on the prow thereof was the head of a bison, but aft there was a tail, and the head, the tail, and both beaks were all laid with gold. This Arnor the earl's skald telleth of. Drave loath lather from withoutward on the poop side, shook the red gold on ship's rudder. Speedy Fur's hound stooped down on the rushing fur craft. From the north stark stems thou heldest round Staffanger. All ahead there quaked the deep, and glowed his fire, stormed steeds' topmasts in the Dane realm. King Magnus put to sea out from Agdir over to Jutland. So saith Arnor, I shall tell how the bison, rime smitten, lee board leaning, bare on the Lord the deed swift of the Sagan folk from the northward. The burny things fierce bitter laid prow unto broad Jutland, and fain the folk did take him the driver of the belt shaft. Chapter 21. King Magnus came to Denmark. But when King Magnus came to Denmark, there had he a good welcome, and speedily he had things and motes with the folk of the land, and craved to be taken to king of them, even as had been covenanted afore. And whereas the chiefs of the land, they that were of the highest renown in Denmark, were bound by oaths to King Magnus, and desired to keep their words and oaths, they furthered much this matter before the folk. This again went thereto that King Canute the Rich was passed away, and all his offspring dead. And this was the third thing, that by then the holiness of Olaf had become known over all lands, and the working of his miracles. Chapter 22. Magnus made king in Denmark. Then King Magnus let summon the thing of Vebjorg. Thereat the Danes, both of old time and new, take their kings. And at this thing the Danes made Magnus Olafson king over all the Dane realm. Dwelt King Magnus for a long while that summer in Denmark, and all folk welcomed him well wheresoever he came, and gave him obeisance. And he appointed over all the land men to bailiwicks and counties, and made grants to men of might. But when the autumn wore, he made for Norway with his host, and tarried in the Elf for a while. Chapter 23. The upcoming of Svein, Wulf's son. A man is named Svein, the son of Earl Wulf, the son of Thorgils Sprackle Leg. The mother of Svein was Astrid, the daughter of King Svein Twybeard. She was the sister of Canute the Rich by the same father, but of the same mother as Olaf the Swede king, the son of Eirik. Their mother was Sigrid, the haughty, daughter of Skogul Tosti. Svein, the son of Wulf, had by then dwelt a long while with the Swede kings, his kinsmen all along since the fall of his father, Earl Wulf, whereof it is written in the story of Canute the Old that he let slay Wulf his brother-in-law at Roskilde. For that sake Svein was not in Denmark afterwards. Svein, the son of Wulf, was of all men the goodliest to look upon, the greatest and strongest moreover, and a man of the greatest prowess and excellence. It was the say of all men to whom he was known that he had all things which make fair a good lord. Svein, Wulf's son, came to see King Magnus whenas he lay in the Elf, as was said afore, and the king gave him a good welcome. Withal there were many to further him, for Svein was a man most well befriended, and he told his matters himself before the king most fairly and deftly, so that it came to this, that he went to King Magnus's hand and became his man, whereupon he and the king talked many things over privily between themselves. Chapter 24. Svein given an earl's name. One day when King Magnus sat in the high seat with a throng around him, Svein sat on the footstool before the king, and the king took up the word and said, I will make known unto my lords and to all the Alfolk that counsel which I will let be. Unto me here is come a man worthy both as to kin and as to himself, Svein, Wulf's son to wit. He is now become my man, and has hanselled me his faith to that end. But inasmuch as ye know that this summer all Danes have become my men, now is that land headless, whereas I am gone away. And as ye wot, there is much war risk both from Wends and Courlanders, and other folk of the east ways, or even from Saxons. Now I behight them to get a lord for the warding of the land and the ruling thereof, and I see no man as meet thereto for all sakes as Svein the son of Wulf, for he hath kin thereto to be a lord. Now therefore I shall make him my earl, and give into his hands the Dane realm to rule over whiles I am in Norway, even as Canute the Rich set Earl Wulf his father to be lord over Denmark when Canute was in England. Einar Thambarskelfer answered, over much earl, foster's son. The king spake wrathfully, thou thinkest I know but few, but to me it seemeth that some ye deem overmuch earls, and other some no men at all. Then stood up the king and fastened a sword to the belt of Svein, and Sithens took a shield and did it on his shoulder. Sithens set a helm on his head and gave him earl's name, and the same grants in Denmark as Wulf his father had had there aforetime. Then a shrine with holy relics was brought forth, and Svein laid his hands thereon, and swore oaths of fealty to King Magnus. Sithens the king led the earl into the high seat beside him. So says Theodulf. Wulf's son himself was east there at the Elf. There Svein betook him hand on the shrine to swearing, and there behight he fairly. The Lord King of the Scannings, Ian Olaf's son, the oath framed to him hath been more short-lived their covenant than should be. Then fared Earl Svein to Denmark, and had there good welcome of all the folk. Then he took to him a bodyguard, and became speedily a great lord. And through the winter he went far and wide about the land, and made much friendship with the great men, and thereto was he well beloved of the commonalty. Chapter 25. Warfare to Wendland. King Magnus held his host north into Norway, and tarried there through the winter. But when spring came, King Magnus had out a mickle host, and held with it south to Denmark. But when he came there, he heard the tidings from Wendland that the Wends had turned away from his obeisance in Jomsburg. There had the Dane kings had a mickle earldom. They had reared Jomsburg from the beginning, and now was that become an all-stark stronghold. But when King Magnus heard such said, he bade out from Denmark a mickle ship host, and made that summer for Wendland with all the host, and a right mickle host he had. Thereof telleth Arnr, the Earl's Scald: Thou, king's son, shalt hear in stave lay how the war shield unto Wendland bare ye. Then thou drewest, O happy, rimy boards off the smooth rollers. Heard I ne'er of king that ever more ships hosted to their eyre land than by ships was plowed the sea flood, wrought ye, king, once more wend sorrow. But when King Magnus came to Wendland, he laid on to Jomsburg, and won the burg forthwith. There he slew much folk, and burned the burg and the country wide away out from it, and wrought there the greatest deeds of war. So saith Arnr, the Earl's Scald: Shielding, faredst thou forth with fire through a wild folk, then to warrior's death was fated. Thief's bane, south there, fire gleam highest at Jom ye kindled. In the work the heathen people nowhere durst their halls be warding. King, ye wrought with the bright fire drooping hearts unto the burgmen. Much folk in Wendland went under King Magnus' hand, but much more was that which fled away. Then fared King Magnus back to Denmark, and arrayed him there for winter's seat, but sent away from him the host, both the Danish host, and therewithal a great company of the band that had followed him from Norway. Chapter 26. King's name given to Svein. The same winter that Svein, son of Wolf, had got the rule over Denmark, and had made great friendship with a many big men, and gotten much the praise of the commonalty, he let give him the king's name, and that rede many chiefs turned to. But in the spring, when he heard that Magnus fared from the north from Norway, and had a great host, then fared Svein to Skane, and thence up in Goutland, and so on to Sweden, to find King Emund, his kinsman, and tarried there through the summer, but had spies in Denmark about the journey of King Magnus and the multitude of his host. But when King Svein heard that King Magnus had let fare from him a great part of his host, and therewith that he was south in Jutland, then Svein rode down from Sweden, having with him a great host, which the King of Sweden got for him. But when Svein came west to Skane, the Skanings gave him a good welcome, and upheld him there for king, and then a great host drifted to him. Sithence he went over into Sealand, where he was well taken, and all that land he laid under him. Then he went to Fion, and laid under him all islands, and the folk went under him, and Svein had a great host and many ships. End of the story of Magnus the Good, Part 2, Chapter 14 through 26. Section 50 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Magnus the Good, Part 3, Chapter 27 through 39. Chapter 27. King Harald wrangled about king's birth. But when it was spring, King Magnus and King Harald bade out an host from Norway. And on a time it befell that King Magnus and King Harald lay one night both in one haven. But the next day King Harald was the first bound, and he sailed forthwith. But in the evening he hove into the haven, whereas he and King Magnus were minded to be that night. King Harald laid his ship in the king's berth, and there tented him. King Magnus sailed later in the day, and he and his came in such time into harbor as that Harald and his men had already tented them, and saw that Harald had berthed his ship in the king's berth, and meant to lie there. But when King Magnus and his had struck sail, then spake King Magnus: Let men now graith them to rowing, and sit down endlong the boards. But some undo their weapons and don them, and if they will not put off, then shall we fight. But when King Harald sees that King Magnus is minded to give them battle, he said to his men, Hew ye the hawsers, and let us shove the ships out of berth. Wroth now is kinsman Magnus. So did they, that they laid the ships out of the berth, and King Magnus laid his own thereinto. When both had dighted them, King Harald went with certain men onto the ship of King Magnus. The king greeted him well, and bade him welcome. Then answered King Harald, "That deemed I, that we were come amidst friends, but somewhat I misdoubted me a while, whether ye would so let it be. But sooth is as is said, Baron's mind swift burneth. Wherefore I will account this no otherwise than as a child's deed." Answered King Magnus, "It was kin deed, not a child's deed, though I should bear in mind what I gave and what I had kept back. If this little matter were now done in our despite, then would soon be another. But we will hold altogether to our covenant, such as it was done, and that same will we have from you, even as do we have." Then King Harald answered, "It is an old custom that the wisest gives way," and therewith he went back to his ship. In such like dealings between the kings, it was found that hard it was to heed matters. King Magnus' men told that he was in the right, and they that were unwise told that Harald had been somewhat shamed. But King Harald's men said that naught otherwise was the agreement than that King Magnus should have the berth if they both came in at one and the same time, but that Harald was not bound to outberth them if he were berthed already, and they would have it that King Harald had done wisely and well. But they who would make it worser told that King Magnus willed to break the covenant, and would have it that he had done wrong and dishonor to King Harald. From these quarrels there soon wrought such talk of unwise men, to such a point that there was dissension between the kings, and many things were found hereto, concerning which the kings thought each his own way, though here be but few such written. Chapter 28. Death of King Magnus the Good. This host King Magnus and King Harald held south to Denmark. And when Svein heard thereof, he fled away east to Skane. The kings, Magnus and Harald, dwelt a long while that summer in Denmark, and laid all the land under them. In the autumn they were in Jutland. It befell on a night, when as King Magnus lay in his bed, that he dreamed and thought he was in stead, whereas was his father, the holy King Olaf. And he thought he spake to him, "What wilt thou choose now, my son, to fare with me, or to be of all kings the mightiest, and live long, and do such an ill deed as thou mayest boot scarcely, or not at all?" He thought he answered, "I will that thou choose for my hand." Then he thought the king answered, "Then shalt thou fare with me." King Magnus told this dream to his men, but a little later he gat sick, and lay abed at a place called Southrop. And when he was come anigh to his bane, he sent Thorir his brother to Svein Wolfson, to bid him that he should give such help to Thorir as he might need. That went with the message that King Magnus gave to Svein the Dane realm after his day. He said that it was meet that Harald should rule over Norway, and Svein over Denmark. Then died King Magnus the Good, and was right much mourned of all the folk. So saith Odd Kakina Skald: "Much tears dropped men a bearing to grave the king full bounteous. To them was the burden heavy whom with the gold he gifted. So wavered hearts that the house carles of the king their tears held hardly. Soothly the king's own people sithence is often downcast." Chapter 29. The like fare of King Magnus to Norway. After these tidings had King Harald a thing with his host, and told men his mind, to wit, that he was minded to take the host to the thing of Vebjord. and let take him there to king over the Dane realm, and Scythians win the land, and tells it as his heritage from his kinsman King Magnus, no less than the realm of Norway. He bids the host to strengthen him, and gives it out that then would the Northmen be masters of the Danes throughout all time. Then answered Einar Thambar-Skelfer, and let folk know that he was more bound to flit to grave the dead body of King Magnus his foster son, and to bring him to his father King Olaf, than to be fighting in the outland, or to be coveting another king's realm and havings. So ended his speaking, that he deemed it better to follow King Magnus dead than any other king alive. Then he let take the body and lay it out stately, so that they might see the arrayal on board the king's ship. Then all the Thran folk and Northmen got them ready to go home with the body of King Magnus, and thus the war host broke up. Then King Harald saw this to be his best choice, to fare back to Norway and make that realm his own first, and thence to gather strength of host. And so King Harald fared now with all the host back to Norway. But when he was back in Norway, he had a thing with the folk of the land, and let take him to king over all the land. So fared he from the east out of the wick, that he was taken for king by every folkland in Norway. Einar Thambar-Skelfer fared with the body of King Magnus, and with him all the host of the Thran folk, and brought it to Nidois, and he was laid in earth at Clement's church, where then was the shrine of King Olaf the Holy. King Magnus had been a man of middle growth, straight-faced and bright-faced, and bright of hair, deft of speech, swift of counsel, masterful of heart, the most bounteous of money, a great warrior, and the boldest under weapons. Of all kings he was the most beloved. Him praised both friends and foes. Chapter 30 of King Svein-Wolfsson. That autumn King Svein-Wolfsson was staying east in Skane, and set out on a journey to Sweden, and was minded to give up that title of honor which he had taken to him in Denmark. But when he was come up to his horse, lo, there rode thereto certain men, and told him the tidings, first that King Magnus Olafsson was dead, and next that all the host of the Northmen was gone from Denmark. Svein answered swift thereto, and said, I take God to witness that never henceforth shall I flee the Dane realm whiles I am alive. Then he leaped on his horse, and rode south into Skane, and straightway much folk drifted to him. And this winter he laid under him all the Dane realm, and all Danes took him to king. Thorir, the brother of King Magnus, came in the autumn to King Svein with the word sendings of King Magnus, as is written afore, and Svein gave him a good welcome, and Thorir was long sithence with him in good cheer. Chapter 31. Harald sole king. King Harald Sigurdsson took kingdom over all Norway after the death of King Magnus Olafsson. And when he had ruled over Norway one winter, as it wore towards spring, he bade out a war gathering from all the land, one half of the all-men host, in men and ships, and made south for Jutland. He harried in the summer far and wide, and burned and hove into Gardenfirth. Then Harald wrought this: while yet the oak of linen, the man of Hers caresseth, hold we, O gird of Songspel, in Gardenfirth our anchors. Then he spoke to Skald Theodulf, and bade him do the rest, and he sang: one spadum do I tell now, with fluke, cold Neb next summer shall hold the ship more southward, for the hook the deep yet eke we. To this Bolverk points in his drapa that Harald went to Denmark the next year after the death of King Magnus. The next year didst thou dight thee from out the land a war host. See, with bright brine steed shearedst thou, o'er fair ships went the water. Dear Hull on darksome billow was lying. Then the Dane folk was hard bestead. All folk saw off land the war ships laden. Chapter 32 of the daughters of Thorkel Gusher. Then burnt they the homestead of Thorkel Gusher. He was a great chief, but his daughters were led bound aboard ship. They had wrought much mockery the winter before about that. that King Harald would fare to Denmark with war ships. They cut an anchor out of cheese, and said that such would well hold the ships of Norway's king. Then was sung this: The maids of the Danes of Isle Ring from out the cheese all sour, the rings of anchors sheared, that thing the king did anger. Now seeth many a maiden a full stout crook of iron holding the king's ships, thereof to morn shall few be laughing. It is told that the spy who had seen the fleet of King Harald spake thus to the daughters of Thorkel Gusher: This said ye, Gusher's daughters, that King Harald would not come to Denmark. Answered Dada: That was yesterday. Thorkel ransomed his daughters with an exceeding deal of wealth. So says Granny. The proud Halak of the drifting of Cracky never let she her eyelids dry, a wending out in the full thick Hornshaw. Drave Flight, the lord of Fjaler, of the king's foes to the strand there, all swiftly Dada's father must pay the wealth out therefor. King Harald harried all through this summer in the Dane realm, and gat him an exceeding deal of wealth. But he was not inlanded that summer in Denmark, but went back in the autumn to Norway, and was there through the winter. Chapter 33 of the Barons of King Harald. King Harald gat to wife Thora, the daughter of Thorberg Arneson, the winter next after the death of King Magnus the Good. They had two sons, the older hight Magnus, and the second Olaf. King Harald and Queen Elisif had two daughters, one hight Mary, the other Ingigerd. But the next spring after this warfare, of which the tale has just been told, King Harald bade out an host, and went in the summer to Denmark, and harried in Scythland summer after summer. So saith Stuff the Skald. We heard of, wasted was Falster, and mickle fear the folk gat. There full fed was the raven, each year the Danes were frighted. Chapter 34 Heath be burned. King Svein ruled over all Dane realms, sithence that King Magnus died. In winter he sat in quiet, but in summer he was abroad with all his common war host, and behight to fare north into Norway with the host of the Danes, and to do there no less evil than King Harald did in the Dane realm. King Svein offered this winter to King Harald that they should meet the next summer in the Elf, and there fight it out between them, or else come to peace. And both of them were busy all the winter through, arraying their ships, and the next summer both had out one half of their common war host. That summer came abroad from Iceland Thor-Leik the Fair, and took to working a flock about King Svein Wolfson. He heard so soon as he came north into Norway that King Harald was gone south to the Elf to meet King Svein. Then sang Thor-Leik this: Hope is now that the war host of Up-Thranfolk may swiftly hap on the king war cunning on Rakney's road in Point Stour. There then may God yet wield it, which taketh land or life breath from other. Svein thinks little of peace, the seldom lasting. And he sang this withal: Wroth Harald, he who often hath red shield off the land reared, now the broad-bored beast bringeth from north on paths of Budli. But the gold-mouthed, fair-dighted, mass-gleaming deer that Svein hath, e'en he the spears that reddeneth seek o'er the seas from southward. King Harald came with his host to the tryst appointed, and heard that King Svein lay south by Sealand with his fleet. So King Harald parted his host, and let the more part of the Bonder host fare back, but fared with his bodyguard and landed men, and the chosen of the host, and all that of the Bonder host which was nighest to the Danes. They fared south to Jutland, south of Vendel-Skagi, and so south about Theoda, and there fared everywhere with war shield. So says Stuff the Skald. Fled Theoda folk from meeting the king. Straightway the soul proud high heart great things arted, o'er lands with Christ forever. They went all the way south to Heathby, took the merchant town and burned it. Then King Harald's men wrought this: all Heathby in the fury from end to end was burned up. That may be called, methinketh, a doughty deed of valor. Like that for Svein we win harm. Last night before the dawning upon the town wall stood I. Flame gushed from out the houses. Of this Thor-Leik also telleth in his flock, when he had heard that no battle had befallen in the Elf. Fight Ragnir he who wots not may ask of the king's war folk how 'twas that the king, though wrath fain to Heathby, him hath gotten, when Harold sped the wind skates from eastward to the king's town, but needless early, soothly, ne'er should it have betided. CHAPTER XXXV. The Flight Fair of King Harold by the Jutland Sea. Then King Harold went north, having 60 ships, and the most big and much laden with plunder, which they had taken in the summer. But when they came north off the Oda, King Svein came down from the land with a mickle host, and bade King Harold to fight and come aland. King Harold had an host less by more than one half, so he bade King Svein to fight with him a shipboard. So says Thorleik the Fair. Svein, even he who born was at the best of tides of Midgarth, bade to the folk the mighty on land the shields to redden. But Harold, shy of failing, quoth he would fight the rather on Windhawk, if swift ready the king his land would hold to. After this King Harold sailed north about Vendel-Skagi, but then the wind baffled them, so they laid their ships under Lisi, and there they lay overnight. Then came on a mist lying on the sea, but when it was morning and the sun ran up, they saw out to sea as if certain fires were burning. So this was told to King Harold, and he looked and spake forthwith, "Strike the tilts of the ships and let men fall to the oars. The Dane host now is come upon us, and the mist will have cleared whereas they are, and the sun be shining on their dragon heads, such as are overlaid with gold." And even so it was as he said, for there was come King Svein with an host not to be fought against. Rowed then either of them as they most might. The Danes had ships speedier under oars, but the ships of the Northmen were both water logged and much deep, so that it drew together much betwixt them. Then saw King Harold that things would not do as matters stood. The Drake of King Harold fared last of all his ships. Then spake King Harold to throw overboard rafts and let come on them clothes and precious things. So much was the calm that these things drifted with the tide stream. But when the Danes saw their own wealth drift on the main, they turned off after it who fared ahead, for they thought it easier to take that which floated loose than to have to fetch it from on board the Northmen. Hereby was the chase tarried. But when King Svein came after them with his ships, he egged them, and quoth that were a mickle shame, having so great an host as they had, if they should not get them taken, and have all power over them, seeing that they had but a little company. Took the Danes then to harden the rowing again. But when King Harold saw that the ships of the Danes went faster, he bade his men lighten the ships, and throw overboard malt and wheat and swine flesh, and hew down their drink, and thus they stood a while. Then let King Harold take war hurdles, casks, and tuns that were tomb, and cast them overboard, and therewith the war taken men. And when that was drifted together on the sea, then King Svein bade save the men, and so it was done. In that dwelling it drew asunder between them. Then the Danes turned back, and the Northmen went their way. So saith Thorleik the Fair. I heard it all, how King Svein on ship path chased the Eastmen, but the other king, swift minded, therefrom away he held him. All gettings of the Thran's king on the Jutland main storm swollen, now needs must they be floating, more ships withal they lost there. King Svein turned the fleet back under Lisi, and there came upon 7 ships of the Northmen. That host was of the war muster and bonders only. And when King Svein came upon them, they prayed for peace, and bade money for themselves. So says Thorleik the Fair. The king's friends, the stout-hearted, bade much to the Lord of men there of ransom. They, the lesser of folk, set battles sleeping. The bonders, the keen ready, thereat they stayed the onset, when words befell. To the men's sons no chaffer was the life breath. CHAPTER XXXVI. Of King Harold Sigurdsson. King Harold was a man masterful and given to rule in his own land, much sage of wit, so that it is all men's talk that no lord ever was in northern lands so deep-witted as was Harold, or so nimble of rede. He was a mickle warrior, and the boldest under weapons. He was strong and defter of weapons than any other man, even as is writ afore. And yet is mickle more of his doughty deeds unwritten, which comes of our lack of lore. And again, that we will not bring to book stories without witness. Though we have heard speeches, or heard tell of other things, we deem it better that from henceforth matters be added than that it should be found needful to take those same things out. A mickle tale of King Harald is set forth in those songs which Iceland men brought to himself or to his sons, for which sake he was their mickle friend. He was also the greatest friend to all the folk of this land, and whenas there was a mickle dearth in Iceland, King Harald gave leave to 4 ships to carry meal to Iceland, ordering that no ship pound should be dearer than 100 of wadmal. He gave leave to fare abroad to all poor folk who could get them victuals across the sea, and thence this land came through for that year embettered. King Harald sent out hither a bell to the church to which Olaf the Holy had sent the wood, and which was reared at the Althing. Such memories have men here of King Harald, and many other great gifts which he granted to those who sought to him. Chapter 37 of Halldor Snorrason. Halldor the son of Snorri, and Wolf the son of Uspak, of whom the tale hath been told afore, came to Norway with King Harald. In many ways they two were alike. Halldor was the most of men, and the strongest and fairest. This witness bore King Harald to him that he had been the one of the men that were with him who was least startled at sudden haps, whether that were man peril, or tidings of joy, or whatso of peril might come to hand. Then was he no gladder thereby nor ungladder. Neither slept he more nor less, nor drank nor ate other than his wont was therein. Halldor was a man few spoken, stubborn of word, bare spoken, rough tempered and unmeek, and that fell ill with the king, whereas he had with him enough of other men noble and serviceful. Halldor tarried with King Harald for but a little while, and went to Iceland and set up a house at Herdholt, where he dwelt till eld and became an old man. Chapter 38 of Wolf Uspakson. Wolf the son of Uspak was with King Harald in mickle love. He was the wisest of men, deft of speech, of mickle valiance, faithful and single-hearted. King Harald made Wolf his marshal, and gave him Jorunn, the daughter of Thorberg, the sister of Thora, whom Harald had to wife. The children of Wolf and Jorunn were these: Joan the Strong of Rasmead, and Brigida, the mother of Sheep-Wolf, the father of Peter Burden Swain, the father of Wolf Fly, and Sigurd. The son of Joan the Strong was Erlend Homebred, the father of Archbishop Eystein and his brethren. King Harald gave to Wolf the marshal the landed man's right, and a grant of 12 marks and half a folkland in Thrandheim to boot. So says Stein, the son of Herdis, in Wolf's flock. Chapter 39 of King Magnus. King Magnus, son of Olaf, let build Olaf's church in Cheaping, in which place the body of King Olaf had been waked night long. That place was then over above the town. Thereto he let raise the king's garth. The church was not all done before the king died, but King Harald let that be fulfilled which fell short. He also let begin to build a stone hall there in the garth, but it was not full done before he died. King Harald let rear from its foundation Mary's church upon the Mell, nigh where the holy body of the king had lain in earth the first winter after his fall. That was a great minster, and wrought strongly of lime, so that it might scarce be got broken when Archbishop Eystein let take it down. The holy relic of King Olaf was warded in Olaf's church, while Mary's church was a doing. King Harald let house the king's garth down below Mary's church by the river where it is now, and where he had let build the hall he let hallow a house for Gregory's church. End of the story of Magnus the Good, Part 3, Chapter 27 through 39. Section 51 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 13. Chapter 1. The upheaving of King Harald the Hard-redy. Harald, the son of Sigurd Sow, and brother to King Olaf the Holy by the same mother, was at Stickelstead in the battle, when as the holy King Olaf fell. There Harald was wounded, and got away with the other fleeing men. So saith Theodulf: Heard I that the keen shield storm on the king anigh how drifted, the burner of the Bulgars, there well availed his brother. He prince but of 12 winters, and 3 thereto then aged, from Olaf dead unwilling sundered, and hid the helm seat. Ragnvald, son of Brusi, brought Harald out of the battle, and got him to a certain bonders who dwelt in a wood far away from other men, and there Harald was leeched until he was whole. Sithens, the bonder's son, followed him east over the Kiel, and they fared all by the woodland ways where they might, but not the highways. The bonder's son wotted not who he was, whom he was guiding, and as they rode amongst certain wildwoods, Harald sang this: Now I, but little honored, from wood to wood go creeping, and yet who wotteth soothly, but at last I wax wide famed. He fared east over Iamtland and Helsingland, and so to Sweden, and there happened on Ragnvald, son of Brusi, and on a great many others of those men of King Olaf, as had gotten them from Stickelstead out of the battle. Chapter 2. Harald came into Garthrealm. The next spring they got them ships, and went in the summer east into Garthrealm to meet King Jarisleif, and were there through the winter. So saith Bolverk: The sword's mouth, king, thou strokest when thou leftest battle. Madest thou of raw flesh full the raven. The wolf howled in the mountain, but the next year east in Garthrealm wert thou, king stubborn-hearted. Ne'er heard we of peace waster, waxing more famed than wert thou. King Jarisleif gave good welcome to Harald and his, and Harald became Sith's captain over the land warders of the king, and another was Eilif, son of Earl Ragnvald. As Theodorf says, of one thing busied were captains twain, whereas sat Eilif. The wedge hosts ranked they, thrust were the east winds into the straight crook. Naught light unto less jars was the law of the host men. Harald tarried certain winters in Garthrealm, and fared wide about the east ways. Then he arrayed him to fare out into Greekland, and had mickle company of men, and thence he went to Micklegarth. So saith Bolverk: Hard drave the chilly shower the swart ship's bows by the land side, but there the barks be burnied, bore bravely up their rigging. Before the bows the Meat King saw Micklegarth's bright metals. There bored fair ships a many toward the Burg's high wing swept onward. Chapter 3. Harald went into service in Micklegarth. At that time there ruled over Greekland Queen Zoe the Rich, and with her Michael Catalactus. And when Harald came to Micklegarth to see the queen, he took war service there, and went forthwith that same autumn on board galleys with those warriors who fared out into Greekland's sea, and Harald held the company of his own men. Then was captain over the host the man who is named Gurgir. He was kinsman of the queen. But Harald had been for but a little while in the host, when the Varings drew them much to him, and they would fare all together when so were battles. And it came to this, that Harald became captain over all the Varings. He and Gurgir fared wide about the isles of Greekland, and wrought mighty deeds of war on the corsairs. Chapter 4. Of the Varings and Gurgir. On a time when they had fared over land and were to take night harbor by certain woods, the Varings came first to the night stead, and chose for themselves tent stead where they saw it best and lying highest. For there was the lie of the land in such wise that it was soft, and as soon as rain cometh there is but ill abiding place where the land lieth low. Then came Gurgir, the captain of the host, and saw where the Varings had pitched their tents. So he bade them go their ways, and tent them otherwhere, saying that he will tent him there. Harald answered thus: When ye be first come to a night abode, Then ye take up your night stead there, and we must then tent us in another stead, such as liketh us. So now do ye likewise, pitch your tents in another place where ye will. I deemed it would be a right of the veerings here within the realm of the king of the Greeks, that they should be masters of their own matter, and be free in all matters before all men, and be bound in service to the king only and the queen. They wrangled hereover with high words until both sides donned their weapons, and they were on the very point of coming to blows. Then came thereto the wisest men and sundered them, saying that it was a seemlier thing that they should come to peace on this matter, and settle between them clearly, so that no more there should be need of such strife. So then there was a meeting agreed between them, and manned with the best men and the wisest, and at this meeting they so arreeded it, that all were of one mind as to this, that lots should be borne into skirt, and lots should be drawn between Greeks and veerings, which should ride first, or row, or berth them in haven, or choose tent stead. Each side should be content as the lot said. Sithence were lots made and marked. Then said Harald to Gurgir, I will see how thou hast marked thy lot, that we may not both mark our lots in one and the same way. And Gurgir did so. Sithence Harald marked his lot and cast it into the skirt, and so both of them. But the man who should draw the lots took up one and held it between his fingers, and turned up his hand and said, These shall first ride or row, and berth them in haven, and choose tent stead. Harald gripped his hand and took the lot and cast it out into the sea, and said, This was our lot. Gurgir said, Why lettest thou not more men see it? See thou now, said Harald, to the one left, and thou wilt ken there thy mark. Sithence was that lot scanned, and all knew thereon the mark of Gurgir. So that was doomed, that the veerings should have the allotted choices about all that they had been striving over. More matters still befell, whereon they were not at one, but ever they closed, so that Harald had his own way. Chapter V. Warfare of Harald and Gurgir. They fared all together in the summer, and harried. And whenas all the host were gathered together, Harald let his men be without the battle, or else there, whereas the man risk was least, and gave out that he would be wary of losing his war folk. But when he was alone with his band, he laid him so fast to the fighting, that one of two things should be, either that he should get the victory or his bane. Often it so fell out, when Harald was captain over the host, that he won the victory, whenas Gurgir won it not. This the warriors found, and said that their matter would fare better if Harald were sole captain over the host, and they laid blame on the war duke, and said that naught came of him nor his company. Gurgir said that the veerings would give him no aid, and he bade them go elsewhere, and he would go with the rest of the host, and win what they might. Then fared Harald from the host, and with him the veerings and the Latins, but Gurgir fared with the host of the Greeks. And now it was seen what each might do. Harald ever gained victory and wealth, but the Greeks fared home to Micklegarth outtaken young lads, such as were minded to get them wealth. They gathered to Harald, and these now had him for war duke. So now he went with his host west to Africa, which the veerings called Serkland, and then gained a great strength to his host. In Serkland he won 80 burghs. Some were given up, but some he took by might. Then he went to Sicily. So says Theodulf, 8/10 of towns, thou mayest say, in Serkland then were taken. Young Hayter of the Worm place Gleed red, himself imperilled, or ere the host arrayer, the risk to Serkmen wended neath shield to raise hard hill play in Sicily the level. So saith Illugi, the Burndaler's scald. Harald, thou breakest Southlands with shields neath noblest Michael, the son of Budli, heard we his sons-in-law bade homeward. Here it is said that then was Michael king of the Greeks at this time. Harald tarried for many years west in Africa, and got exceeding much chattels, gold, and all kinds of dear goods. But all the wealth he got, and did not need to have for his own cost, he sent with trusty men of his north, to Holmgarth, to the keeping and warding of King Jarisleif, and there was drawn together exceeding wealth, as was like to be, seeing that he was harrying the deal of the world, which was the wealthiest of gold and dear goods, and so mickle as he did thereat, as has been soothly said afore, that he will have won to himself 80 burgs. Chapter 6. Harold won a burg in Sicily. But when Harold came to Sicily, he harried there, and laid his host to a certain town, mickle and of much people. He sat down before it, whereas the walls were strong, so that it seemed to him doubtful if he might break them down. The townsfolk had victuals enough, and other havings, such as they needed for the defence. Then he sought this rede, that his fowlers took small fowl, which nested in the town, but flew into the woods by day to take their meat. Harold let bind on the back of the fowl shavings of fir tree, and cast therein wax and brimstone, and let set fire thereto. Flew the fowl, so soon as they were loose, all at once into the town to see to their nestlings and dwellings, which they had in the house thatches, which were thatched of reed or straw. Thus caught the fire from the fowl on to the house thatches, and though each one bore but a little burden of fire, yet waxed thence speedily mickle fire, since many fowls bare it, wide about the town into the thatch, and thereupon burnt one house after the other, until the town was all alow. Then all the folk came forth out of the town, and prayed mercy, even those same who had for many a day before spoken proudly and mockingly to the Greek host and the captain thereof. Harold gave quarter to any one who prayed therefore, and Scythians got the town into his power. Chapter 7. Harold won another burg. Another burg there was, whereto Harold made with his host. It was both much peopled and strong, so that there was no hope that they might break it. Fields hard and level lay all about the town. Then let Harold take to digging a dyke, from where fell a brook through so deep a gill, that none might see into it from the town. They flitted the mould into the water, and let the stream bear it away. They were at this work both day and night, by shifts of companies. But every day the host fell on the town from without. But the townsmen went out into the battlements, and each shot at the other. But o' nights they slept both. But when Harold knew that the earth house was so long that it would be come in under the burg wall, then let he his host weapon them. It was against day that they went into the earth house, and when they came to the end, they dug up over their heads until stones were in the way set in line. That was the floor of a stone hall. Then they broke up the floor and went up into the hall. There sat before them a many of the townsmen, eating and drinking, and that was to them the greatest of wolves unwist. For the Veerings went up there with drawn swords, and straightway slew some, and other some fled, such as might bring that about. The Veerings sought after them, and some took the town gates and unlocked them, and thereby went in the whole multitude of the host. But when they came into the burg, then fled the burg folk. But many prayed peace, and all got that who gave themselves up. In this wise Harold gat the town to him, and therewith exceeding wealth. Chapter 8. Harold won the third town. On the third town they came, which was the most of all these, and the strongest and the richest of chattels and folk. Round this town there were big ditches, so that they saw that they might not prevail there by the same like whiles as with the burgs before. They lay there much long in such wise that they got naught done. But when the townsfolk saw that, they plucked up boldness thereat. They set up their array on the burg walls, and then opened the burg gates, and whooped at the Veerings, and egged them on, and bade them go into the town, and mocked the hearts of them, and said that they were no better for battle than so many hens. Harold bade his men go on as if they wotted not what they said. We do nothing thereto, said he, though we run to the town. They will bring their weapons on us beneath their feet, and although we get into the town with a certain folk, yet have they might to pen inside as many as they will, and keep the others out, whereas they have set watches over all the town gates. Now we shall do them no less mockery, and let them see that we dread them not. Our men shall go forth into the meads as nigh to the town as may be, and yet take heed not to go within shot of them. Our men shall fare all weaponless, and make them sports, and let the townsmen see this, that we heed not their array. So then this went on for some days. Chapter 9 of Wolf and Halldor. Of Iceland, men who went there with Harald are named Halldor, the son of Snorri the priest, who brought this tale hither to the land. The other was Wolf, son of Uspak, son of Usvif the wise. Both they were the strongest of men, and all bold under weapon, and were both of the dearest with Harald. They were both in the sports. Now when matters had gone this way for some days, the townsfolk wished to beard them still more, and went without weapons upon the walls of the town, leaving yet the town gates to stand open. Now when the Virings saw this, they so went to their sports one day that they had swords under their cloaks and helms under their hats. But when they had been playing for a while, and saw that the townsfolk wondered not, they took their weapons swiftly and ran up to the town gate. And when the townspeople saw that, they went well against them, and had all their weapons, and there befell battle in the town gate. The Virings had no shielding armor, save that they wrapped their mantles round the left arm. So they got wounded, and some fell, and all were hard bestead. Now Harald with the host that was with him in the camp sought thereto to give help to his men. But by then the townsfolk were come up on the town walls, and shot and stoned them, and a hard battle befell there. And it seemed to them who were in the gate that the others went slower to help them than they would. And when Harald came to the gate, his banner bearer fell, and he said, Halldor, take thou up the banner. Halldor answered, and took up the banner staff, and he spoke unwisely. Who will bear banner before thee, if thou follow so softly as thou hast done now for a while? But this was more a word of wrath than of truth, for Harald was the boldest under weapons. So therewith they sought into the town. There was the battle hard, but such was the end of it, that Harald got the victory and won the town. Halldor was much hurt, and had a mickle wound in the face, and that was a blemish to him all the days of his life. Chapter 10 Harald won a fourth town. Now there was a fourth town, whereto Harald came with his host, and that was the greatest of all those that are aforesaid, and so strong was it that there was no hope that they might break it. So they sat about the town, and beset it in such wise that no goods could be flitted thereinto. But when they had tarried here for a little while, Harald fell sick and lay abed. He let set his land tent away from the other land tents, for he deemed it for ease not to hear the noise and din of the host. His men whiles came to and fro him in flocks, asking him for counsel. That saw the townsmen that some new thing was toward amongst the Virings, and they sent spies to find out what would be the matter. But when the spies came back to the town, they had the tidings to tell that the captain of the Virings was sick, and therefore there was no falling on the town. Now when this had been going on a while, then minished the might of Harald, and then his men grew much mind sick and downcast, and of all this the townsmen heard. So it came to this, that the sickness was so heavy on Harald, that his death was told of throughout all the host. Sithens the Virings fared to a talk with the townsfolk, and told them of the death of their captain, and prayed that the clerks would give him burial within the town. But when the townsfolk heard these tidings, there were many that ruled over cloisters and other big churches in the town. These would each fain have that body to his church, whereas they wotted that there would follow it right mickle wealth. So all the multitude of the clerks arrayed them, and walked out of the town with shrines and holy relics, and made a right fair procession. But the Virings withal made up a great like faring, and the like chest was borne high, tilted over with pall, and many banners borne thereover. But when this was borne in through the town gate, they let fall the chest right athwart the gate over against the doors thereof, and the Virings blew a war blast in all their trumpets, and drew their swords, and all the Viring host rushed therewith out of the camp with all weapons, and ran towards the town with shouts and whooping. But the monks and other clerks who had gone out in this like fare, and strove each with the other, and would be first to go out and to take the offering, were now half as eager again to be as far as might be away from the Virings, for they smote down each one who was nearest to them, whether he were learned or lewd. The Virings went so about all this town that they slew the menfolk, and robbed all churches in the town, and seized their untold of wealth. Chapter 11 of Harald the son of Sigurd. Harald was many winters in this warfare now told of, both in Serkland and in Sicily. Sithence he fared back to Micklegarth with his host, and tarried there but a little while, ere he arrayed his journey out to Jerusalem world. Then he left behind all the wage gold from the Greek king, he and all the Veerings, with all who betook them to the journey with him. So it is said that in all these journeys Harold fought 18 folk battles. So says Theodulf. This wots the folk that Harold hath wrought of brunts of battle 18 all grim. Peace often for this king hath been broken. Famed king, in blood thou reddenest sharp claws of dusky eagle before thou faredst hither. Where camest thou? Wolf gat feasting. Chapter 12. The Jerusalem journey of Harold. Harold went with his host out to Jerusalem land, and Sithence up to Jerusalem town. But wheresoever he fared over Jerusalem land, all towns and castles were given up to his wielding. So says Stuff the Scald, who had heard the king himself tell these tidings. The edge bold stout heart fared Jerusalem to conquer. The upper land was friendly to the Greeks, and slaughter Eiríkr. By might enow the land came unburned into the handling of the hardener of the battle, that the soul of mighty Harold. Here it is said that this land came unburnt and unharried into the power of Harold. He then went out to Jordan and bathed him there, as is the way of other palmers. Harold bestowed a great wealth on the grave of the Lord, and the Holy Cross, and other holy relics in Jerusalem land. Then he made safe the road all out to Jordan, and slew robbers and other harrying folk. So saith Stuff. The rede and wrath, so word ran, of the king of the Agdir people withstood the wiles of menfolk on either bank of Jordan. But for true trespass people paid ill at the king's hands. Soothly into sooth peril gat they. Abide where well it liketh. Then fared he back to Micklegarth. Chapter 13. Harold set in prison. Whenas Harold was come to Micklegarth from Jerusalem land, he longed to fare back to the Northlands, to his heritage. For he had then heard it that Magnus Olafson, his brother's son, had become king of Norway and of Denmark withal. So he gave word to leave his service to the king of the Greeks. But when Queen Zoe was ware thereof, she grew full of wrath, and hove up guilts against Harold, and told that he would have misdealt with the Greek king's wealth, which had been gotten in warfare, whenas Harold had been captain over the host. Now there was a May, young and fair, hight Maria. She was brother's daughter to Queen Zoe, and that May had Harold wooed, but the queen had nay said it. So have said Veerings north here, they who have been at wage in Micklegarth, that this tale was had there of men who knew how that Queen Zoe would herself have Harold to her husband, and that was the guilt most told against Harold when he would fare away from Micklegarth, though other matters were upborne before all folk. At that time Constantine Monomachus was king of the Greeks, and ruled the realm along with Queen Zoe. For these causes the king of the Greeks let lay hand on Harold, and do him into prison. The story of Harold the Hard-redy, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 13. Section 52 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This recording is in the public domain. The story of Harold the Hard-redy, Part 2, Chapter 14 through 26. Chapter 14. Harold came out of prison. But when Harold came hard on the prison, then showed himself to him the holy King Olaf, and said that he would help him. And there in the street was Sithence made a chapel, and hallowed to King Olaf, and there has that chapel stood Sithence. The prison was made this way, that there is a tower high and open at the top, and a door from the street to go thereinto. Therein was Harold cast, and with him Halder and Wolf. The next night thereafter came a rich woman to the top of the prison, and had got up by certain ladders, she and her 2 servant men. they let sink down a rope into the prison, and haul them up. To this woman the holy Olaf had done boot erewhile, and had now shown himself to her in a vision, to the end that she should loose his brother out of prison. Forthwith Harald fared to the Veerings, and they all stood up to meet him, and greeted him well. Sithence all the whole host weaponed them, and went to where the king slept. They lay hands on the king, and sting out both his eyes. So says Thorarin Skeggesson, the skald, in his Drapa. The fierce king gained the hand gleeds, but the throne king of Greekland went with a hurt most grievous, and stone blind was he thenceforth. So says Theodulf the skald, the waster of wolves' sorrow let sting out both the eyen of the throne king. Then and there was beginning of the stir days. The Agdir folks all wielder in the east a mark full grisly laid on the valiant Kaiser Ilway, the Greek king Ferid. In these two drapas on Harald, and in many other songs on him, it is told that Harald himself blinded the Greek king. A duke or a count or other noble man might be named here too, if they wotted that that were truer. But Harald himself brought this story, and those other men who were there with him. Chapter 15. The faring of Harald from Micklegarth. That same night Harald and his went to the chambers wherein Maria lay asleep, and took her away by might. Then they went to the galleys of the Veerings, and took 2 galleys, and rowed sithence into Seawood Sound. But when they came there, whereas the iron chains lay right athwart the sound, then spake Harald, and bade men fall to the oars on either galley. But those who did not row should all run aft in the galley, and each should have in his arms his baggage bag. So ran the galleys up on to the chains. But so soon as they were fast and lost way, then bade he all men run forward. Then that galley whereon was Harald plunged forward, and leaped off the chain, a-riding it, but the other brake as it rode the chain, and many men were lost, but some were saved swimming. Thereby Harald gat him out of Micklegarth, and so into the Black Sea. But before he sailed away from the land, he set the young maid ashore, and gave her a good following back to Micklegarth, and bade her tell Zoe, her kinswoman, how much might she had over Harald, or how much the queen's might had withstood it, that he should get the maiden. Then sailed Harald north into Elapalta, and fared thence all over the East realm. In these journeys Harald wrought certain merry verses. There are 16 of them altogether, and one ending to all. This is one. Past Sicily the hull swept wide out. There the swift poop's heart 'neath lads glowed well, as like was. And oh, but we were proud then! Yet wot I that but little shall laggard there bestir him. Yet still the gird of Goldring in Garths lets scorn upon me. This he pointed to Elisith, daughter of Jaroslif, king in Holmgarth. Chapter 16. Harald came to Holmgarth. But when Harald came to Holmgarth, King Jaroslif gave him a wondrous good welcome, and there he tarried the winter over, and took into his own keeping all the gold which he had sent afore thither from Micklegarth, and many kinds of dear goods. That was so mickle wealth that no man in northern lands had seen such in one man's owning. Harald had 3 times come into palace spoil whiles he was in Micklegarth, for that is law, that whenever the king of the Greeks, the Veerings, shall have palace spoil, they shall then go over all the king's palaces where are his wealth hoards, and there each one shall freely have for his own whatso he may lay hands on. Chapter 17. Harald got the daughter of King Jaroslif. That winter King Jaroslif gave unto Harald to wife his daughter hight Elizabeth, whom the Northmen called Elisif. This witnesseth stuff the blind. All wielder of folk of Agder, the battle bounteous, gat him his wished mate, took the men's friend, gold plenty, and king's daughter. But towards spring he arrayed his journey out of Holmgarth, and fared that spring to Aldegeriaburg, and got him ships there, and sailed away from the east in the summer. He turned first unto Sweden, and hove into Sigtun. So saith Valgard of the Mead: Thou shootest out ship, Harald, 'neath fairest freight. Thou frittest gold bottomless from east lands, from Garths. Fame give men to thee. Ay, doughty king, thou steeredst sharp through the hard storm onward, but the ships bowed. There thou sawest Sigtun when lulled the sea drift. Chapter 18. Meeting of King Harald and Svein Wolfson. There found Harald Svein Wolfson that autumn. He had fled away from King Magnus at Holiness. But when they met, each greeted the other well. Olaf the Swede, King of Sweden, was mother's father to Elisif, the wife of Harald, but Astrid, the mother of Svein, was sister to King Olaf. There made Harald and Svein fellowship together, and bound it with privy covenant. All Swedes were friends of Svein, whereas he had his mightiest kindred in that land, and then became all Swedes friends of Harald withal, and his helpful men, and many mighty men there were knit to him by affinity. So says Theodulf. Oak Keel cut heavy waters from Garths all out of East lands, brisk land ruler. All Swede folk, Scythians, were standing by thee. Mad storm fell on the Lord King. The ship of Harald reeling on swollen lee boards sped under broad sail with gold a mickle. Chapter 19. The warfare of King Harald. Scythians they betook them on board ship, Harald and Svein, and speedily a great host drew to them. And when that host was arrayed, they sailed from the east to Denmark. So saith Valgard. Scythians, O fight blithe Yngvi! The oak tossed underneath thee in the sea, all out from Sweden. Right heritage was doomed thee. Rib hound around flat Skane was born. When ran ye straightway before the wind? The ship scared the maids nigh Sib to Danemen. They first hove into Sealand, and harried there, and burnt wide about. Then they held over to Fian, and went aland there, and harried. So says Valgard. Harald, thou didst do harry all Sealund. King, thou thrustest thy foes aback. The wolf ran swift to go see the slaughtered. The many-manned king wended up on to Fian, and gat there for helms no little labor. The sheared shield brake full greatly. Bright fire burned in the town there of Roskilde in the Southland. The nimble king there let he smoke belcher fell down houses. Enough of landsmen lay low, belied the fetters freedom to some. The households woeful to the woods all silent dragged them. The folk ill sundered tarried for the Danes that lived thereafter. Away they drifted thenceforth, but caught were the fair women. Locke held the woman's body. Before thee many a woman went to the ships. The fetters the bright skin bit full fiercely. Chapter 20. King Magnus called out a muster. King Magnus Olafson went in the autumn north into Norway after the fight at Holiness. Then heard he the tidings that Harald Sigurdsson, his kinsman, had come to Sweden, and this moreover, that he and Svein Wolfson had made fellowship between them, and had out a great host, and were minded to lay under them the Dane realm and Scythians Norway. King Magnus bade a war muster out from Norway, and speedily a great host drew to him. Then heard he that Harald and Svein were come to Denmark, and were burning and bringing to balefire all things, and that the landsmen went under them widely there. And that was said withal, that Harald was greater than other men, and stronger, and so wise that nothing was beyond his doing, and that ever he had the victory when he fought, so wealthy withal in gold, that naught like it was known. So says Theodulf. Now unto stems of seas hawk to hope good peace is risky. Of mickle fear the folk wot. Ships off the land there hath he, will hold fight bounteous Magnus from northward steeds of rollers, but noble Harald dighteth from southward other wave nags. Chapter 21. The seeking of peace betwixt King Magnus and Harald. The men of King Magnus, they who were of his council, say that it bethinketh them as to how matters have come into a strait place, if these two kinsmen, Magnus and Harald, shall bear bane spear each after other. So many men offer them hereto to fare and seek after peace betwixt them. So from thus talking over the thing, the king assented thereto. Then were men gotten to man a swift cutter, and they fared at their swiftest south to Denmark. There they gat to them Danish men, such as were full come friends of King Magnus, to bear this errand to Harald. This business was much privy. But when Harald heard it said that King Magnus, his kinsman, would bid him peace and fellowship, and that he should have one half of Norway against King Magnus, and each against the other half of their loose wealth, Harald yea said that bidding, and thus done these privy matters went back to King Magnus. Chapter 22. Sundering of the fellowship of King Svein and Harald. A little later it was that Harald and Svein spake on an evening over the drink, and Svein asked what precious things Harald had, whereby he set the greatest store. He answered that it was his banner, land waster. Then asked Svein what went with the banner, that it was so mickle dear a thing. Harald said it was told of it that he would have the victory before whom the banner was born, and said that even so had it betided sithence he had got that. Svein answered, then shall I believe that this nature goes with the banner, if thou have 3 battles with King Magnus thy kinsman, and have the victory in each. Then answered Harald in surly wise, I know the kinship between me and King Magnus, though thou mind me not thereof, and for all we may fare against each other with war shield aloft, that is naught against another fashion of our meeting being seemlier. Then Svein changed color and said, this will some folk be saying, Harald, that thou hast so done before as to hold to that only of thy covenants as seemed to thee would drag thine own case most forward. Harald answers, less cases wilt thou know of my not having held my covenants than I ween King Magnus will cry that he knoweth of thy not having held with him. And therewithal each went his way. In the evening, when Harald went to sleep in the poop of his ship, he spake to his shoe swain, now will I not lie in the bed tonight, whereas my mind misgives me that all will not be guileless. I found this evening that Svein, my uncle-in-law, was much wroth with my plain speech, so thou shalt hold ward thereof, if here be tonight aught of tidings. Then went Harald into another place to sleep, but laid in his bed there a tree stub. But in the night a boat rowed up to the poop, and a man went up aboard there, and lifted the tilt of the poop, and sithence went up inside it, and hewed into the bed of Harald with a mickle axe, so that it stood fast in the tree. The man leaped forthwith out into the boat, but pit mirk it was, and he rowed straight away. But the axe which stood fast in the tree was left behind for a token. Then Harald waked his men, and let them know into what treachery they were come. We may see, said he, that we have here no help in Svein, so soon as he casts himself into treason against us. So will that be the best choice, to seek to get away hence while choice there is. Let us loose our ships and row away by stealth. So do they, and row that night north along the land, and they fared day and night until they met King Magnus thereas he lay with his host. Then went Harald to meet King Magnus his kinsman, and a welcome meeting that was, even as Theodulf says, O wide famed king, thou lettest plough waters with thin shipboard, clave dear ships flood in Denmark, there where from east thou faredst. The son of Olaf bade thee half land, half thanes against him sithence. There met, methinketh, the kinsmen fain exceeding. Thereupon the kinsmen talked matters over between themselves, and all that fared in peace yearning wise. Chapter 23. King Magnus gave to Harald half the realm. King Magnus lay by the land, and had his land tilt ashore. Bade he to board his kinsman Harald, and Harald went to the feast with 60 men, and right brave was that banquet. But as the day wore, King Magnus went into the tent where Harald sat, and with him went men bearing burdens, and that was weapons and raiment. Then the king went up to the outermost man and gave to him a good sword, and to the next a shield, then clothes or weapons or gold, to them greater who were the nobler. Sithence he came up before Harald his kinsman, and had in his hand two reed wands, and said, "Which of these wands wilt thou take?" Answered Harald, "The one that is nearest me." Then spake King Magnus, "With this reed shoot I give thee half Norway realm, with all dues and scat, and all the dominion thereto appertaining, with these terms, moreover, that thou shalt be king in every place in Norway as rightfully as I be. But when we are all together, I shall be the first man hailed, and served, and seated, whereas there be three men of dignity together, I shall sit betwixt them. I shall have king's birth and king's bridge. Thou shalt steadfast and strengthen our power in this stead, that we have made thee such a man in Norway as we had thought none should ever be, whiles our head was still up above the mould." Then stood Harald up and thanked him well for this honor and glory, and so both sat down and were right merry. That day in the evening went Harald and his men to their ships. Chapter 24. King Harald gave precious gifts to King Magnus. The next morning King Magnus let blow all his host to a Thing. And when the Thing was set, King Magnus made known to all men the gift he had given to King Harald his kinsman. Thorir of Steig gave the king's name to Harald there at the Thing. That day King Harald bade King Magnus to his board, and he went that day with 60 men to the land tent of King Harald, whereas he had arrayed a banquet. There were then both the kings amongst the gathered guests, and fair was the feast and the entertainment most brave, and the kings were merry and glad. But as the day wore, then let Harald the king bear a right many bags into the tent. Therewith also men bore in clothes and weapons and other kinds of precious things. And this wealth he shared and gave and dealt amongst King Magnus' men, who were then at the feast. Then he let unloose the bags, and spake to King Magnus, "Ye gave us yesterday mickle dominion, which ye had won from your unfriends and ours. But ye took us into fellowship with you. This was well done, for ye have labored much thereto. So is it on the other hand, that we have been a dweller in outlands, and yet have we been in certain man perils, ere I might bring together this gold, which ye may now see. This will I lay down to the fellowship with you, for we shall own all chattels with equal hands, even as we each own half the realm of Norway. I wot that our mind shapes are alike, whereas thou art a much more bountiful man than I am. Now this money we shall share between us equally, and then each may deal with his share as he will." Then Harald let spread abroad a big neat's hide, and let pour thereon the gold from the bags. Then were scales gotten and weights, and the money was parted asunder, and shared all by weight. And all who saw it thought it a mickle wonder that in the Northland so much gold should be come together in one place. But indeed this was the havings and wealth of the king of the Greeks, where, as all men say, houses are full of red gold. Now were the kings all merry. Thereupon there came forth a certain stoop that was as big as a man's head. King Harald took up the stoop and said, "Where is now that gold, kinsman Magnus, that thou wouldst bring out to match this knop-head?" Then answered King Magnus, "So have unpeace and great hostings betid, that well nigh all gold and silver hath gone which was in my ward. And now there is no more gold in my having, save this ring." And he took the ring and handed it to Harald. He looked at it and said, "This is little of gold, kinsman, for a king of two kingdoms. And yet there may be some who misdoubt it, whether thou rightly own this ring." Then answered King Magnus, heavy of heart, "If I own not this ring aright, then wot I not what I have rightfully come by it. For King Olaf the Holy, my father, gave me that ring at the last parting." Then King Harald answered, laughing, "Thou sayest sooth, King Magnus, thy father gave thee the ring, but he took it from my father for no great guilt. And forsooth it was no good times for small kings in Norway when thy father was at his mightiest." King Harald gave to Steig Thorir at this feast a mazer girt with silver, and therewith a silver bowl, either gilt and full up with sheer silver pennies. There went with it 2 gold rings, and they weighed together a mark. He gave him withal his own cloak of brown purple, lined with white skins, and behind him mickle honor and his friendship withal. Thorgils, the son of Snorri, so said that he saw the altar cloth which was made of this cloak. But Gudrid, the daughter of Guthorm Thorisson, said that Guthorm her father owned the mazer bowl, so that she saw it. So saith bulwark. O foe of gold, the green ground became thine own, so heard I. Sithence thou meetest Magnus, and gold to him thou battest. The peace twixt you two kinsmen all peacefully endured. But Svein he looked out only sithence for wave of battle. Chapter 25 of King Magnus and King Harald. King Magnus and King Harald ruled both over Norway the next winter after their appeasement, and each had his own court. In the winter they fared about the uplands a feasting, and were whiles both together, and whiles each by himself. They fared right away north to Thrandheim and to Nidois. King Magnus had guarded the holy relic of King Olaf sithence he came into the land, and clipped his hair and nails every 12 months, and had himself the key wherewith the shrine might be unlocked. At that time manifold tokens befell at the holy relic of King Olaf. Soon befell flaws in the concord of the kings, and there were many so evil-minded that they went in an ill wise between them. Chapter 26 King Svein fared to Denmark. Svein Wolfson lay behind asleep, when as Harald fared away. Sithence Svein made spearings about the farings of Harald. So when he heard that Harald and Magnus had made peace between them, and that now they had both one host, he held his company east about Skane side, and tarried there until he heard in the winter that King Magnus and King Harald had held their host north to Norway. Thereupon Svein held his company south to Denmark, and that winter he took all the king's dues there to himself. End of the story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 2, Chapter 14 through 26. Section 53 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 3, Chapter 27 through 39. Chapter 27 King Harald wrangled about king's birth. But when it was spring, King Magnus and King Harald bade out an host from Norway, and on a time it befell that King Magnus and King Harald lay one night both in one haven. But the next day King Harald was the first bound, and he sailed forthwith. But in the evening he hove into the haven, whereas he and King Magnus were minded to be that night. King Harald laid his ship in the king's berth, and there tented him. King Magnus sailed later in the day, and he and his came in such time into harbor as that Harald and his men had already tented them, and saw that Harald had berthed his ship in the king's berth, and meant to lie there. But when King Magnus and his had struck sail, then spake King Magnus, let men now graith them to rowing, and sit down and long the boards, but some undo their weapons and don them, and if they will not put off, then shall we fight. But when King Harald sees that King Magnus is minded to give them battle, he said to his men, hew ye the hawsers, and let us shove the ships out of berth. Wroth now is kinsman Magnus. So did they, that they laid the ships out of the berth, and King Magnus laid his own thereinto. When both had dighted them, King Harald went with certain men on to the ship of King Magnus. The king greeted him well, and bade him welcome. Then answered King Harald, that deemed I that we were come amidst friends, but somewhat I misdoubted me a while, whether ye would so let it be. But sooth is, as is said, bairn's mind swift burneth. Wherefore I will account this no otherwise than as a child's deed. Answered King Magnus, it was kin deed, not a child's deed, though I should bear in mind what I gave and what I had kept back. If this little matter were now done in our despite, then would soon be another. But we will hold altogether to our covenant, such as it was done, and that same will we have from you, even as do we have." Then King Harald answered, "It is an old custom that the wisest gives way," and therewith he went back to his ship. In such like dealings between the kings, it was found that hard it was to heed matters. King Magnus' men told that he was in the right, and they that were unwise told that Harald had been somewhat shamed. But King Harald's men said that naught otherwise was the agreement than that King Magnus should have the birth, if they both came in at one and the same time, but that Harald was not bound to outbirth him if he were birthed already, and they would have it that King Harald had done wisely and well. But they who would make it worser told that King Magnus willed to break the covenant, and would have it that he had done wrong and dishonor to King Harald. From these quarrels there soon wrought such talk of unwise men to such a point that there was dissension between the kings, and many things were found hereto concerning which the kings thought each his own way, though here be but few such written. Chapter 28. Death of King Magnus the Good. This host King Magnus and King Harald held south to Denmark, and when Svein heard thereof, he fled away east to Skane. The kings Magnus and Harald dwelt a long while that summer in Denmark, and laid all the land under them. In the autumn they were in Jutland. It befell on a night, when as King Magnus lay in his bed, that he dreamed and thought he was instead, whereas was his father, the holy King Olaf. And he thought he spake to him, "What wilt thou choose now, my son, to fare with me, or to be of all kings the mightiest, and live long, and do such an ill deed as thou mayest boot scarcely or not at all?" He thought he answered, "I will that thou choose for my hand." Then he thought the king answered, "Then shalt thou fare with me." King Magnus told this dream to his men, but a little later he gat sick and lay abed at a place called Southrop. And when he was come anigh to his bane, he sent Thorir his brother to Svein Wolfson to bid him that he should give such help to Thorir as he might need. That went with the message that King Magnus gave to Svein the Dane realm after his day. He said that it was meet that Harald should rule over Norway, and Svein over Denmark. Then died King Magnus the Good, and was right much mourned of all the folk. So saith Odd Kakina Skald. Much tears dropped men a bearing to grave the king full bounteous. To them was the burden heavy whom with the gold he gifted. So wavered hearts that the house carles of the king their tears held hardly. Soothly the king's own people sithence is often downcast. Chapter 29. The like fare of King Magnus to Norway. After these tidings had King Harald a thing with his host, and told men his mind, to wit, that he was minded to take the host to the thing of Vabjorg, and let take him there to king over the Dane realm, and sithence win the land, and tells it as his heritage from his kinsman King Magnus, no less than the realm of Norway. He bids the host to strengthen him, and gives it out that then would the Northmen be masters of the Danes throughout all time. Then answered Einar Thambar Skelfer, and let folk know that he was more bound to flit to grave the dead body of King Magnus his foster son, and to bring him to his father King Olaf, than to be fighting in the outland, or to be coveting another king's realm and havings. So ended his speaking, that he deemed it better to follow King Magnus, dead than any other king alive. Then he let take the body and lay it out stately, so that they might see the arrayal on board the king's ship. Then all the Thrand folk and Northmen got them ready to go home with the body of King Magnus, and thus the war host broke up. Then King Harald saw this to be his best choice, to fare back to Norway and make that realm his own first, and thence to gather strength of host. And so King Harald fared now with all the host back to Norway. But when he was back in Norway, he had a thing with the folk of the land, and let take him to king over all the land. So fared he from the east out of the wick, that he was taken for king by every folkland in Norway. Einar Thambar-Skelfer fared with the body of King Magnus, and with him all the host of the Thrand folk, and brought it to Nidois, and he was laid in earth at Clement's church, where then was the shrine of King Olaf the Holy. King Magnus had been a man of middle growth, straight-faced and bright-faced, and bright of hair, deft of speech, swift of counsel, masterful of heart, the most bounteous of money, a great warrior, and the boldest under weapons. Of all kings he was the most beloved, him praised both friends and foes. Chapter 30 of King Svein-Wolfson. That autumn King Svein-Wolfson was staying east in Skane, and set out on a journey to Sweden, and was minded to give up that title of honor which he had taken to him in Denmark. But when he was come up to his horse, lo, there rode thereto certain men, and told him the tidings, first that King Magnus Olafson was dead, and next that all the host of the Northmen was gone from Denmark. Svein answered swift thereto, and said, I take God to witness that never henceforth shall I flee the Dane realm whiles I am alive. Then he leaped on his horse, and rode south into Skane, and straightway much folk drifted to him. And this winter he laid under him all the Dane realm, and all Danes took him to king. Thorir, the brother of King Magnus, came in the autumn to King Svein with the word sendings of King Magnus, as is written afore, and Svein gave him a good welcome, and Thorir was long sithence with him in good cheer. Chapter 31. Harald sole king. King Harald Sigurdsson took kingdom over all Norway after the death of King Magnus Olafsson. And when he had ruled over Norway one winter, as it wore towards spring, he bade out a war gathering from all the land, one half of the all men host in men and ships, and made south for Jutland. He harried in the summer far and wide, and burned and hove into Godnafirth. Then Harald wrought this: Well yet the oak of linen the man of hers caresseth. Hold we, O gird of song spell, in Godnafirth our anchors. Then he spoke to Skald Theodulf, and bade him do the rest, and he sang: One spadum do I tell now, with fluke, cold neb next summer shall hold the ship more southward, for the hook the deep yet eke we. To this bulwark points in his drapa that Harald went to Denmark the next year after the death of King Magnus. The next year didst thou dight thee from out the land a war host. See, with bright brine steed shearedst thou. O'er fair ships went the water. Dear hull on darksome billow was lying. Then the Dane folk was hard bestead. All folk saw off land the war ships laden. Chapter 32 of the daughters of Thorkel Gusher. Then burnt they the homestead of Thorkel Gusher. He was a great chief, but his daughters were led bound aboard ship. They had wrought much mockery the winter before about that King Harald would fare to Denmark with warships. They cut an anchor out of cheese, and said that such would well hold the ships of Norway's king. Then was sung this: The maids of the Danes of our ring, from out the cheese all sour, the rings of anchors sheared. That thing the king did anger. Now seeth many a maiden a full stout crook of iron, holding the king's ships, thereof to mourn shall few be laughing. It is told that the spy who had seen the fleet of King Harald spake thus to the daughters of Thorkel Gusher: This said ye, Gusher's daughters, that King Harald would not come to Denmark. Answered Dada: That was yesterday. Thorkel ransomed his daughters with an exceeding deal of wealth. So says Grani: The proud Halak of the drifting of Kraki, never let she her eyelids dry, a wending out in the full thick Hornshaw. Drave flight the lord of Fialur of the king's foes to the strand there. All swiftly Dada's father must pay the wealth out therefore. King Harald harried all through this summer in the Dane realm, and gat him an exceeding deal of wealth, but he was not inlanded that summer in Denmark, but went back in the autumn to Norway, and was there through the winter. Chapter 33 of the Barons of King Harald. King Harald gat to wife Thora, the daughter of Thorberg Arneson, the winter next after the death of King Magnus the Good. They had two sons, the older hight Magnus, and the second Olaf. King Harald and Queen Elisif had two daughters, one hight Mary, the other Ingigerd. But the next spring after this warfare, of which the tale has just been told, King Harald bade out an host, and went in the summer to Denmark, and harried, and sithens summer after summer. So saith Stuff the Skald: We heard of, wasted was Falster, and mickle fear the folk gat. There full fed was the raven, each year the Danes were frighted. Chapter 34 Heathby burned. King Svein ruled over all Dane realm, sithence that King Magnus died. In winter he sat in quiet, but in summer he was abroad with all his common war host, and behight to fare north into Norway with the host of the Danes, and to do there no less evil than King Harald did in the Dane realm. King Svein offered this winter to King Harald that they should meet the next summer in the Elf, and there fight it out between them, or else come to peace. And both of them were busy all the winter through arraying their ships, and the next summer both had out one half of their common war host. That summer came abroad from Iceland Thorleik the Fair, and took to working a flock about King Svein Wulfson. He heard so soon as he came north into Norway that King Harald was gone south to the Elf to meet King Svein. Then sang Thorleik this: Hope is now that the war host of up Thran folk may swiftly hap on the king war cunning, on Rakney's road in Point Stour. There then may God yet wield it, which taketh land or life breath from other. Svein thinks little of peace, the seldom lasting. And he sang this withal: Wroth Harald, he who often hath red shield off the land reared, now the broad board beasts bringeth from north on paths of Budli. But the gold-mouthed, fair dighted, mask-gleaming deer that Svein hath, e'en he the spears that reddeneth seek o'er the seas from southward. King Harald came with his host to the tryst appointed, and heard that King Svein lay south by Sealand with his fleet. So King Harald parted his host, and let the more part of the Bonder host fare back, but fared with his bodyguard and landed men, and the chosen of the host, and all that of the Bonder host, which was nighest to the Danes. They fared south to Jutland, south of Vendel-Skagi, and so south about Theoda, and there fared everywhere with war shield. So says Stuff the Skald. Fled Theoda folk from meeting the king. Straightway the soul proud high heart great things areaded o'er lands with Christ forever. They went all the way south to Heathby, took the merchant town, and burned it. Then King Harald's men wrought this: all Heathby in the fury from end to end was burned up. That may be called, methinketh, a doughty deed of valor. Like that for Svein we win harm. Last night before the dawning upon the town wall stood I. Flame gushed from out the houses. Of this Thorleik also telleth in his flock, when he had heard that no battle had befallen in the Elf. Fight Ragnir, he who wots not may ask of the king's war folk how 'twas that the king the wrath fain to Heathby him hath gotten, when Harald sped the wind skates from eastward to the king's town, but needless early. Soothly, ne'er should it have betided. Chapter 35. The Flight Fair of King Harald by the Jutland Sea. Then King Harald went north, having 60 ships, and the most big and much laden with plunder, which they had taken in the summer. But when they came north off the Oda, King Svein came down from the land with a mickle host, and bade King Harald to fight and come aland. King Harald had an host less by more than one half, so he bade King Svein to fight with him a shipboard. So says Thorleik the Fair, Svein, even he who born was at the best of tides of Midgarth, bade to the folk the mighty on land the shields to redden. But Harald, shy of failing, quoth he would fight the rather on Windhawk, if swift-ready the king his land would hold too. After this King Harald sailed north about Vendel-Skagi, but then the wind baffled them, so they laid their ships under Lisi, and there they lay overnight. Then came on a mist lying on the sea, but when it was morning and the sun ran up, they saw out to sea as if certain fires were burning. So this was told to King Harald, and he looked and spake forthwith, strike the tilts of the ships and let men fall to the oars. The Dane host now is come upon us, and the mist will have cleared whereas they are, and the sun be shining on their dragon heads, such as are overlaid with gold. And even so it was, as he said, for there was come King Svein with an host not to be fought against. Rode then either of them as they most might. The Danes had ships speedier under oars, but the ships of the Northmen were both waterlogged and much deep, so that it drew together much betwixt them. Then saw King Harald that things would not do, as matters stood. The Drake of King Harald fared last of all his ships. Then spake King Harald to throw overboard rafts and let come on them clothes and precious things. So much was the calm that these things drifted with the tide stream. But when the Danes saw their own wealth drift on the main, they turned off after it, who fared ahead, for they thought it easier to take that which floated loose than to have to fetch it from on board the Northmen. Hereby was the chase tarried. But when King Svein came after them with his ships, he egged them, and quoth that they were a mickle shame, having so great an host as they had, if they should not get them taken, and have all power over them, seeing that they had but a little company. Took the Danes then to harden the rowing again. But when King Harald saw that the ships of the Danes went faster, he bade his men lighten the ships and throw overboard malt and wheat and swine flesh, and hew down their drink, and thus they stood a while. Then let King Harald take war hurdles, casks, and tuns that were tomb, and cast them overboard, and therewith the war taken men. And when that was drifted together on the sea, then King Svein bade save the men, and so it was done. In that dwelling it drew asunder between them. Then the Danes turned back, and the Northmen went their way. So saith Thorleik the Fair. I heard it all, how King Svein on ship path chased the Eastmen, but the other king, swift-minded, therefrom away he held him. All gettings of the Thran's king on the Jutland main, storm swollen, now needs must they be floating, more ships withal they lost there. King Svein turned the fleet back under Lisi, and there came upon 7 ships of the Northmen. That host was of the war muster and bonders only. And when King Svein came upon them, they prayed for peace and bad money for themselves. So says Thorleik the Fair, the king's friends, the stout-hearted, bade much to the lord of men there of ransom. They the lesser folk set battle sleeping. The bonders, the keen ready, thereat they stayed the onset. When words befell, to the men's sons no chaffer was the life breath. Chapter 36 of King Harald Sigurdsson. King Harald was a man masterful and given to rule in his own land, much sage of wit, so that it is all men's talk that no lord ever was in northern lands so deep-witted as was Harald, or so nimble of rede. He was a mickle warrior, and the boldest under weapons. He was strong and defter of weapons than any other man, even as is writ afore, and yet is mickle more of his doughty deeds unwritten, which comes of our lack of lore. And again, that we will not bring to book stories without witness. Though we have heard speeches or heard tell of other things, we deem it better that from henceforth matters be added, than that it should be found needful to take those same things out. A mickle tale of King Harald's is set forth in those songs which Iceland men brought to himself or to his sons, for which sake he was their mickle friend. He was also the greatest friend to all the folk of this land. And whenas there was a mickle dearth in Iceland, King Harald gave leave to 4 ships to carry meal to Iceland, ordering that no ship pound should be dearer than 100 of wadmal. He gave leave to fare abroad to all poor folk who could get them victuals across the sea, and thence this land came through for that year and bettered. King Harald sent out hither a bell to the church, to which Olaf the Holy had sent the wood, and which was reared at the Althing. Such memories have men here of King Harald, and many other great gifts, which he granted to those who sought to him. Chapter 37 of Haldr Snorrason. Haldr, the son of Snorri, and Wulf, the son of Uspach, of whom the tale hath been told afore, came to Norway with King Harald. In many ways they two were unlike. Haldr was the most of men, and the strongest and fairest. This witness bore King Harald to him, that he had been the one of the men that were with him who was least startled at sudden haps, whether that were man peril, or tidings of joy, or whatso of peril might come to hand. Then was he no gladder thereby, nor ungladder. Neither slept he more nor less, nor drank, nor ate other than his wont was therein. Haldr was a man few spoken, stubborn of word, bare spoken, rough tempered, and unmeek, and that fell ill with the king, whereas he had with him enough of other men noble and serviceful. Haldr tarried with King Harald but a little while, and went to Iceland, and set up a house at Herdholt, where he dwelt till eld, and became an old man. Chapter 38 of Wulf Uspachson. Wulf, the son of Uspach, was with King Harald in mickle love. He was the wisest of men, deft of speech, of mickle valiance, faithful and single-hearted. King Harald made Wulf his marshal, and gave him Joran, the daughter of Thorberg, the sister of Thora, whom Harald had to wife. The children of Wulf and Joran were these: Joan the strong of Rasmead, and Brigida, the mother of Sheepwulf, the father of Peter Burden-Swain, the father of Wolf-Fly and Sigurd. The son of Joan the strong was Erlend, homebred, the father of Archbishop Eystein and his brethren. King Harald gave to Wulf the marshal the landed man's right, and a grant of 12 marks, and half of Folkland in Thrandheim to boot. So says Stein, the son of Herdis, in Wulf's Flock. Chapter 39 of King Magnus. King Magnus, son of Olaf, let build Olaf's church in Cheaping, in which place the body of King Olaf had been waked night long. That place was then over above the town. There too he let raise the king's garth. The church was not all done before the king died, but King Harald let that be fulfilled which fell short. He also let begin to build a stone hall there in the garth, but it was not full done before he died. King Harald let rear from its foundations Mary's church upon the Mell, nigh where the holy body of the king had lain in earth the first winter after his fall. That was a great minster, and wrought strongly of lime, so that it might scarce be got broken when Archbishop Eystein let take it down. The holy relic of King Olaf was warded in Olaf's church, while Mary's church was a-doing. King Harald let house the king's garth down below Mary's church by the river where it is now, and where he had let build the hall, he let hallow a house for Gregory's church. End of the story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 3, Chapter 27 through 39. Section 54 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 4, Chapter 40 through 53. Chapter 40. The beginnings of Hakon the White, son of Ivar. There was a certain man, Ivar by name, who was a landed man of noble birth. He had house in the uplands, and was daughter's son to Hakon the Mighty. Ivar was of all men the fairest to behold. A son of Ivar was hight Hakon. Of him it is so said that he was above all men who were at that time in Norway, as to prowess, strength, and pith. Already in his young age he was on warfare, and therein gathered to him much renown. And so Hakon became the worthiest of men. Chapter 41 of Einar Tambarskjálfr. Einar Tambarskjálfr was the mightiest of landed men in Thrandheim, but between him and King Harald there was somewhat few dealing. Yet had Einar the grants which he had had while King Magnus was alive. Einar was mighty wealthy. He had to wife Bergliot, the daughter of Earl Hakon, as is aforewrit. I-XIV, their son, was a full-grown man by this time, and had then to wife Sigrid, the daughter of Kettle Calf, and Gunhild, sister's daughter of King Harald. I-XIV had the fairness and goodliness of his mother's kindred, Earl Hakon, or his sons. But the growth and strength he had of his father Einar, and had all the prowess which Einar had beyond other men, and a well-beloved man he was withal. Chapter 42 of Earl Worm. Worm was then earl in the uplands. His mother was Ragnhild, the daughter of Earl Hakon the Mighty. Worm was a man most worshipful. At that time was Eystein Jadar at Soli, Aslak the son of Erling. He had to wife Sigrid, the daughter of Earl Svein, son of Hakon. Gunhild, another daughter of Earl Svein, Svein Wolfson, the Dane king, had to wife. Such was the offspring of Earl Hakon then in Norway, and many other noble folk, and all that kindred was much fairer than other men folk, and the most of them mickle men of prowess, and all noble minded. Chapter 43 King Harald's masterfulness. King Harald was of a masterful mind, and that waxed the more fast he was in the land, and it came to this, that to most men it availed ill to gainsay him, or to push forward aught else save that which he would let be. So saith Theodulf the Scald: "The Lord Want host of the brooker of battle hath all humble to sit and stand as mindeth the mighty battle sweller, and loudeth all the people to the fattener of the fight stair. Few is to do, but yea say as the king shall bid the people." Chapter 44 Discord between the king and Einar Tambarskjálfr. Einar Tambarskjálfr was most the leader of the Bonders throughout Thrandheim, and held up the answers for them at things whenas the king's men sought at them. Einar kenned well the law, nor did he lack boldness to flit that forth at things, even though the king himself were there, and all the Bonders gave him their help. The king got much wroth thereat, and at last it came to this, that they contended together with high words. Said Einar to the king that the Bonders would not thole his lawlessness, if he would break the common law of the land on them, and it fared so between them many times. Then took Einar to have much folk about him at home, and much more when he went to the town when the king was there before. And on a time Einar fared to the town with a great company, 8 or 9 long ships, and well nigh 500 men. And when he came to the town, he went up with this host. King Harald was in his garth, and stood out on a gallery, and saw how Einar's folk went from the ships. Men say that Harald then sang this: "Brisk Einar Tambarskjálfr I see, the man who kenneth to shear the film of seaweeds, walk up here with a many. That lord full mighty bideth the filling of a king's seat. I find less host of housecarles at earl's heel drifteth often. The reddener of the shield blink, Einar, will yet beguile us of this our land, but if he thin mouth of axe be kissing." Einar tarried in the town for some days. Chapter 45: The Fall of Einar and Eindridi. One day a folk mote was held, and the king was himself at that mote. There had been taken in the town a certain thief, and was had to the mote. The man had been erewhile with Einar, and he had got a liking for the man. Einar was told hereof, and he deemed then he wotted that the king would not let the man get off any the more because Einar set store by it. Then Einar let his men take to their weapons, and Sithis went unto the mote, takes Einar the man from the mote by force. Thereafter the friends of both go in, and bore pleas of peace between them. And it came to this, that a meeting was bespoken, whereat they themselves should meet. The council chamber was in the king's garth by the river Nid. The king went into the chamber with few men, but the rest of his company stood outside in the garth. The king let turn a shutter over the luffer, so that little was open thereof. Then came Einar into the garth with his folk, and spake to Eindridi his son, "Be thou outside with the folk, there will then be no peril for me." So Eindridi stood without by the chamber door. But when Einar came into the chamber, he said, "Merk, it is in the king's council chamber." And forthwith men leaped upon him, and some thrust and some hewed. But when Eindridi heard that, he drew his sword and ran into the chamber, where he was straightway felled, and they both together. Then ran the king's men to the chamber and before the door, but the bonders dropped hands, whereas now they had never a leader. Each egged the other, and said that shame it was of them, if they should not avenge their chief. But for all that, there was never an onset. The king went out to his host, and set it in array, and set up his banner, but no onset was of the bonders. So then the king went on board his ship and all his folk, and rowed Sithens out down the river, and thence went his way out into the firth. Bergliot, the wife of Einar, heard of his fall, and was then in the chamber which she and Einar had had before out in the town. She went forthwith up into the king's garth, whereas was the bonder folk, and egged them much to battle. But at that nick of time the king rode down along the river. Then spake Bergliot, "Miss we now Hakon, the son of Ivar, my kinsman. Forsooth, the banesmen of Eindridi would not be rowing down river there, if Hakon stood here on the bank." Sithens Bergliot let lay out the bodies of Einar and Eindridi, and they were laid in earth at Olaf's church, beside the tomb of King Magnus, the son of Olaf. After the fall of Einar, King Harald was so sore ill liked for the deed, that naught lacked but that the landed men and bonders fell on him and held in battle, save that no leader there was to let raise banner for the bonder host. Chapter 46: Of King Harald and Finn Arneson. Finn Arneson abode at this time at Eastort in Yrjar. He was then a landed man of King Harald. Finn had to wife Bergliot, the daughter of Halfdan, the son of Sigurd's sow. Halfdan was brother of King Olaf the Holy and King Harald. Thora, the wife of King Harald, was brother's daughter of Finn Arneson, and Finn was most dear to the king and all those brethren. Finn Arneson had been for certain summers in West Viking, and they had been all together in warfare, Finn and Guthorm, son of Gunhild, and Hakon, the son of Ivar. King Harald went out down Thrandheim Firth, and all the way to Eastort. There had he good welcome. Then talked they together, the king and Finn, and spake between them over those tidings which had latest betid, the taking of the lives of Einar and his son to wit, and that murmur and turmoil which the bonders made at the king. Finn answers swiftly, "Thou art the worst conditioned in every wise. Whatso thou doest ill. And sithens art thou so sore adrad, that thou wottest not where to have thee." The king answered laughing, "Kinsman in law, I will now send thee up to the town, and I will that thou bring the bonders to peace with me." And I will, if that goeth not, that thou fare to the uplands, and bring it about with Hakon Ivarsson that he be not my withstander." Finn answers, "What shalt thou lay down for me, if I fare this fool's errand? For both the Thrandurs and the Uplanders are foes of thee so mickle, that no messengers of thine may go thither, unless at their own risk." The king answers, "Go thou, kinsman in law, on this errand, for I know that thou wilt be on the way, if any be, to make us peace, and choose thou thy boon of us." Said Finn, "Hold thou to thy word then, and I shall choose the boon. I choose peace and land dwelling for my brother Kalf, and that he have all his lands, and moreover that he have his name boot and all that dominion which he had ere he fared out of the land." The king answered and yea said all this which Finn had spoken. They had witnesses thereto, and handfasting. "Sithence," said Finn, "what shall I bid Hakon that he yea say thee truce? He ruleth most for those kinsmen." The king answered, "That shalt thou first hear, what Hakon speaks concerning peace on his hand. Sithence bring thou my case as far forth as thou mayest, and at last deny thou naught save the kingship alone." Then King Harald went south to Mere, and drew together company, and became much manned. Chapter 47. The journey of Finn Arneson. Finn Arneson went up to the town, and had with him his housecarls, well nigh 80 men. And when he came to the town, he had a thing with the townsfolk, and spoke at that thing long and deftly, and bade the townsfolk and the bonders take up all other rede of Than to be of ill will to their king, or to drive him away. He minded them how much ill had come upon them since they had so misdone against the holy King Olaf. He said eke that the king will boot these manslayings even according as the best men and the wisest would will to doom. So Finn closed his speech that men would to let this matter stand quiet till the messengers came back whom Bergliot had sent to the uplands to see Hakon Ivarsson. Thereupon Finn went out to Orkdale with the men who had followed him to the town, and thence he fared up to Dofrafell and east over the fell. Finn fared first to see Worm, his son-in-law. The earl had to wife Sigurd, the daughter of Finn, and told him of his errand. Chapter 48. Of Finn and Hakon, son of Ivar. Thereupon they appoint a meeting with Hakon Ivarsson. And when they met, Finn brought forward before Hakon the errand which King Harald bade him. It was soon found in Hakon's speech that him thought he was mickle bound to avenge his kinsman Eindridi. He said that such words had come to him from Thrandheim that he would gain there strength enough for an uprising against the king. Then Finn set it forth before Hakon, how by a mickle deal better it was to take from the king as many honors as Hakon himself might know how to bid, rather than to risk raising battle against the king, whenas he was already bound in service to him. He said that he would fare unvictorious. And then hast thou forfeited both wealth and peace, while, if thou gain the day on the king, thou wouldst be hight a lord's dastard. This speech of Finn's the earl backed up withal. But when Hakon had bethought him of this matter, then he unlocked that which abode in his mind, and said thus: "I shall make peace with King Harald, if he will give me in wedlock his kinswoman Ragnhild, the daughter of King Magnus Olafsson, with such a dowry as beseemeth her and is well liking to her." Finn said that he would yea say this on behalf of the king, and this affair they settled between them. Then fared Finn back north to Thrandheim, and thus this unrest and turmoil settled down, so that the king still held his dominion in peace within the land. For now was smitten down all that banding together which the kinsmen of Eindridi had had for to withstand King Harald. Chapter 49. Of Hakon Ivarsson. And when the appointed meeting came round, to which Hakon should come to look to this covenant, he fared to see King Harald. And when they take to their talk, the king says he will hold to all that on his own behalf which had come into the peace between Hakon and Finn. Said the king, "Thou, Hakon, shalt talk this matter over with Ragnhild, whether she will yea say this match. But it is neither for thee nor any other to woo to Ragnhild in such wise that she be not consenting thereto." Sithence went Hakon to Ragnhild, and set forth to her this wooing. She answered thus: "Oft find I how all dead to me is King Magnus my father, if I be given to a mere bonder, notwithstanding that thou be a fair man, and well furnished of all prowess. If King Magnus were alive, then would he give me to no less a man than a king. Now there is no hope of this, that I will to be given to a man untitled." Sithence Hakon went to see King Harald, and told him the talk of Ragnhild and him, and rehearsed to him the covenant made between him and Finn. Finn withal was there, and more men besides, such as had been at the parley between him and Finn. Hakon so saith, taking them all to witness that the matter was settled on these terms, that the king should furnish Ragnhild from home in such wise as it liked her. Now she will not wed a man untitled, but thou mayest give me a name of dignity, for I have kin thereto to be called earl, and certain other matters have I thereto withal, as folk say. Answers the king: "Olaf the king, my brother, and King Magnus his son, while they ruled the realm, let there be one only earl in the land. Even so have I done since I was king, and I will not take away from Earl Worm the dignity which I have erst given him." Now Hakon saw his affair that it would never speed, and it liked him right ill. All wroth was Finn withal, and they said that the king did not keep his word, and with matters so done they parted. Chapter 50. Hakon fares to Denmark. Then fared Hakon forthwith out of the land, and had a long ship well manned, and made land south in Denmark, and went forthwith to see King Svein, his kinsman in law. The king welcomed him worshipfully, and gave him great grants there, and Hakon became there the captain of the landward against the Vikings, who harried much in the Dane realm, Wends, to wit, Courlanders, and other folk of the east ways. He lay out aboard warships winter as well as summer. Chapter 51. The slaying of Asmund. Asmund a man is named, who, it was said, was sister's son of King Svein, and his foster son. Asmund was of all men the doughtiest, and the king loved him much. But when Asmund grew up, he speedily became a man much unruly, and a manslayer. That liked the king ill, and he let him fare away from him, but gave him a good fief, wherewith he could well hold himself and a company with him. But so soon as Asmund took to him the king's money, he drew much folk to him, but that money which the king had given him did not avail to his costs. So he took much more withal of that which the king owned. But when the king heard this, he summoned Asmund to come and meet him. And when they met, then said the king that Asmund should be of his bodyguard, and have no following. And even so the matter had to be as the king willed. But when Asmund had been with the king for a little while, he was ill content there, and so he ran away one night and came to his following, and then did still more evil than erst. But as the king was once a riding the land, and came nigh to where was Asmund, he sent out folk to take Asmund by force. Sithence the king let set him in irons, and keep him thus for a while, and thought that he would grow tamer. But when Asmund came out of irons, he ran away forthwith, and got to him men and warships, and took to harrying both inland and outland, and did the most of war works, and slew many folk, and robbed far and wide. But the folk who were in the way of this unpeace came to the king, and bewailed them of their scathe. But he answered, "Why do ye tell these things to me? Why fare ye not to Hakon Iverson? He is the warden of my land, and set here to give peace to the Bonders, and to punish Vikings. I was told that Hakon was a bold man and a valiant, but now meseemeth that he will put himself forward nowhere, wherein he deems is man peril." These words of the king were brought to Hakon, and eke with many more, Scythians fared Hakon with his host to seek Asmund, and their fleets met, and there befell a hard battle and a mickle. Hakon went up unto the ship of Asmund and ridded it. And it came to this, that he and Asmund themselves dealt together in weapons and blows. There fell Asmund. Hakon smote the head from off him. Scythians Hakon went in hot haste to meet King Svein, and so came to him that the king was sitting at the meat board. Hakon stepped up to the board and laid the head of Asmund thereon before the king, and asked him if he knew it. The king answered naught, and turned as red as blood to look upon. Scythians went Hakon away. A little after he sent men to Hakon, and bade him fare away from his service. Tell ye him that I will do him no hurt, but I may not take heed to all my kinsmen. Chapter 52. The wedding of Hakon Iverson. Scythians Hakon fared away from Denmark and north into Norway to his lands. By then was Earl Worm, his kinsman, dead. Men were much fain of Hakon, his friends and kindred, and therewith many noble men made it their business to go between him and King Harald to make peace between them. And it came so far that they made peace on the terms that Hakon should get to wife Ragnhild, the king's daughter, but King Harald gave Hakon Earl's name, and such like rule as Earl Worm had had. Hakon swore oaths of faith to King Harald for such service as he was in duty bounden to. Chapter 53. Peace made between King Harald and Kalf. Kalf, the son of Arni, had been in West Viking Scythians. He fared from Norway, and often in winter he was in Orkney with Earl Thorfinn, his kinsman-in-law. Finn Arneson, his brother, sent word to Kalf, and let tell him the covenant which he and Harald had bespoken between them, that Kalf should have land dwelling in Norway, and should have his lands and such grants as he had had of King Magnus. But when this message came to Kalf, he arrayed himself forthwith for the faring, and fared east to Norway first to see Finn his brother. Then Finn took truce for Kalf, and then they themselves met the king and Kalf, and made up peace between them, even as the king and Finn had covenanted between them before. Kalf bound himself to the king on the selfsame terms as whereby he had bound himself to King Magnus, that Kalf to wit should be in duty bound to do all such works as King Harald would, and as he deemed would further his kingdom. Thereupon Kalf took over all his lands and all such grants as he had had before. End of the story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 4, Chapter 40 through 53. Section 55 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 5, Chapter 54 through 66. Chapter 54. The Fall of Kalf Arneson. But the summer next after, King Harald bade out an host, and went south to Denmark, and harried there through the summer. But when he came south to Fyon, there was a mickle host gathered against them. Then the king let his host go from the ships, and array them for going inland. He arrayed his folk, and let Kalf Arneson be captain of a company, and bade them go up a land first, and told them whitherward they should hold them, and said he would go up after them, and so bring them aid. Kalf and his went up, and speedily came an host upon them, and Kalf gave battle forthwith. But not long was the fight, for Kalf was speedily overborne by odds, and he and his company turned to flight. But the Danes followed them, and many of the Northmen fell. There fell Kalf Arneson. King Harald went aland with his battles, and soon they came upon the slain, and found the body of Kalf, and it was borne down to the ships. But the king went up inland, and harried there, and slew a many men. So says Arner. In Fyon the Lord King reddened the bright edge. Thence diminished Fyon dwellers' host, and fire ran over men folk's dwelling. Chapter 55. Finn Arneson's faring out of the land. After that, Finn Arneson accounted it for enmity on the king concerning the fall of Calf his brother, and he would have it that the king had compassed his bane, and that that was but a hoodwinking of him, Finn, when King Harald lured Calf his brother from west over sea into his power and faith. Now when this talk came aloft, that said many men how that it had been much short-sighted of Finn to trust to it that Calf should ever get good faith of King Harald, for they deemed that he was long grudging, even in lesser matters than those wherein Calf had done to begilt him with the king. The king let every man say what he would about this, he neither yea said it, nor denied it at all. But this one thing was found herein, that the king thought it well befallen. And King Harald sang this song: Bane compasser am I now of 2 men and 11, yet mind I of such murders. I egg me to the slaying. Gold spoilers of my malice yet talk, and big word fareth with falseness. Little needeth men say for leek to eke him. Finn Arneson took this matter so sorely to heart that he fared away from the land and came south into Denmark. He fared to meet King Svein and gat there good welcome. For a long time they sat on privy talk, and at last it came out that Finn took service with King Svein and became his man. King Svein granted an earldom to Finn and Halland for fief, and there he had the ward of the land against the Northmen. Chapter 56 of Guthorm, son of Gunhild. Guthorm hight a son of Ketilkalf and Gunhild of Ringness. He was a sister son of King Olaf and King Harald. Guthorm was a man of goodly build and early of man's growth. Guthorm was often with King Harald and in mickle love there, and in council with the king, for Guthorm was a wise man and a well beloved. Guthorm was often a warfaring, and harried much in the Westlands, and had a great company with him. A land of peace and winter dwelling he had in Dublin in Ireland, and was in mickle good liking with King Margath. Chapter 57. The dealings of Guthorm with Margath, king of the Irish. The summer after fared King Margath and Guthorm with him, and harried in Bretland, and got there an exceeding deal of wealth. Thereupon they hove into Anglesea Sound, where they were due to share their plunder. But when was borne forth that mickle silver, and the king saw it, he would to have all that wealth himself alone, and now set but little store by his friendship with Guthorm. Guthorm took it ill that he should be robbed of his lot, he and his men. The king said he would give him 2 things to choose for his hand, either to be content with what we will let be, or to hold battle with us else, and he to have the money who has the victory. And thou, moreover, shalt go off thy ships, and I shall have them. To Guthorm it seemed that a great trouble now stood on either hand of him. It seemed him naught worshipful to let go his ships and goods without forfeit thereto. All perilous, moreover, it was to fight with the king and that great host which followed him. But of their hosts was such odds that the king had 16 long ships, and Guthorm but 5. Then Guthorm bade the king grant him 3 nights' frist to take counsel with his men on this matter, for he thought he might soften the king in that while, and bring his matter into more friendly stead by the pleading of his men. But that which he spake for was not gotten of the king. Now this was the eve of Olaf's wake. Now Guthorm chose rather to die with manhood, or to fight him victory, than to thole shame and disgrace and mocking words for so mickle a miss. Then called he unto God and to the holy King Olaf his kinsman, and prayed them for furtherance and help, and behight the house of this holy man tithe of all the war plunder which should fall to their lot if they gained the victory. Then he arrayed his company and ranked it against that mickle host, and fell to and fought with them. And by the propping of God and the holy King Olaf gat Guthorm the victory. There fell King Margath and every man who followed him, young and old. And after that glorious victory wendeth Guthorm home gladsome with all the lot of wealth which they had gained in the battle. Then was taken of the silver which they had gotten every 10th penny, as was behight to the holy King Olaf, and so exceeding mickle wealth was that from that silver Guthorm let make a rood after the stature of him or of his captain of the prow, and that likeness is 7 ells high. Guthorm gave the rood so made to the church of the holy King Olaf, and there it has been ever sithence in memory of the victory of Guthorm and the miracle of the holy King Olaf. Chapter 58. A miracle of King Olaf in Denmark. A count there was in Denmark, evil and envious, who had a bondwoman, Norwegian of kin and of Thrandheim stock. She worshipped the holy King Olaf, and trode firmly in his holiness. But the count of whom I told erst scorned all that which was told him of that holy man's miracles, and said it was nothing but empty talk and gossip, and made him gab and game of the praise and worship which the landfolk gave to that good king. But now time wore unto the day of hightide, whereon that merciful king lost his life, and which all Northmen held. Then would this unwise count no wise hold it holy, and he bade his bondwoman to bake and heat the oven to bread on that very day. She deemed she wotted of the mood of this count, that he would avenge him sorely upon her if she obeyed not what he bade her do. So she went unwilling and baked the oven, wailing much while she worked, and she threatened King Olaf, and said she would trow in him nevermore, unless he avenged with some token this unheard of thing. And now ye may hear meet punishment and truthful miracle. In one nick of time it was, in 1 hour, that the count grew blind on both eyes, and the bread she had shoved into the stove was turned into stones. Some of that grit has come into the church of the holy King Olaf, and wide about otherwhere. Sithence has Olaf's Mass ever been held in Denmark. Chapter 59. A miracle wrought by King Olaf on a cripple. West in the land was a man infirm, so that he was a cripple, and went on knees and knuckles. On a day he was abroad on the way, and was asleep there. That dreamed he that a man came to him, glorious of aspect, and asked whither he was bound, and the man named some town or other. So the glorious man spoke to him, Fare thou to Olaf's church, the one that is in London, and thou wilt be whole. Thereafter he awoke, and fared to seek Olaf's church, and at last he came to London Bridge, and there asked the folk of the city if they knew to tell him where was Olaf's church. But they answered and said that there were many more churches there than they might wot to what man they were hallowed. But a little thereafter came a man to him, who asked whither he was bound, and the cripple told him. And sithence said that man, We twain shall fare both to the church of Olaf, for I know the way thither. Therewith they fared over the bridge, and went along the street which led to Olaf's church. But when they came to the Lych gate, then strode that one over the threshold of the gate, but the cripple rolled in over it, and straightway rose up a whole man. But when he looked around him, his fellow farer was vanished. Chapter 60. King Harald's warfare to Denmark. King Harald let rear a cheaping stead east in Oslo, and sat there often, whereas it was good there for the ingathering of victual, with wide countrysides all round about. There he sat well for the warding of the land against the Danes, no less than for onsets at Denmark, which he was often wont to, though he might have no great host out. Now it so fell one summer that King Harald fared with some light ships and no great company, and held south into the Wick. And when the wind was fair, he sailed across up under Jutland, and took land there, and harried and the folk of the land gathered together and warded their land. So then King Harald made off for Limfirth, and hove into that firth. Now Limfirth lies in this way, that into it one fares as through a narrow river deep, but as one goes up the firth, then is it as a mickle sea. King Harald harried there on either land, but the Danes had everywhere gathered against him. Then King Harald brought his ships up to a certain island, a little land, and unbuilded. And as his men searched it, they found no water there, and told the king. He let search if any lingworm might be found in the island, and when that was found, they brought it to the king, and he let bring the worm to a fire, and bake it, and worry it so, that it should thirst as much as might be. Then thread was tied round the tail of it, and the worm was let loose, and speedily it crawled away, while the thread untwisted itself from the ball of twine, and men went after the worm until it plunged into the earth. There the king bade dig for water. So it was done, and they found water there without lack. King Harald learnt the news from his spies that King Svein was come before the mouth of the firth with a great host of ships, but that faring in was slow to him, whereas only one ship might get in at a time. King Harald held his ships up the firth, and up to where it is broadest, whereas it hight Lowes Broad. Now from the innermost of that bight there is a narrow slip west to the main sea, and thitherward King Harald and his rode in the evening. But in the night, when it had grown dark, they unladed the ships and dragged them over the low land neck, and had done it all before day, and arrayed the ships again, and then they sailed north past Jutland. Then they said, "There Harald scraped out of hands of the Danes." Then said the king that he should come another time into Denmark in such a wise that he should have more folk and bigger ships. Thereon the king went north to Thrandheim. Chapter 61. The Shipbuilding of King Harald. King Harald sat that winter in Nidois. He let build a ship that winter out at Aries, that was a buss ship. This craft was fashioned after the waxing of the long worm, and done most heedfully in all wise. There was a drake head forward, and a crooked tail aft, and the bows of her were all adorned with gold. It was of 35 benches, and big thereto, and the bravest of keels it was. All the outfit of the ship the king let be made at the heedfullest, both sails and running tackle, anchors and cables. That winter King Harald sent word to King Svein, south in Denmark, to come from the south to the Elf to meet him there and to battle, so that there they should share their lands in such wise that one or the other should have both kingdoms. Chapter 62. Outbidding of King Harald. That winter King Harald bade out an host, the all folk hosting from Norway. And when spring came on, a great host was drawn together. Then King Harald let set out that mickle ship on the river Nid, and Sithens let set up the drake head. Then sang Theodulf the Scald, "Fair dame, the ship I saw run out riverwards to see flood. Ken thou where the long hull lieth of the brave drake off the land there? The mane of the bright worm gleameth o'er the lading, since they shoved it from off the slip. There up bare burnt gold the prow adorned." Then King Harald fits out the ship and arrays his journey, and when he was ready he held the ship from out the river. There was its rigging much heedfully done. So saith Theodulf: "On Bath day the men's leader the long tilt slings from off him. Then when the high souled women from the town the worm's hull look on. Next fell the young all wielder to steer the new ship westward from out of Nid, as the lads' oars into the sea were falling. The king's host kenneth slitting the straight oars out of the water. The woman stands a wondering at the oar stroke as a marvel. Ill pleased will be the maiden if the swart square cleft sea catcher should go a twain, yet gives she her leave thereto for full peace. The thole knows woe ere torn is sea catcher from the strong sea. O'er the hale cold stream the Northmen row out the nailed sea adder, where with 7 tens of oar blades the host holds for the main sea. 'tis as from the land a looking, one saw an iron ern's wing. King Harald held the host south along the land, and had out the all folk muster, both of men and ships. But when they sought east into the Wick, they got foul winds and big, and lay to in havens wide about, both in the out isles and in up the firths. So saith Theodulf, the shaven stems of cutters under the woods have shelter. The Lord of the war host girdleth the land with prows of warships. The all men's war host lieth within each wick of skerries. The swift ships all high burnied, let shelter them the nesses. But in the heavy weather which now befell, the big ship needed good ground holding. So says Theodulf, with bow the king now smiteth the high surf garth of Lisi. Then trieth the king to utmost the cables of the cutter. Naught is the scathe of lindens unto the bowed iron joyous. Grit and the ugly weather gnaw at the rod thick fashioned. But when the wind was fair, King Harald held the host east to Elf, and came there at eve of day. So says Theodulf, stoutly thrust on King Harald his half unto the Elf now. The Lord of Norway nighteth anigh the land's outmarches. The king hath thing at Thumla. There do unto the raven with Svein is day to his meeting. But if the Danes do shirk it. Chapter 63 of King Harald's host. But when the Danes hear that the host of the Northmen was come, then they flee, all they who might bring it about. The Northmen hear that the Dane king has also an host out, and that he lieth south about Fian and Sealand. But when King Harald heard that King Svein would not hold tryst with him, or give in battle as was bespoken, then took he the same rede as erst. He let the Bonder folk fare back, but manned 100 ships and a half, and held with that host south past Halland and a harried wide. He laid his host into Lofa Firth and harried up the land there. A little after, King Svein came on them with the Dane host, and had 300 ships. But when the Northmen saw the host, then let King Harald blow his folk together. But many said that they should flee, and told it that to fight was of no avail. The king answered, sooner shall every man of us fall athwart the other, rather than flee. So says Stein, son of Herdis. Then said the king, hawk-hearted, that which he minded must be, and quoth that come to nothing all hope of peace for him was. Quoth the Lord King, renowned, that each of us thwart other should fall before the yielding. Men break up all their weapons. Sithence King Harald let array his ship host for an onset, and laid his big dragon forward amidst of the battles, as says Theodulf. Wolf gracious, friend gifts giver, eager let float the dragon before mid-breast of battle. The pointive king's host was it. That ship was right well arrayed and manned of many. So says Theodulf, peace eager king was bidding his valiant ranks stand fast there. Meseemed the king's friends shielded, o'erlapping wise the rowlocks. The doughty man deeds doer with shields locked the strong adder off Nitsey, so that each one lay edge or edge of other. Wolf the marshal laid his ship on one board of the king's ship. He said to his men that they should lay the ship well forward. Stein the son of Herdis was on board Wolf's ship. He sang, Wolf, the king's marshal, egged us all when the high spears quaked, when the kind was the rowing upon the sea out yonder. The shell-edged friend of the valiant land's lord, he bade be laid there, his ship well forth by the king's ship, and the lads that same yea sayed. Hakon, son of Ivar, lay outermost in one wing, and many ships followed him, and that host was right well arrayed. But outermost in the other wing lay the headman of the Thran folk, and mickle host and fair was that. Chapter 64 of the host of King Svein. King Svein also arrayed his host. He laid his ship in the midst of the battle over against the ship of King Harald, but nearest to him laid forth Earl Finn his ship. And next thereto the Danes arrayed all that host which was the most valiant and best dight. Thereupon both sides lashed their ships together, all throughout the middle of the fleet. But whereas the host was so mickle, it befell that all the flock of the ships went loose, and each one laid his own ship forward into the battle, as he had heart thereto. But that was right miseven. Now, though the odds were very great, yet either side had an host not to be overborne. King Svein had 7 earls in his host, as says Stein, son of Herdis. The strong heart lord of Hersurs risked with the Danes a meeting, abiding it with long ships, told half a second hundred. Next was it that the sitter at Halaithra wroth did shear him the Tangles meadow thither with a 300 sound mares. Chapter 65. Upheaving of the Battle of Nitz. King Harald let blow the war blast so soon as he had arrayed his ships, and let his men row up for onset. So says Stein, son of Herdis. Off river mouth King Harald for Svein won hurtful passage, for peace must bid the king there, whereas he made withstanding. The king's friends, sword begirded, hardened the fray without word of Halland. Hot wound sighed forth blood on to the sea billow. Then the battle was joined, and was of the fiercest. Either king egged on his host, as says Stein, son of Herdis. Each doughty, shelter-shy king bade the lad's host to shoot there and hew. But short the space was betwixt the hosts of battle. Flew both the stones and arrows, then when the brand flung off it the red blood. Then was changing the life of the fey warriors. It was late in the day that the battle was joined, and so it held night long. King Harald shot from bow a long while. So saith Theodulf. All night the king of uplands drew bow. The brisk land ruler was letting drift the arrows on to white weed of battle. The bloody point went creeping through wounds of men be burnied, waxed flight of spears where Fingel stood in the shields of Fafnir. Earl Hakon and the folk that followed him did not lash their ships, but rowed after those ships of the Danes that fared loose, but every ship he grappled he ridded. And when the Danes saw that, then drew every one of them his ship from where the earl fared, and he sought after the Danes wherever they gave aback, and thus they were well nigh turned to flight. Then a cutter rowed towards the ship of the earl, and he was called on and told that one wing of the battle of King Harald was giving way, and a many of their host had fallen there. Then the earl rode thither and made a hard onset there, so that the Danes gave back once more. So fared the earl all night, and thrust forward whereas need was most. And wheresoever he came on, naught held before him. So Hakon rode about the outer battle. In the latter part of the night the main flight broke on the Danes, whereas then had King Harald gone up with his following onto the ship of King Svein, and that was so thoroughly ridded that all men fell save them that leaped into the deep. So says Arner, the earl's skald. Svein, the right valiant, went not sackless from off his galley. That is my mind, for soothly hard metal on the helms came. The craft of the swift-spoken Jute's friend must needs float empty before away the king fled from his dead chosen warriors. But when the banner of King Svein was fallen, and his ship was voided, then fled all his men, and some fell. But on the ships that were lashed together, some men leaped into the deep there and then, and some got on to other ships which were loose. But all King Svein's men rode off who might bring it about. That was an all mickle manfall. And where the kings themselves had fought, and the most of the ships had been lashed, there lay voided of King Svein's ships more than 7 tens, as says Theodulf. Sagan's king, the sturdy men say, in one swift hour ridded at fewest tale brave warships a 70 of Svein's people. King Harald rode after the Danes and drave them, but that was naught easy, inasmuch as the fleet of the ships was so thronged ahead that scarce might any get forward. Earl Finn would not flee, and he was laid hands on. His eyesight was bad. So saith Theodulf. Svein, owest thou now guerdon to 6 Dane earls who let wax the wedding of the shaft play for victory in one battle. Finn Arneson, the war bright who would not save his nimble brave heart, was there laid hand on amidst the ranks of battle. Chapter 66 of Vandrad. Earl Hakon lay behind with his galley, when as King Harald and the rest of the host drave the rout. whereas the earl's keel might not fare forward there by reason of the ships that lay in the way of him. Then rowed a man in a boat to the ship of the earl, and lay to at the poop, a mickle man, and had a wide hat. He called up on to the ship, and said, "Where is the earl?" He was in the forehold, stanching the bleeding of a certain man. The earl looked towards the man of the hat, and asked his name. He answered, "Here is Vandrad." "Speak with me, earl." And the earl louted out over the board to him. Then spake the boatman, "I will take life of thee, if thou wilt give it." The earl raised himself, and named two of his men, both men dear to him, and said, "Step into the boat, and flit Vandrad ashore, and take him to Karl the bonder, my friend, and tell him this for a token, that he let Vandrad have the horse I gave him the day before yesterday, and his saddle therewith, and his son for a guide." Then they stepped into the boat, and take to their oars, but Vandrad steered. This was in the first dawn of day, and there was withal ship going of the most, some rowing to land, and some out to sea, both small craft and big. Vandrad steered where him seemed there was most sea room between the ships. But whereso the ships of the Northmen rowed anigh to them, then told the earl's men who they were, and all let them fare whereso they would. Vandrad steered along the strand, and laid not to land till they came beyond where the thronging of the ships was. Sithence they went up to the homestead of Karl, as day began to brighten. They went into the chamber, and there was Karl new clad. The earl's men told him their errand, and Karl said they should eat first, and let set board before them, and gat them washing. Then came the housewife into the chamber, and said straightway, "Mickle wonder it is that never any sleep or rest we may get all night through, for the whooping and clatter." Answered Karl, "Knowest thou not that the kings have been fighting all night?" She asked, "Which has had the better?" Answered Karl, "The Northmen have got the victory." "Belike our king has fled once more," said she. Karl answered, "Men wot not whether he be fled or fallen." She answered, "In sorry case be we for a king, he is both halt and craven." Then spake Vandrad, "Naught is the king craven, but naught is he victorious." Vandrad took wash last, and when he took the towel he wiped himself in a courteous manner with the middle thereof. But the housewife took the towel and pulled it away from him, and said, "But little of good canst thou, that is but uplandish, to wet all the towel at once." Answered Vandrad, "There shall I yet come whereas I shall dry myself with the midmost of a towel." Then Karl set the board before them, and Vandrad set him down in the midmost. They ate a while, and walked out sithence. Then was the horse arrayed, and Karl's son ready to guide him, and had another horse. So they ride off into the wood, but the earl's men went back to their boat, and rowed out to the earl's ship. End of The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 5, Chapter 54 through 66. Section 56 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 6, Chapter 67 through 79. Chapter 67 of King Harald. King Harald and his host drave the route for but a short way, and sithence rowed back to the ships that were empty. Then they ransacked the slain. On the king's ship was found a many dead men, but naught but was the body of King Svein found there, and yet they deemed they knew that he must have fallen. Then King Harald let lay out the bodies of his dead men, and bind the wounds of them who needed it. Then he let flit aland the bodies of the men of King Svein, and sent word to the bonders to bury the dead. After that he let share the plunder, and dwelt there some while. Then heard he the tidings that King Svein was come to see land, and that there was come to him all the host which had fled from the battle, and much other company besides, and he had a countless host. Chapter 68 of Earl Finn. Earl Finn Arneson was laid hands on in the battle, as is afore writ, and was led to the king. King Harald was right merry then, and said, "Here then we meet now, Finn, but last was it in Norway. That Danish court there has not stood all fast for thee, and ill work have the Northmen to drag thee after them blind, and doing this for the saving of thy life." Then answered the earl, "Many evil things the Northmen must needs do, and the worst all that which thou biddest." Then said Harald, "Wilt thou have thy life now, unmeet though it be to thee?" Answered the earl, "Not from thee, hound." Spake the king, "Wilt thou then that thy kinsman Magnus give thee peace?" For Magnus, son of King Harald, was then steering of a ship. Then spoke the earl, "How shall that whelp rule the giving of peace?" Then laughed the king, and thought it game to gird at him, and said, "Wilt thou take thy life from the hand of Thora, thy kinswoman?" Said the earl, "Is she here?" "She is here," said the king. Then Earl Finn uttered that scurvy word, which sithence has been upheld in memory of how wroth he was so as he might not get his words stilled. "Naught wonderful, though thou hast bitten well now, whereas the mare was following thee." Life was given to Earl Finn, and King Harald had him with him a while, but Finn was somewhat unmerry and unmeek in words. Then spake King Harald, "That see I, Finn, that thou wilt not come to with me or thy kinsfolk, so I will now give thee leave to fare to King Svein, thy kinsman in law." The earl answers, "This will I take, and with the more thanks, the sooner I may come hence away." Sithence the king let flit Earl Finn up a land, and the Highlanders gave him good welcome. Thereafter King Harald held his host north into Norway, and fared first to Oslo, and there he gave home leave to all his host that would fare. Chapter 69 of King Svein. So say men that King Svein sat that winter in Denmark, and held his realm as before. He sent that winter north to Halland after Karl the Bonder and his wife, and when they came to the king, he caused Karl to him. Then asked the king if Karl knew him, or deemed he had seen him before. Karl answered, "I know thee now, king, and I knew thee before, so soon as I saw thee, and it is thanks to God that the little furtherance which I gave thee turned out for thine avail." The king answered, "All the days that I shall live sithence for them I have to reward thee. Now shall the first thing be this, that I give thee any stead in Sealand thou choosest for thyself, and that withal, that I shall make a great man of thee, if thou canst to handle it." Karl thanked the king well for his words, and said, "There is still left a boon which I will bid of thee." The king asked what that was. Karl said, "I will bid thee this, that thou, king, let me take my wife with me." The king answered, "That I will not give thee, for I shall get for thee a wife much better and wiser. Let thy wife fare with the cot stead that ye have had hitherto, that will be furtherance for her." The king gave to Karl a mickle stead and noble, and fetched him a good wedding, and so he became a man of great account that was far famed, and heard wide, and north into Norway it came. Chapter 70. Talk of King Harald's courtmen. King Harald sat in Oslo the winter next after the battle of Nitz. In the autumn, when the host came from the south, there was much talking and telling of the battle which had been that harvest off the Nitz, for each one who had been there deemed he knew something to tell of. On a time certain men sat in a certain undercroft a drinking, and were all full of talk. They talked over the battle of Nitz, and therewithal, which had borne away the most word glory thence. And they were all of one accord that no man there had been such as Earl Hakon. He had been the boldest under weapons, the cunningest, and the luckiest, and that was of the greatest help which he did, and he won the victory. King Harald was outside there in the garth a talking with certain men. Sithence he walked past the bower door, and said, Here every one would be hight Hakon, and so went his way. Chapter 71. Earl Hakon flees the land before the king. Earl Hakon went in the harvest to the uplands, and sat there through the winter in his dominion. He was right well beloved of the uplanders. As time wore on, through spring, it befell on a while, when as men sat by the drink, that again the talk fell on the battle of Nitz, and men praised much Earl Hakon, but other some brought others no less forward than him. Now when they had talked thereof a while, one of the men answered and said, Maybe that more men than Earl Hakon fought boldly off the Nitz, yet no one will have been there, as I think, to whom such good hap sought as to him. They said that will have been his most good hap, that he drave to flight a many of the Danes. Answered that same, a greater good hap was this, that he gave life to King Svein. Then another answered, Thou wilt not be wotting that which thou sayest. He answers, This wot I all clearly, whereas he told me himself who brought the king to land. But it was as oft is said, Many are the king's ears, and the king was told hereof. And forthwith the king let take a many horses, and straightway the same night he rode off with 200 men, and rode all night and the day after. Then there rode against them some men who were faring down to the town with meal and malt. There was a man hight Gamal, who was in the following of the king. He rode up to one of these bonders, who was a friend of his, and they fell to privy talk. Said Gamal, I will make a bargain with thee, that thou ride thy very swiftest by hidden ways, whereby thou knowest it shortest, and come to Earl Hakon, and tell him that the king will slay him, whereas the king now knoweth that the earl cast King Svein on land off the Nitz. This bargain they struck between them, rode the bonder, and came to the earl, where he sat at the drink, and was not gone to sleep. And when the bonder had told his errand, the earl stood up forthwith, and all his men. The earl let flit all his chattels from the stead into the wood, and all men fared away from the homestead that very night. When as the king came, he tarried there through the night. But Earl Hakon rode his ways, and came east, down into the Swede realm to King Steinkell, and tarried with him through the summer. King Harald turned back down to the town, and in the summer the king went north to Thrandheim, and tarried there, but fared back east into the Wick by harvest. Chapter 72 of the journeyings of Earl Hakon. Earl Hakon went forthwith that summer back to the uplands, so soon as he heard that the king was gone north, and there he tarried till the king came back from the north. Then the earl went east into Vermland, and dwelt there long through the winter, and King Steinkell gave to the earl the rule of that land. He fared in winter as it wore, west unto realm, and had a great host, which the gaunt folk and Vermlanders had fetched him. And then took he his land dues and scat from the uplanders, such as were indeed his own. Sithence he fared back east to Goutland, and dwelt there through the spring. King Harald sat the winter through in Oslo, and sent off his men to the uplands to gather their scat and land dues and the king's fines. But the uplanders said this much, that they would pay all dues which it behooved them to pay, and fetch them into the hand of Earl Hakon while he was alive, and had not fordone himself or his dominion, and the king got thence no land dues that winter. Chapter 73. Peace made between Kings Harald and Svein. That winter words and messengers fared between Norway and Denmark, and that was in the bounden terms that either Northmen and Danes would make peace, and, when the kings met, took to talking over the appeasement of the kings. But so soon as this was had in mouth, then a many bewailed the scathes they had gotten from harrying in robberies, to wit, and man loss, and it was long that it looked unlikely for peace, as is said here. Then when the men of each side be met, till the brisk bonders much high all many words there, e'en such as anger menfolk. The thanes who strive all through it toward peace turn not o'er swiftly, and in the very lord kings as yet the high heart swelleth. If peace shall be, all peril of the king's wrath shall be therewith. They who do no peacemaking in scales shall weigh all matters. Behooves the kings to say forth whatso the host well liketh. If the folk must part, yet worser that wieldeth wilful griping. Thereupon the best men, and those who were wisest, took matters in hand, and then the kings came to peace on these terms, that Harald should have Norway, and Svein Denmark, unto those land marches which of old had been between Norway and Denmark. neither should boot the other. Warfare should be laid down as it had begun, and he to have the hap who had gotten it. This peace should stand while both they were kings. This atonement was bounden by oaths and sithence. Both kings handed over boroughs, even as is said here. This have I heard, that Harald and Svein gave boroughs gladly, each unto each against troubles. 'Twas God that this hath ruled. There was appeasement, locked with witnesses, and full peace. Let them so hold the sworn oaths, that neither folk shall shard it. King Harald held his host north into Norway, but King Svein fared south to Denmark. Chapter 74. Battle of King Harald with Earl Hakon. King Harald was in the Wick that summer, but sent his men to the uplands for his dues and scat which he owned there. Then made the bonders no payment, and quoth that they would let all that bide Hakon the earl, if he were coming to them. Earl Hakon was then in Upper Goutland, and had a great host. But as summer wore, King Harald held east for King's Rock. Sithence he took all such light skiffs as he might get, and held up along the Elf, and had them drawn off the water where waterfalls were in the way, and flitted the craft up into Venner water. Sithence he rode east over the water to where he heard was Earl Hakon. But when the earl got news of the farings of King Harald, he sought down from the land, and willed not that the king should harry them. Earl Hakon had a great host, which the Gauts had fetched him. King Harald laid his ships up into a certain river mouth. Sithence he set out on a land raid, but left some of his folk to guard the ships. The king himself rode, and some of his folk, but by far the most part went afoot. They had to fare over a certain wood, and there were before them certain bush beset mires, and then a holt. And when they came up on the holt, they saw the earl's host. There was a mire between them. They both arrayed them forthwith. Then said King Harald that his folk should sit up on the bank, and try we first if they be minded to make an onset. Earl Hakon is reckless, said he. The weather was frosty, and somewhat of snow driving. Harald and his men sat under their shields, but the Gauts had but little raiment, and grew starved of cold. The earl bade them abide till the king should set on, and they were standing all alike high. Earl Hakon had the banners which King Magnus Olafsson had owned. The lawman of the Gauts hight Thorvith. He sat on a horse, the reins whereof were bound to a stake which stood in the mire. He spake and said, God knows that we have a great host and exceeding valiant men. Let King Steinkle hear that we be of good avail to this good earl. I wot that though the Northmen fall upon us, we shall meet them dauntlessly. But if the youth fall out of order and bide not, let us run no further than to this brook here. But if the youth fall out of order yet more, as I wot will not be, then run we no further than to the How here. In that nick of time leapt up the host of the Northmen, and whooped the war whoop, and beat on their shields, and then took the Gout host to whoop withal. Now the horse of the lawman pulled so hard, whereas he was frighted by the war whoop, that the stake came up and flew about the head of the lawman, who said, Wretchedest of all Northmen, for thy shot, and therewith the lawman galloped away. King Harald had beforehand thus bidden his host, Though we make din and whooping about us, go we not beyond this bank before they come hither to us. And they did so. But so soon as the war whoop came up, the earl let bear forth banner. But when the Gauts came up under the bank, the host of the king cast themselves down upon them. Straightway then fell some of the earl's folk, and some fled. The Northmen drave the flight no long way, for this was at the eve of day. They took the banner of Earl Hakon, and what they might of weapons and raiment. The king let bear before him both banners as he fared down. They spake between them whether the earl would be fallen, but when they rode down through the wood they might ride but one man along the way. Then leapt a man right across the way, and thrust a spear through him who bore the banner of the earl. He gripped the banner staff and galloped off therewith the other way into the wood. But when this was told to the king, he said, The earl is alive, fetch me my byrnie. The king rides to his ships through the night. Many said the earl had wrought his revenge. Then sang Theodulf, So the stark king hath wielded that Steinkle's host that war help should give to the earl fight merry, to hell is given over. Saith he who makes it fairer, swiftly aback turned Hakon, whereas his hope of helping thence from, but ill was proven. Chapter 75. The slaying of Hall Codrun's bane. King Harald was aboard his ship the rest of that night, but in the morning, when it was light, ice was laid all around the ships, so thick that one might walk all about them. Then the king bade his men cut the ice from the ships and out into the water. So went the men then, and fell to the ice hewing. Magnus, the son of Harald, steered the ship which lay nethermost in the river mouth, and nearest to the water. But when men had much hewn out through the ice, a man came running out along the ice to where the breaking of it was going on, and set to cutting the ice as if he were wood, and bewitched. Then a man said, Now is it the same again as oft, that none bears a hand so well to whatsoever he goeth about, as doth Hall Codran's bane. See now what wise he heweth the ice. But that man was aboard Magnus' ship hight Thormod, son of Eindridi. So when he heard Codran's bane named, then ran he on Hall, and smote him a bane stroke. Codran was the son of Gudmund, the son of Eyjolf, but Valgerd was sister of Gudmund, and mother of Jorun, the mother of Thormod. Thormod was 1 winter old when Codran was slain, and never had he seen Hall, the son of Uhtrig, before. By this was the ice hewn out to the water, and Magnus laid his ship out into the water, and took to his sail forthwith, and sailed west over the water. But the king's ship lay uppermost in the wake, and he got out latest. Hall had once been in the king's following, and he was now as wroth as might be. The king came late into haven, and by that time Magnus had shoved the slayer off into the wood, and bade boot for him. But things were on the point of the king falling on Magnus and his men, until the friends of both came thereto and appeased them. Chapter LXXVI of King Harald. This winter King Harald fared up into Round realm, and had much folk. He bare gilts to hand on the bonders that they had withheld from him dues and scat, but had strengthened his foemen in unpeace against him. So he let take the bonders, and some he maimed, some he slew, and many he robbed of all they had. They fled away who might bring it about. He let burn the countrysides wide about, and make an utter waste. So says Theodulf. The Ar of home dwellers took hard rein on the realm folk. The war ranks of White Harald fast there meseems went forward. There was the vengeance fashioned by bidding of the Lord King, and then the high wrought root dog made meek the wretched bonders. Then King Harald went up into Heathmark, and burnt there, and did war work there no less than in the other place. Thence he went down to Hatherland and Ring realm, and burnt there, and fared all with war shield up. So says Theodulf. Burned wealth of angry thanes there, fast caught the gleeds on thatches. The shaker of the war dukes with ill stones smote Heathmarkers. Folk craved life, but the fire passed dreadful doom on ring folk, or ever there the downfall of the bane of half was gotten. After that the bonders laid all the matter under the king's hand. From the death of King Magnus 15 winters passed away ere was the battle of Nitz, and after that 2 winters until Kings Harald and Svein made peace. So says Theodulf. The steel did bite the war shields off strand, but in the 3rd year that strife the horde's king anchored. Folk took the peace for shelter. After their peace there was the king's quarrel with the uplanders for 3 half years. So says Theodulf. Hard speaking, that all duly should mate the works whereby now the king taught those uplanders to have an idle plowshare. The wise king's head hath gotten itself through these 3 half years such fame, so long that ever henceforth shall it be lasting. Chapter LXXVII of England's kings. Edward, son of Ethelred, was king in England after Hardicanute, his brother. He was called Edward the Good, and so he was. The mother of King Edward was Queen Emma, daughter of Richard de Rohan, Earl. Her brother was Earl Robert, the father of William the Bastard, who then was Duke in Rohan of Normandy. King Edward had to wife Queen Gyda, the daughter of Earl Godwin, son of Wulfnoth. The brothers of Gyda were these: Earl Tosti the oldest, the second Earl Morcar, the third Earl Waltheof, the fourth Earl Svein, the fifth Harold, who was the youngest. He was brought up at the court of King Edward, and was his foster son, and the king loved him exceeding much, and had him for son, for the king had no bairn. Chapter LXXVIII of Harold Godwinson. It befell on a summer that Harold Godwinson had to go on a journey to Bretland, and fared a shipboard. But when they came into the open sea, contrary winds took them, and they drave off into the main. They took land west in Normandy, and had gotten a storm, man perilous. They put into the town of Rouen, and there found Earl William. He took Harold and his fellows vainly, and Harold abode there long in the harvest in good cheer, whereas storms were on, and there was no faring by sea. But as it wore toward winter, the Earl and Harold talked over it, how that Harald should dwell there winter over. Harald sat in the high seat on one hand of the earl, and on the other hand of him sat the earl's wife. She was fairer than any woman that men have seen. Ever they all talked together gamesomely at the drink. The earl oftenest went early to sleep, but Harald sat long at night on talk with the earl's wife, and so it fared long in winter tide. On a time as they talked, she says, "Now has the earl talked with me, and asked what we would be always talking about, and now he is wroth." Harald answers, "We shall now at the swiftest let him know all our converse." So the next day Harald called the earl to talk with him, and they went into the council chamber, where was then the earl's wife and their council. So Harald took up the word and said, "This I have to tell the earl, that more abideth behind my coming hither than I have hitherto borne forth to thee. I am minded to bid thy daughter for my wedded wife. I have talked this over with her mother oft, and she has promised me that she would further the case with thee." Now, so soon as Harald had upborne this matter, all they who were there took it well, and flitted it before the earl, and the matter came to this at last, that the maiden was betrothed to Harald. But whereas she was young, there was settled certain winter's delay of the bridal. Chapter 79. The death of King Edward. But when spring came, Harald arrays his ship and fares away, and he and the earl parted in mickle great love. So Harald went out to England to see King Edward, and came not to the land sithence for his bride. King Edward ruled over England for 23 winters, and died in sick bed in London on the nones of January. He was laid in earth at Paul's Church, and Englishmen call him holy. End of the Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 6. Chapter 67 through 79. Section 57 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 7. Chapter 80 through 93. Chapter 80. Harald Godwinson taken to king. The sons of Earl Godwin were then the mightiest men in England. Tosti was appointed captain over the host of the English king, and was landward when the king began to fall into eld, and was set above all other earls. Harald his brother was ever in the court, and was the next man to the king in all service, and had all the king's treasures to heed. That is, men say, that when it wore towards the death of the king, Harald was then nigh about him, and but few other men. Then Harald lauded over the king, and said, "Hereto I call you to witness, that the king gave me now the kingdom and all might in England." Thereupon the king was carried dead from the bed. The same day there was a meeting of lords, whereat was talked who should be taken to king. Then let Harald bear forth his witnesses, that King Edward gave him the kingdom on his dying day. So ended that meeting, that Harald was taken to king, and was hallowed with king hallowing on the 13th day in Paul's church. Then all the lords of the land and all the folk yield him fealty. But when his brother Earl Tosti heard this, it liked him ill, for he thought that he was no worse worthy to be king. "I will," said he, "that the lords of the land choose him for a king whom they deem best fitted thereto." And these words fared between the brothers. King Harald so said that he will not give up the kingdom, inasmuch as he had been set down in the king's seat in that place which was the king's own, and had been anointed sithence and king hallowed. Moreover, all the might of the multitude turned towards him, and he had all the treasures of the king to boot. Chapter 81. Earl Tosti met King Svein. Now when King Harald was ware that his brother Tosti would have him out of the kingdom, he trowed him but ill, for Tosti was a very wise man, a mickle warrior, and well befriended among the lords of the land. So King Harald took away from Earl Tosti the host ruling, and all power he had had before beyond other earls there in the land. Earl Tosti would in no wise thole it, to be the servant of his own brother. So he fared away with his folk south over sea into Flanders, and dwelt there a little while, and then fared to Friesland, and so thence to Denmark to find King Svein, his kinsman. But Wulf the earl, the father of Svein, and Gyda, the mother of Earl Tosti, were brother and sister. The earl craved of King Svein help and men giving. King Svein bade him home to him, and says he shall have an earl's dominion in Denmark, such as thereby he shall be a lord of worship there. But the earl answered, This am I yearning for, to fare to England back to mine heritage. But if I get no strength thereto from thee, king, then will I rather lay this before thee, that I give thee all the strength that I have to hand in England, if thou wilt fare with the Dane host to England to win the land, even as did Canute thy mother's brother. The king answered, So much less a man am I than King Canute my kinsman, that scarce may I hold the Dane realm for the Northmen. Canute the Old owned Denmark of heritage, and England by war and battle. Yet was that for a while not unlooked for, that he might lay down his life there. But Norway he got without battle. Can I bemind me more measurely after my little matter, than after the great deeds of Canute my kinsman? Then spake Earl Tosti, Lesser becomes now my errand hither than I had weened that thou wouldst let it be, and thou such a noble man, in the need of me, thy kinsman. Now maybe that I seek friendship thither, whereas mickle unmeeter it is, yet it may be that I may find that lord who will blink less at much greater reeds than thou doest, king. Thereupon king and earl parted, and were not the best of friends. Chapter 82. Tosti's journey to Norway. So Earl Tosti wended on his way, and came forth into Norway, and went to see King Harald, who was then in the Wick. But when they met, the earl bore up his errand before the king, telling him all about his journey from the time he fared from England, and bids the king to lend him aid to seek his kingdom in England. The king answered thus, that the Northmen would not be over eager to fare to England a warfare, and to have there an English lord to rule over them. Men say, says he, that those Englishmen there are not all trusty. The earl answered, Whether is that sooth that I have heard men say in England that King Magnus, thy kinsman, sent men to King Edward, and that was in the word sending that King Magnus owned England no less than Denmark, for taken heritage after Harda-Canute, even as the oaths of them had stood thereto. The king answered, Why then did he not have it, if he owned it? Answered the earl, Why hast thou not Denmark, even as King Magnus had it before thee? The king answered, The Danes have no cause to boast them against us Northmen, for many a brand have we burnt on those kinsmen of thine. Then said the earl, If thou wilt not to tell me, then will I tell thee. For this cause did King Magnus make Denmark his own, that the lords of the land gave him aid. But for this cause thou gatst it not, that all the folk of the land withstood thee. And therefore it was that King Magnus battled not for England, that all the folk of the land would have Edward for king. Now if thou wilt make England thine own, I may so do, that the more part of the lords in England shall be thy friends and furtherers. For I lack naught against my brother Harald, save the king's name only. That wot all men, that no such warrior as thou hast been born in the Northlands, and that meseemeth wonderful that thou shouldst have been fighting for Denmark these 15 years, but wilt not have England, which now lieth loose before thee. King Harald thought carefully over what the earl said, and understood that much of what he spoke was true, and on the other hand was fain to get that realm. Sithens, king and earl, talked together long and oft, and they set this counsel between them, that in the summer they should fare to England and win the land. King Harald sent word over all Norway, and bade out a levy, one half of the all men wore muster. Now this was much befamed, and many were the guesses how the journey would fare. Some folk spake and told the tale of all the great deeds of King Harald, that this was not a matter beyond his dealing. But some said that England would be hard to seek to, whereas the manfolk thereof were an exceeding many, and that host which is called the Thingmen host was so doughty, that one man of them was of better avail than any two of the best men of Harold. Then answered Wulf the Marshal, Unloath I get wealth ever, no need unto the marshals of the king, that they should turn them to the prow room of King Harold, if two of us shall give back before one thingman only. Bright linen brent I taught me other than that in youth days. That spring Wulf the Marshal died. King Harold stood over his grave, and spake as he turned away therefrom, There now lies he who was the most faithful and the most dutiful to his lord. In the spring Earl Tosti sailed west to Flanders to meet the company that had followed him out from England, and that other which had gathered to him both from England and there in Flanders. Chapter 83. The Dream of Gerd. King Harold's host gathered together at the Solent Isles. But when King Harold was ready to put out from Nidois, he went first to the shrine of King Olaf, and unlocked it, and cut his hair and nails, and then locked the shrine, and cast the keys out into the Nid, and the shrine of Olaf the Holy has never been unlocked sithence. At this time were worn from his fall 35 winters, and he lived 35 winters withal in this world. King Harold, with the folk that followed him, held south to meet his host. There came together a mickle host, so that men say how that King Harold had well nigh 200 of ships, besides victualling, keels, and small cutters. Whenas they lay amidst the Solent Isles, dreamed that man who was aboard the king's ship, and is named Gerd. He thought he was there, on board the king's ship, and looked up to the island, and saw where stood a mickle Troll Queen, who had a short sword in one hand, and a trough in the other. He thought withal that he saw over all their ships, and that a fowl sat on the prow of each ship, and it was all urns and ravens. The Troll Queen sang, Sure 'tis that the All-Wielder from the east is egged on westward to meet with a many knuckle. My gain shall that be soothly. Corpse Heathcock there may choose him his meat. He wots there waits him due stake from the Lord King's stem-hawks. Unceasing there I follow. Chapter 84. The Dream of Thord. Thord is a man named who was aboard that ship that lay a short way from the king's ship. He dreamed on a night that he saw the fleet of King Harold fare towards land, and thought that he wotted that was England. On the land he saw a great array, and thought that both sides were making ready for battle, and had many banners aloft. But before the host of the landsmen rode a mickle Troll Queen, and sat on a wolf, and had that wolf the corpse of a man in his mouth, and blood fell about the chaps of it. And when he had eaten that man, the Troll Queen cast another into his mouth, and sithence one after the other, but each one he gulped. She sang, the bride of the brood of giants, Scathful sees ill fare fated to the king, and lets a red shield shine as it draws toward battle. Man's flesh the woman flingeth to yawning chaps. Mad faring the queen the wolf's mouth dieth, all inwardly with man's blood. Chapter 85. King Harold's Dream. Moreover, King Harold dreamed on a night that he was at Nidois, and met King Olaf his brother, and he sang this song to him. Famed King the Thick fought battle most conquering for the fame's sake. A holy fall to earthward I gat, for that I at home sat. Of this I am still fearsome, that king thy death beginneth. God wields this not, thou fillest the steeds of the greedy troll wife. Many other dreams were then told, and other kind of forebodings, and the most were heart heavy. King Harold, ere he should fare from Thrandheim, had let take his son Magnus to king, and when King Harold went away, he set Magnus in kingdom in Norway. Thora, Thorberg's daughter, was also left behind, but Queen Elisif fared with him, and her daughters Maria and Ingigerd. Olaf, the son of King Harold, fared also with him from out the land. Chapter 86. King Harold's westbound journey. But when King Harold was bound, and fair wind fell, he sailed out into the main, and came in from the main to Hjaltland, but some of his host made the Orkneys. King Harold lay there but a little while before he sailed for the Orkneys, and had with him thence a mickle host, and the Earls Paul and Erland, the sons of Earl Thorfinn, and he left behind there Queen Elisif and their daughters Maria and Ingigerd. Thence he sailed south along Scotland, and then along England, and made land at the land which hight Cleveland. There he went to land, and harried forthwith, and laid the land under him, and none withstood him. Thereupon King Harald made for Scarborough, and fought with the townsmen. He went upon the cliff that there is, and let do there a mickle bale, and laid fire therein. And as the bale was ablaze, they took big forks, and shot the bale down into the town, took to burn then one house after another, and then all the town gave itself up. And there the Northmen slew many men, and took all the wealth they could lay hold on. No choice there was then for Englishmen, if they would have life, but to go under the hand of King Harald. So then he laid under him all the land whereso he fared. Sithens King Harald went south along the land with all the host, and made Holderness. There came a gathering against him, and King Harald had battle there, and got the victory. Chapter 87 of the Array of the Earls. Sithens fared King Harald into Humber, and up along the river, and laid there to land. Then were the earls up in York, Earl Morcar to wit, and Earl Waltheof his brother, with an overwhelming host. Then lay King Harald in Ouse, when the host of the earls came down on him. Then went King Harald aland, and took to arraying his host. One arm of the array stood forth on the river bank, while the other stretched inland towards a certain dike. There was a fen deep and broad, and full of water. The earls let their battle array sink down along the river, with all the host thereof. The king's banner was anigh to the river, and there was the array full thick, but thinnest towards the dike, and that folk the least trusty. Then the earls sought down along the dike, and that arm of the Northmen's battle that reached to the dike gave way before them, and the Englishmen sought forward after them, and thought that the Northmen would flee. It was the banner of Morcar that fared forward there. Chapter 88. The slaying of Earl Morcar. But when King Harald saw that the array of the Englishmen was come down along the ditch right against them, he let blow the war blast, and egged on his battles all eagerly, and let bear forth the banner Land's Waster. Quickened the onset then so hard that all shrank before it, and mickle manfall was in the host of the earls. Then speedily turned the host to flight, some fleeing up along the river, some down, but the most part ran out into the dike. And so thick lay there the slaughter, that the Northmen could walk dry shod across the fen. There was lost Earl Morcar, as says Stein, son of Herdis. Much folk in the fen forlorn was. The sunken men were drowned. Unfew of yore, the lads lay all round about young Morcar. Man's lord, the flight drave forward. To strong flight took the war host before the king, the nimble Olaf, high-minded Watson. This Drapa Stein, son of Herdis, wrought on Olaf, son of King Harald, and here it is said that Olaf was in the fight with his father, King Harald. This is told of also in Harald's Stick. Lay a fallen down in fen there, Waltheof's people, hewn by weapons, so that the war-wet Northmen might be going over on corpses only. Earl Waltheof and what escaped of his host fled up to the town of York, and there befell the greatest manfall. The battle was on the Wednesday next before Matthew Mass. Chapter 89 of Earl Tosti. Earl Tosti had come west away from Flanders to King Harald so soon as he came to England, and the earl was in all these battles. And now it came to pass, even as he had told Harald before they met, that a multitude of men drifted to them in England that were kin and friends of Earl Tosti, and that was to the king mickle strength of men. After this battle, which is aforesaid, all the folk of the country sides anigh went under King Harald, but some fled. Then King Harald set about his way to win the city, and laid his ship host at Stamford Bridge. But whereas the king had won so mickle victory over great lords and overwhelming odds, all folk were afraid, and deemed it hopeless to withstand him. Then made the townsmen that read for them to send bidding to King Harald to offer themselves to his wielding, and the town withal. This was also bidden, that on the Sunday the king went with all his host to the town, and the king and his men set a thing without the town, and the townsfolk sought to the thing, and all folk yea said it, to be under obedience to King Harald, and gave him to hostage sons of high-born men, even according as Earl Tosti could wit how to tell of all men in that town. So the king fared in the evening to his ships with victory self-made, and was right joyful. A thing was summoned in the town betimes on the Monday. Thereat should King Harald dight that stead with men of dominion, and give right and fief. That same evening, after sunset, came up from the south toward the town King Harald Godwinson with an overwhelming host. He rode into the town by the grace and goodwill of all the people thereof. Then were all the town gates taken and all the ways, so that no news should come to the Northmen. This host was in the town night long. Chapter 90. The upgoing of King Harald. On the Monday, when King Harald had taken day meal, he let blow to land wending. Then he arrays the host, and deals the folk who shall fare, and who be left behind. He let 2 men go up out of every company, for every one left behind. Earl Tosti arrayed him for the upgoing with King Harald, he and his company. But behind, for the guarding of the ships, were Olaf the king's son, and Paul and Erland, the earls of Orkney, also Eystein Heathcock, son of Thorberg Arneson, who at this time was the most renowned and most dear to the king of all the landed men. Then had King Harald behight him Maria his daughter. The weather was wondrous good and hot, the sunshine. The men left behind their burnies, and went up with shields and helms and spears, and girt with swords. Many also had shot and bows, and they were right merry. But when they drew anigh the town, there rode out against them a mickle host. Saw they the horse reek, and thereunder fair shields and white burnies. Then the king stayed his host, and let call to him Earl Tosti, and asked what host that might be. The earl answered and said he thought it most like that this would be unpeace, but said that mayhappen these would be some kinsmen of his seeking for mercy and friendship, and to get in return trust and faith of the king. Then spake the king and said that they should keep quiet at first, and spy the host. So did they, and the nearer the host drew, the more it was, and all to behold as one ice heap, whereas gleamed the weapons. Chapter 91. The Rede of Earl Tosti. Then spake King Harald Sigurdsson, Take we now some good rede and wise, whereas there is no hiding it, that unpeace is toward, and it will be the king himself. Then answered the earl, That is the first thing, to turn back at our swiftest to the ships, after our folk and our weapons, and then we will meet them to our most might, or else to let our ships guard us, for then shall their riders have no might over us. Then said King Harald, Other rede will I have, to set the swiftest horses under 3 brisk fellows, and they to ride at their swiftest, and tell our people, and then speedily will come help from them, for this reason, that the Englishmen shall have to look for the fiercest brunt from us, or ever we bear the lower lot. Then spake the earl, and bade the king rule in this, as in other matters, and said withal that he was nowise eager for flight. Then let King Harald set up his banner land waster, and Eiríkr hight he who bare the banner. Chapter 92. Of King Harald's battle array. Sithens King Harald arrayed his host. He let his array be long and not thick. Then bowed he the arms backward, so that they met together, and that was a wide ring, and thick and even all round about, withoutward, shield by shield, and so in likewise above. But the king's following was withoutward of the ring, and there was the banner, and a chosen company was that. In another stead was Earl Tosti with his company, and another banner he had. For this cause was it so arrayed, that the king knew that riders were wont to ride on in knots, and forthwith back again. Now says the king, that his company and the company of the earl shall go forth there, whereas need is hardest, and there too shall be our bowmen with us. But they that stand foremost shall set their spear tails into the earth, and set their points before the breasts of the riders if they ride on us. But they that stand next, let them set their spear points at the breasts of their horses. Chapter 93. Of Harald Godwinson. King Harald Godwinson was come there with an overwhelming host, both of riders and foot folk. Then King Harald Sigurdsson rode about his battles, and scanned the manner of their array. He sat on a black blazed horse, and the horse fell under him, and the king forward off him. But he stood up swiftly and said, Fall is faring luck. Then spake Harald the England king to the Northmen that were with him, Did ye know that big man who fell off his horse there, he with the blue kirtle and the goodly helm? There is the king himself, said they. The England king said, A big man and masterful of look, but belike forlorn of luck. End of the story of Harald The Hard-redy, Part 7, Chapter 80 through 93. Section 58 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 8, Chapter 94 through 106. Chapter 94, The Parley of the Kings. A score of riders of the host of the Thingmen rode before the array of the Northmen, and were all burnied, and their horses withal. Then spake a rider, Whether is Earl Tosti in the host? He answereth, That is not Tulane. Here wilt thou find him. Then spake a rider, Harold thy brother sendeth thee greeting, and these words withal, that thou shouldst have peace, and all Northumberland. And rather than that thou shouldst not fall into him, then will he to give thee 1/3 of all his realm. Answered the earl, Somewhat other bidding than unpeace and shaming, as in last winter. Had this been then bidden, many a man would be alive now, who now is dead, and better would stand the kingdom in England. Now take I this choice, but what will he bid to King Harald Sigurdsson for his toil? Then said the rider, Said hath he somewhat about it, how much he would grant him of England, 7 foot's room to wit, or so much longer as he is higher than other men. Then said the earl, Bear ye now, and tell King Harald to make ready for battle. Another thing shall be told forsooth among the Northmen, than that Earl Tosti should fare away from King Harald Sigurdsson, and into the flock of his unfriends, whenas he has to fight west in England. Nay, rather shall we all take one rede, to die with honor, or get England by victory. Thereupon the knights rode back. Then King Harald Sigurdsson spoke to the earl. Who was this smooth-spoken man? Said the earl, That was Harold Godwinson. Then spake King Harald Sigurdsson, Too long was this hidden from us. They were come so nigh unto our host, that naught would this Harold have known how to tell the death word of our men. Then said the earl, True is that, lord. Such a chief went right unwarily, and well might it have been as thou sayest. That saw I, that he would bid me peace and mickle rule, but that I might be his banesman if I told of him, and I will rather that he be my banesman than I his. Then spake King Harald Sigurdsson to his men. A little man was this, but stiff he stood in the stirrup. So say men that King Harald Sigurdsson sang this ditty. Forth go we in folk array, all burniless. Beneath blue edges shine out the helms. Mine have I not. Now lie our shrouds on ships down yonder. Emma hight his byrnie, it was long, so that it took him to mid-leg, and so strong that never had weapon fastened on it. Then spake King Harald Sigurdsson, This is ill sung, it behooveth to make another song better. Then sang he this: We creep not into shield bite before the crash of weapons in battle. E'en so bade me the word fast hild of Hawkfield. The pole of jewels bade me aforetime bear the helm staff high mid the din of metal, whereas hallocks ice and skulls meet. Then sang Theodulf, Although the king his own self fall unto field, naught shall I from the king's young heirs be turning. Things go as God may will it. The sun shines on no clearer king's stump than is of them twain. The avengers of that Harold Swift-redy are hawks doughty. Chapter 95, Beginning of the Battle. Now heaveth up the battle, and the Englishmen fall a-riding on the Northmen. Hard were they taken to, and unhandy it was to the Englishmen to ride on the Northmen because of the shot, so they rode round about them. At the first it was a loose battle, while yet the Northmen held well their array, and the English rode hard on them, and straightway from them when they gat nothing done. Now when the Northmen saw that, and them seemed that they were ridden on softly, they fell on them, and would drive the flight. But when they had broken the Shieldburg, then rode the Englishmen upon them from all sides, and bore on them spears and shot. Now when King Harald Sigurdsson saw that, he went forth into the battle, whereas most was the weapon brunt. There was then the hardest of battles, and fell much folk on either side. Then was King Harald Sigurdsson so wooed that he leaped right out from the ranking, and hewed with both hands, and then held before him nor helm nor byrnie. Then all they who were nighest him fled away, and it was a near thing but the Englishmen would flee. So says Arner, the Earl's Scald, the king, help shy, before him bare no small breast in helm din, nor quavered the fight nimble heart of the king. There, whereas the bloody sword of the brisk one, the beater down of king folk for her sir's need bit warriors. Men saw that in the battle. Chapter 96. The fall of King Harald Sigurdsson. King Harald Sigurdsson was smitten in the throat with an arrow, and that was his bane sore. Then fell he, and all that company which had gone forth with him, save them who shrank aback, and these held the banner. Yet was there still the hardest of battles. Then went Earl Tosti under the king's banner. Then fell either side to rank them a second time, and then was there a stay of the battle for a long while. Then sang Theodulf, the folk hath paid ill tribute. The hosts in peril, say I. Needless bad Harald people this journey from the eastward. The king bepraised abided the scathe of life, and so closed the life of the king the nimble, that hard bestead are all we. But ere the battle joined again, King Harald Godwinson offered peace to Earl Tosti his brother, and those other men who were yet left alive of the Northmen's host. But the Northmen whooped out with one voice, and said that they would fall each athwart the other sooner than take peace of Englishmen. And therewith they whooped the war whoop, and a second time the battle was joined, as says Arner, the Earl's Scald. The death of the king the dreadful ungainful was. The spear points with gold inwoven spared not the luller of the robbers. All men of the bounteous king's host, by much they chose to fall there round the fight nimble leader, than take them peace thenceforward. Chapter 97. Heathcock's Brunt. At this nick of time, Eystein Heathcock came from the ships with what host followed him. They were all burnied. Then gat Eystein King Harald's banner land waster. Now there was a battle for the third time, and the hardest of all it was. Fell then much English folk, and were on the very point of taking to flight. This fray was called Heathcock's Brunt. Eystein and his had gone so exceeding eagerly from the ships, that they were so mithered that they were well nigh undone before they came to the battle. But sithence they were so wooed that they shielded them naught while they might stand up. At last they cast off their ring burnies, and then it was easy for the English to find hewing steads on them. But some of them burst altogether, and died unwounded. There fell nigh all of the great men among the Northmen. This befell at the latter end of the day. It was as was to be looked for, that it was not even with all men. Many fled away. Many also were they who got away by sundry turns of good luck, and it fell murk of the evening, or ever, all the manslaying had ended. Chapter 98. Of Sturkar the Marshal. Sturkar, the marshal of King Harald Sigurdsson, a most renowned man, came away. He gat him a horse, and so rode away. In the evening a wind sprang up, and the weather grew somewhat cold, and Sturkar had no more raiment than a shirt, a helm on his head, and a naked sword in his hand. He grew cold as his weariness wore off. There met him on the road a certain Wain Carl in a lined coat. Then said Sturkar, "Wilt thou sell the doublet, Bonder?" "Not to thee, I ween," says he. "Thou wilt be a Northman. I ken thy speech." Said Sturkar, "If I be a Northman, what wilt thou then?" The Bonder answered, "I would slay thee, but now so ill it goes that I have no weapon thereto." Then said Sturkar, "If thou mayest not slay me, I shall try it if I may not slay thee." And therewith he heaved the sword aloft, and set it on the neck of him, so that off went the head. And then he took the skin coat, and leaped on his horse, and hied down to the strand. Chapter 99. Of William the Bastard. William the Bastard, the Rouen Earl, heard of the death of King Edward his kinsman, and that withal that Harold Godwinson was taken to king in England, and had taken King Hallow. But William deemed himself of better title to the kingdom in England than Harold, for kin's sake twixt him and King Edward, and withal he deemed he had to pay Harold for that shaming, whereas he had broken off the betrothal to his daughter. So by reason of all these things together, William drew together an host in Normandy, and had a right mickle multitude of men, and foison of ships. The day he rode out of the city to his ships, and was come on to his horse, his wife went up to him, and would to speak with him. But when he saw that, he kicked at her with his heel, and drove the spur against her breast, so that it sunk deep in, and she fell, and got her death forthwith. But the earl rode off to his ships, and fared with the host out to England. In his company was Bishop Otto, his brother. But when the earl came to England, he harried and laid the land under him wheresoever he went. Earl William was bigger and stronger than any other man, a good knight, the greatest of warriors, and somewhat grim-hearted, the wisest of men, but accounted untrusty. Chapter 100. The Fall of King Harold Godwinson. King Harold Godwinson gave leave to Olaf, the son of King Harold Sigurdsson, to fare away together with the company that still kept with him, and had not fallen in the battle. But King Harold turned away with his army into the southern parts of England, for he had then heard that William the Bastard fared from the south upon England, and laid the land under him. With King Harold there were then his brothers Svein, Gerd, and Waltheof. The meeting of King Harold and Earl William befell in the south of England at Helsingport, and there was a great battle. There King Harold fell, and Earl Gerd his brother, and a great deal of their host. That was 19 nights after the fall of King Harold Sigurdsson. Earl Waltheof, the brother of Harold, got away by flight, and late in the evening the earl met a certain company of William's men, and when they saw the folk of Earl Waltheof, they fled away into a certain oak wood, 100 of them together. Earl Waltheof lay fire in the wood and let burn all up together. So says Thorkel Skalason in Waltheof's flock, let there the ig of battle, and 100 king's own warriors burn up in that hot fire. To the men a night of singeing, 'tis heard that there the men lay, neath claw of steed of Troll Queen, the dusky steed of Alder gat feast of the Frankmen's corpses. Chapter 101. The slaying of Earl Waltheof. William let take him for king in England. He sent word to Earl Waltheof that they should come to peace, and he gave him safe conduct to that meeting. The earl went with but few men, and when he came upon the heath to the north of Castlebridge, there came against him 2 king's bailiffs with a company of men, and took him and set him in fetters, and sithence was he hewn down. The Englishmen held him for holy, so says Thorkel. William that reddens metals, who cut the icy main sea from southward, has bewrayed brave Waltheof in his trusting. Sooth is that late will leave now slaying of men in England. No greater lord there dieth than was my lord aforetime. Sithence was William king in England for 21 winters, and his offspring ever after him. Chapters 102 and 103. The journey of Olaf Haraldsson from England. Olaf, son of King Harold Sigurdsson, held his host away from England, and sailed out from Ravensere, and came in the autumn to the Orkneys. And there were the tidings toward that Maria, the daughter of King Harold Sigurdsson, had died suddenly that same day, an hour that her father, King Harold, fell. Olaf dwelt there through the winter, but the next summer Olaf went east to Norway, and was then taken to king, together with Magnus his brother. Queen Elisif went from the west with her stepson Olaf, and Ingigerd her daughter. Then too came with Olaf from west over the main Skoley, who was called Sithence the king's fosterer, and Kettle Crook his brother. They were both noble men, and of high kin of England, and both exceeding wise. They were moreover both of them of the dearest to the king. Kettle Crook fared north into Halogaland, and King Olaf gat him there a good wedding, and from him is come a many great folk. Skuli, the king's fosterer, was a wise man, and of mickle stir, and the goodliest of men to look upon. He became the captain of King Olaf's bodyguard, and spake at things, and ruled with the king in all land ruling. King Olaf offered Skuli to give him that folkland in Norway which he might deem the best, with all such incomings and dues as belonged to the king. Skuli thanked him his offer, but let him know that he would rather ask of him other things, for this reason, that if there be a change of kings, maybe the gift shall be undone. But I will, says he, take with thanks certain lands which lie anigh to those cheaping steads where ye, Lord, are wont to sit and take Yule feasts. The king said yea to this, and made over to him lands east by King's Rock, and by Oslo, by Tunsberg, by Borg, by Bjorgvin, and north by Nidois. These were well nigh the best lands in each stead of these, and these lands have belonged ever since to those kinsmen which are come from Skuli's kin. King Olaf gave him in marriage his kinswoman Gudrun, the daughter of Nefstein. Her mother was Ingigerd, the daughter of King Sigurd's sow and Asta, and Ingigerd was the sister of King Olaf the Holy and of King Harald, the son of Skuli. And Gudrun was Asaaf of Rhyni, who had to wife Thora, the daughter of Skapti, son of Agmund. The son of Asaaf and Thora was Guthorm of Rhyni, the father of Bard, the father of King Ingi and of Duke Skuli. Chapter 104. The body of King Harald brought from the west. One winter after the fall of King Harald, his body was brought from the west out of England and north to Nidois, and was laid in earth in Mary Church, the one he had let do. It was the talk of all men that King Harald had been beyond other men in wisdom and deft rede, no matter whether he should take swiftly or do longsome, a rede for himself or for others. He was of all men the boldest under weapons. Victorious was he withal, even as now has been written this while. So says Theodulf, all doughty waster of biters, the Sealand brooked his boldness. Heart ruleth half of victory of men. Sooth Harold proves it. King Harald was a goodly man, and noble to behold, bleak-haired and bleak-bearded, his lip-beard long, one eyebrow somewhat higher than the other, large hands and feet, yet either shapely waxen. 5 ells was the tale of his stature. To his own friends was he grim and vengeful for aught done against him. So says Theodulf, the king, rede heeding, pineth his thanes for fierceness proven. Methinks the king's men bear but that which they wield their own selves. Sword sharers have such burdens as for themselves they bind up. So shareth Harold pinings that each brooks truth against other. King Harold was one of the most eager for might and for all manner of good gain. He was much giftful to his friends, them who him liked well. So says Theodulf, Wakener of Galli's battle, let give me for my song work a mark. He lets deservings be wielders of his favor. King Harold was 50 years old when he fell. No tales of mark have we about his growing up till he was of 15 winters, even when he was at Stickelstead in the battle along with King Olaf his brother. But sithence he lived for 35 winters, but all that while never without uproar and unpeace. King Harold never fled from battle, but he often sought to save himself in face of overwhelming odds, when he had to deal therewith. All men said this, they who followed him in battle, and on wherefore, that when he was bestead in mickle peril, and it came suddenly on his hands, that rede would he take up which all men saw thereafter was the one likeliest to be of avail. Chapter 105. Man pairing between Kings Harald and Olaf. Halldor, the son of Byrniolf the Old, the elephant, was a wise man and a great lord. He spake thus when he heard the talk of men, that they much missquared the minds of the two brethren, King Olaf the Holy and King Harald. Thus said Halldor, I was with both brethren in mickle good liking, and the minds of both were known to me. Found I never two men more like of mind shape. Both were the wisest and the most weapon bold of men, eager for wealth and might, masterful, not the people's men, rulesome and pinesome. King Olaf broke down the land folk to christening and the right belief, but he punished grimly them who turned deaf ears thereto. The lords of the land would not thole of him just doom and equal doom, but raised up against him an host, and felled him on his own land, and for that he became holy. But King Harald harried for his own renown and dominion, and broke down under him all folk he might, and fell on another king's land. Both these brethren were in every day's manner men of religion and of noble bearing. They were also wide-faring, and men mickle of toil, and became of such things far famed and highly renowned. Chapter 106. The death of King Magnus. King Magnus, son of Harald, ruled over Norway for the first winter after the fall of King Harald. Sithence he ruled the land for 2 winters, along with King Olaf his brother. Then were both kings. Magnus had the northernmost of the land, Olaf the easternmost. King Magnus had a son, hight Hakon. Him fostered Stig Thorir, he was the most hopeful of men. Now after the fall of King Harald Sigurdsson, Svein, the Dane king, claimed that peace was sundered between Northmen and Danes, told that peace had been set no longer than while they both lived, Harald and Svein. So there was an outbidding in either kingdom. The sons of Harald had out before the coasts of Norway and all folk's host, both of men and ships, but from the south fared King Svein with the host of the Danes. And now messengers fared between the two, bearing message of peace. Said the Northmen that they would either hold to the same peace which before was made, or otherwise they would fight. Therefore this was sung: King Olaf his land warded with words of war and peace speech, such wise that no all-wielder durst lay a claim thereunto. So too says Stein, son of Herdis, in Olaf's Drapa: At Nidois, where lies sleeping the holy king, will the fight stern forbid King Svein his heirship, for soothly is he mighty. Olaf the king, meseemeth, will love his kindred highly. Naught need Wolf's heir be claiming to all the land of Norway. In this summoned hosting was atonement made betwixt the kings, and peace betwixt the lands. King Magnus fell sick of the ringworm plague, and lay abed a while, and died at Nidois, and was laid in earth there. He was a king well beloved of all folk. End of The Story of Harald the Hard-redy, Part 8, Chapter 94 through 106. Section 59 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Olaf the Quiet. Chapter 1 of Olaf the Quiet. Olaf was king alone over Norway after the death of Magnus his brother. Olaf was a man mickle of growth, all wise, and well shapen, that is the say of all men, that never a man hath seen one goodlier or more stately to behold. He had yellow hair like silk, and wondrous well fashioned, a bright body, the best eyed of men, well limbed, few spoken oftenest, and at things no talker, merry at the ale, a mickle drinker, fond of privy talk and sweet spoken, peaceful withal while his kingdom stood. This Stein, the son of Herdis, tells of. The edge bold king of Thranfolk all lands will lay in peace now, with full enow of wisdom. To menfolk well it liketh, to the folk's mind 'tis, that the stout heart, the aur of the English, bows down his thanes to peace ways, a mickle deal the best born. Chapter 2 The High Seat set up athwart the dais. That was the ancient wont in Norway, that the king's high seat was midst of the long dais, and ale was borne over the fire. But King Olaf was first let do his high seat on the high dais athwart the hall. He also was the first to build halls with ovens, and to bestraw the floor in winter as well as in summer. In the days of King Olaf, the cheaping steads of Norway hove up much, and some were set up from the beginning. King Olaf set up a cheaping stead in Bjorgvin, and there right soon was a seat of wealthy men, and the sailing thither of chapmen from other lands. He let rear from its ground sill Christ Church, the great stone church, but little was done of it. But he let finish the wooden church, Old Christ Church to wit. King Olaf let set up the great guild at Nidois, and many others in the cheaping towns, but formerly there were turn-about drinkings. Then was town boon, the great bell of the turn-about drinking in Nidois. The drinking brothers let build there Margaret's stone church. In the days of King Olaf arose Scot houses and parting drinks in the cheaping towns. And then men began to take up new fashions, wearing pride hosen laced to the bone, some clasped golden rings around their legs. And then men wore drag kirtles, laced to the side, sleeves 5 ells long, and so straight that they must be drawn by an arm cord and trussed all up to the shoulder. High shoes withal, and all sewn with silk, and some embroidered in gold. Many other new fangled fashions there were. Chapter III. Of the Court Customs of King Olaf. King Olaf had these court customs, to wit, that he let stand before his board trencher swains, and they poured to him in board beakers, and also to all men of high estate who sat at his table. He had also candle swains, who held up candles before his board, and as many of them as men of high degree sat up there. Out away from the trapeza was the marshal's stool. There sat the marshals and other worthies looking up the hall towards the high seat. King Harald and the kings before him were wont to drink out of deer horns, and to bear ale from the high seat across the fire, and to drink a health to whomso they chose. So says Stuff the Scald: I knew the victory happy wetter of fight me welcome from good wind of the Troll Queen. Best was he of acquaintance, when as the blood stares feeder, grim unto rings, went eager himself with horn to gilded at How to drink unto me. Chapter IV. Of the number of the king's bodyguard. King Olaf had 100 of courtmen, and 60 guests, and 60 housecarles, such as should flit to the garth whatso was needed, or work other matters which the king would. But when the bonders asked the king why he had more folk than law was thereto, or than former kings had had, when as he fared to banquets which the bonders made for him, the king answered: In no better way may I rule the realm, nor is there any more terror from me than from my father, though I have half as much again of folk as he had, and no wise thereby shall penalties come from me, nor am I minded to make your lot any wise heavier. Chapter V. The death of King Svein Wulfson. King Svein, the son of Wulf, died of sickness 10 winters after the fall of the Haralds. Next after him was Harald Hone, his son, king in Denmark for 4 winters. Then Canute, the son of Svein, for 7 winters, and is a saint, wholly proven. Then Olaf the third, son of Svein, for 8 winters. Then Eirík the Good, a 4th son of Svein, for yet 8 winters. King Olaf of Norway got to wife Ingerid, the daughter of Svein, the Dane king, but Olaf the Dane king, son of Svein, got Ingigerd, the daughter of King Harald, and sister to King Olaf, Norway's king. Olaf Haraldsson, whom some called Olaf the Quiet, and many Olaf Bonder, begat a son on Thora, the daughter of Joan, who was named Magnus. That lad was most fair to look upon, and right manly like. He grew up at the king's court. Chapter VI. Miracles of King Olaf. King Olaf let build a stone minster at Nadois, and set it in that stead where first had been laid in earth the body of King Olaf, and the altar was set over there, whereas the grave of the king had been. There was hallowed Christ Church, and then the shrine of King Olaf was flitted thither, and set up over the altar, and there befell many miracles straightway. The next summer, on the same day as the church had been hallowed the year before, there was a right great throng, and on the eve of Olaf's wake a blind man gat his sight there. But on the Mass day itself, when as the shrine and the holy relics were borne out, and the shrine was set down in the churchyard as the wont was, a man gat his speech, who for a long time had been dumb, and sang then praise to God and the holy Olaf with nimble turn of tongue. A third man there was, a woman who had sought thither from east away from Sweden, and had in that journey tholed mickle need by reason of blindness. Yet she trusted in God's mercy, and came faring thither to this high tide. She was led blind into the minster that day at Mass, but or ever the hours were done, she saw with both eyes, and was keen of sight and bright eyed, though erst she had been blind for 14 winters, and in exalted joy she left that place. Chapter 7 of the Shrine of King Olaf. Then this befell in Adoys, as the shrine of King Olaf was borne down the street, so heavy the shrine grew, that men might not bear it forth from the stead. And so the shrine was set down, and the street was broken up, and it was sought what was under there, and there was found a bairn's body, which had been murdered and hidden there. It was taken away, and the street was mended again as it had been before, and the shrine was carried on in the wonted way. Chapter 8 of King Olaf's peaceful ways. In the days of King Olaf there was right good year in Norway, and manifold plenty, and through no man's days since Harald Hairfair was king had there been so good seasons in Norway as through his. King Olaf softened down many of the ordinances which his father with masterfulness had set up and holden. He was bounteous of wealth, but he held fast his rule, and all through his wisdom. And this withal, that he saw what was of gain to his kingdom and best. And many are the good works of his to tell of. Herein may we mark what his goodness must have been, and how beloved of his people he was, whereas he spake on a day in the great guild, and he was merry and of good heart. Then spake his men, "It is a joy to us, Lord, that thou art so merry." He answered, "Now shall I be merry when I see glee on my people and freedom. And I sit in the midst of the guild, which is hallowed to the holy King Olaf, my father's brother. In the days of my father this people lived amidst great turmoil and dread, and most men hid away their gold and good things, but now I see shine on every man what he hath, and your freedom is my glee." Now, forsooth, throughout his days all was quiet from battles, and he wrought peace for himself and his people of the outlands, and yet his neighbors stood in great awe of him, though he were meek of mind, even as the Skald says: Olaf his land so warded with words of awe and peace speech, that never an all-wielder durst lay a claim thereunto. Chapter 9 of King Olaf and Canute the Dane king. King Olaf was a friend of Canute the Dane king, and King Canute fared to meet him, and they met in the Elf, where from of old had been the trysting place of kings. Talks then King Canute how that he would that they should make an host west to England, such matters as they had to avenge, King Olaf to begin with, and the kings of Denmark moreover. "So now do thou one of two things," says King Canute. "Either let me fetch thee 60 ships, and thou be captain of that host, or else fetch thou to me 60 ships, and I shall be captain thereof." King Olaf answered, "The matter whereof thou speakest, King Canute, falls in with my mind, but much uneven it is. Ye kinsmen have borne more good luck hereto to win England by valor, witness King Canute the Rich. So now it is most like that that goes with the race of you. For when King Harald Sigurdsson went to England, he fetched his bane, and so wasted was Norway of the best men, that of such like there has been no choice sithence in the land. That journey was arrayed in the bravest wise, yet now it turned out as ye wist. Now can I to mind of my matter how much more I fall short to be captain hereof. So thee will I choose, and that thou fare backed by my strength." And he fetched him 60 big ships with brave array and trusty crews, and set captains of his landed men thereover. And it was said that in a lordly fashion all that host was found. In the story of Canute it is said that the Northmen alone brake not the hosting when it was come together, but the Danes abode not; wherefore Canute held the Northmen in good account therefore, and gave them leave to fare a cheaping whithersoever they would, and sent to the King of Norway glorious gifts for his aid; but he laid on the Danes his wrath, and mickle money fines. Chapter 10 of a Soothsayer. It came to pass on a summer when King Olaf's men had fared together in his land dues, that the king asked them where they were best welcomed. They said it was in one of the king's folk lands. There, said they, is a certain ancient Bonder carle, who knows many things beforehand, and we have asked him of many, and he has unraveled the same, and deem we that he knoweth the voice of fowl. The king spake, With what fare ye? This is but mickle folly. But on a time it befell that the king was faring along the land, and spake as they were sailing through certain sounds, What country side is here up a land? They answered, This is the folk land, Lord, whereof we told thee that here we were best welcomed. Said the king, What house may it be that standeth here by the sound? That house owneth that wise man of whom we told thee. But they saw a horse beside the house, and the king said, Go ye now, and take the horse and slay it. They say, Naught will we, Lord, to do him scathe. The king said, I shall rule. Cut ye the head off the horse, and let the blood not fall down, and bring the horse aboard my ship. Fare thereafter to fetch the carle, and tell him nothing, and thereon your lives shall lie. Sithence, so do they, and tell the carle the king's message. And when he met the king said, Who owns the land on which thou dwellest? He answered, Thou ownest it, Lord, and takest rent thereof. Then said the king, Tell us the way past the land, it will be known to thee. He did so. But as they rode, flew a crow forth past the ship, and went on evilly. The Bonder looked thereon, and the king spake, Thinkest thou there be aught to heed therein? Yea, certes, Lord, says he. Therewith flew another crow over the ship, and screeched. Therewith the Bonder heedeth no longer the rowing, and the oar became loose in his hand. Then said the king, Much thou bodest of that crow, Bonder, or of what it saith? The Bonder said, Lord, now it misgiveth me thereof. A third time there flew a crow, and went on worst of all, and kept anigh the ship. The Bonder stood up thereagainst, and heeded naught the rowing. The king said, Of mickle weight thou deemest this, Bonder, or what does she say now? The Bonder says, That which it is unlike I should wot, or she. Said the king, Out with it. Then sang the Bonder, The yearling says it, knows not she. The twinter says it, I troweth none the more. The 3-year-old saith it, unlike it methinketh, says I am rowing o'er a mare's head. And that thou, king, be thief of my goods. Spake the king, What now, Bonder, wilt thou call me a thief? Then the king gave him good gifts, and gave him up all his land dues. So says Stein. Kin prop of kings the bounteous giveth the ships high burneyed, and round ships stained. Gain, says he, the niggardness within him. The folk the wealth enjoyeth of Olaf. Search king other who such fee to man giveth. Olaf high minded wots him. The gold free king, point reddener, the folk with rings he gladdens. The lord of men he letteth be fain of gifts the bench throng. The nimble king of Norway giveth to Northmen bigly. Bounteous is England's waster, a mickle deal the best born. The kin great king to men gives such store of helms and burnies as if naught worth he deemed them. Such gear the king's guard decketh. The worthy king he letteth the lads take heavy hafts gear from him. Thuswise the Lord King his guard their toil rewardeth. Chapter 11. The death of King Olaf. King Olaf sat often in the countryside at his big steads which he owned, but whenas he was east in Ranrealm at Hawkby his stead, he took that sickness which brought him to bane. At that time he had been king over Norway for 26 winters, but he was taken to king one winter after the fall of King Harald. The body of King Olaf was flitted north to Nidois and laid in earth at Christ Church, which he himself had let build. He was a king most well beloved, and Norway had greatly waxen in wealth and beauty under his rule. End of the story of Olaf the Quiet. Section 60 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of King Magnus Barefoot, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 14. Chapter 1. The beginnings of King Magnus Barefoot. Magnus, son of King Olaf, was straightway after the death of King Olaf taken to king in the wick over all Norway. But when the Uplanders heard of the death of King Olaf, they took to King Hakon, Thorir's fosterling, a first cousin of Magnus. Scythians fared Hakon and Thorir north to Thrandheim, and when they came to Nidois, then summoned he the Air-Thing, and at that thing Hakon craved for him the king's name, and that was given him so far that the bonders took him to king over that half of the land which King Magnus his father had had. Hakon took off from the Thrandheim folk the land penny geld, and gave them many other law boot. He took off from them Yule gifts withal. Then turned all the Thrand folk to friendship with King Hakon. Then King Hakon took to him a bodyguard, and Scythians fared back to the uplands, and gave to the Uplanders all such law boot as to the Thrandheimers, and they also were his full and fast friends. Then was this sung in Thrandheim: Young Hakon, the famed bounteous, came hither. Best of all men upon the earth born is he. So with Stig Thorir fared he. Himself he offered Scythians to give up half of Norway to Olaf's son, but bounteous Magnus, speech deft, would all have. Chapter 2. The death of King Hakon. King Magnus fared in autumn north to Cheaping, and when he came there, fared he forthwith into the king's garth, and abode in the hall, and dwelt there the early winter. He kept 7 long ships and an open wake in the Nid off the king's garth. But when King Hakon heard that King Magnus had come to Thrandheim, he fared from the east over Dovrefell, and then to Thrandheim, and unto Cheaping, and he took him harbor in Skooli's garth, down below Clement's church, which was the ancient king's court. It liked ill to King Magnus the great gifts which King Hakon had given to the bonders to win their friendship, for Magnus deemed that his own had been given away no less than Hakon's, and his mind was sore troubled thereat, and he deemed him mishandled of his kinsmen thereby, that he should now have so much less incomings than his father had had, or his forefathers before him, and he wighted Thorir for this rede. King Hakon and Thorir got to know hereof, and misdoubted them as to what Magnus might be minded to do, and then seemed that was most doubtful above all, that Magnus should have afloat long ships tilted and arrayed. In the spring about Candlemas, King Magnus laid aboard in the midst of the night, and put out with ships tilted and lights burning thereunder, and held out to Hefring, and tarried there for a night, and they made their great fires up aland. Then King Hakon and that folk which was in the town thought this was done of treason. He let blow the host out, and all the Cheaping's folk sought thereto, and were gathered night long. But in the morning when it took light, and King Magnus saw an all folk's host on the Ares, he held out down the firth, and so south to Gulathing's parts. Then King Hakon arrayed his journey, and was minded east for Wick. But erst he had a mote in the town, and spoke in bad men of their friendship, and behight his friendship to all, and said that there was a shadow over the will of his kinsman, King Magnus. King Hakon sat on a horse, and was bound for faring. All folk behight him their friendship with good will, and following if he should need it. And all the folk saw him off as far as out under Stoneburg. King Hakon rode up to Dovrefell, and as he fared out over the fell, he rode one day after a ptarmigan that would be flying before him, and therewith he fell sick, and caught his bane sickness, and died there on the fell. His body was flitted north, and came to Cheaping half a month after he had fared away thence. And all the folk of the town, and they mostly greeting, went to meet the body of the king, for all folk loved him heartily dear. The body of King Hakon was buried at Christ Church. King Hakon was a man of well 35 years of age, and he was one of the lords of Norway, most dearly beloved of the people. He had fared north to Bjarmland, and had had battles there, and won the victory. Chapter 3: Warfare in Halland. King Magnus held in winter east to Wick, and when it was spring he fared south to Halland, and harried wide about there. Then burnt he Viskdale there, and more countries beside. Gat he there much wealth, and therewithal went back to his kingdom. So says Bjorn Cripplehand in the Magnus-Drapa. Let fare the Lord of Vorsfolk with sword wide over Halland. Swift was the fight to driven. The horde Lord singed houses. Sithens, the king of Franfolk, burned countrysides a many. Fast blew the hell of withies. Wake must the Viskdale widows. Here it is said that King Magnus did the greatest deeds of war. Chapter 4: Of Stig-Thorir. There was a man named Svein, the son of Harald Fletcher, a Danish man of kin. He was the greatest of Vikings, and a mighty man of war, and most valiant, a man of great kin in his land. He had been in mickle good liking with King Hakon, but after the death of King Hakon, Stig-Thorir trode ill therein, of getting into peace and friendship with King Magnus, if his might should go over all the land, by reason of the enmity and withstanding which Thorir erst had had against King Magnus. Sithens had they, Thorir and Svein, that rede which thereafter was brought about in that they raised them a flock through the strength of Thorir and his thronging. But whereas Thorir was an old man and heavy in his goings, then stood Svein to the steering of the flock and the chieftain's name. To this rede turned more chiefs beside. The highest among them was Egil, son of Aslak of Aurland. Egil was a landed man, and had to wife Ingibiorg, the daughter of Agmund, son of Thorberg, a sister of Skapti of Giski. Skjalg was the name of a mighty and wealthy man, who joined the band. Moreover, this Thorkel Hammerskald tells of in the Magnus-Drapa. Thorir, great heart with Egil, drew flocks from wide together. Those redes of theirs were nowise full gainful unto menfolk. Heard I that Skjalg's friends gat them sharp hurt thence, that the land's lords cast stone beyond their power 'gainst murder hawk's drink giver. Thorir and his raised up the flock in the uplands, and came down upon Ramsdale and Southmere, and got together for them ships there, and held Sithens for the north to Thrandheim. Chapter 5: The Undertakings of Thorir. Sigurd Woolstring was the name of a landed man, the son of Loden Vigskull. He gathered folk by the arrow shearing, when as he heard of the folk of Thorir and them, and made for Vig with all the folk he could get. But Svein and Thorir held their folk thither, and fought with Sigurd and his folk, and got the victory, and wrought much man spoil. But Sigurd fled away, and fared to find King Magnus. But Thorir and his fared to Cheaping, and dwelt a while there in the firth, and came there a many men to them. King Magnus heard these tidings, summoned an host together, and straightway Scythians held north for Thrandheim. But when he came into the firth, and Thorir and his heard thereof, they lay by Hefring, and were all bound to hold out of the firth. Then rode they unto Wain Wickstrand, and went off ship there, and landed, and came north into Thexdale in Sallow Wharf, and Thorir was carried in barrows over the fells. Then they betook them aboard ship, and fared north to Halogaland. But King Magnus fared after them so soon as he was bound from Thrandheim. Thorir and his went all the way north to Birch Isle, and John fled away, and Vidkun his son. Thorir and his robbed all chattels there, and burnt the stead, together with a good long ship which Vidkun had. Then said Thorir, as the cutter was burning, and the ship heeled over, "More to starboard, Vidkun." Then was this sung: "In mid Birch Isle now burneth the goodliest home I wot of. No gain from Thorir cometh. Roareth the bale of timber. Of the fire John will not grudge him, nor robbing when 'tis evening. Bright low the broad stead singes. The reek goes up to heaven." Chapter VI. The Death of Stig Thorir and Egil. John and Vidkun fared day and night until they met King Magnus. Svein and Thorir also went on from the north with their host, and robbed wide about Halogaland. But when they lay in the bay called Harm, then they saw the sailing of King Magnus, and Thorir and they deemed they had not folk enough to fight, so they rode away and fled. Thorir and Egil rode to Hesea town, but Svein rode out into the main, but some of their band rode into the firth. King Magnus held after Thorir and Egil, and when the ships ran together at the landing place, Thorir was in the foreroom of his ship. Then called Sigurd Wulfstring to him, "Art thou whole, Thorir?" Thorir answered, "Whole of hand, but frail of foot." Then fled the folk of Thorir and Egil up a land, but they laid hands on Thorir. Egil was taken withal, because he would not run away from his wife. King Magnus had them both taken to Wamholm, and when Thorir was led ashore, he reeled on his feet, and Vidkun said, "More to larboard, Thorir." Sithence was Thorir led to gallows, and he said, "We were fellows four," and set one to the rudder. And when he walked up to the gallows, he said, "Evil are evil counsels." Sithence was he hanged, and when as upreared the gallows tree, Thorir was so heavy that his halse was torn asunder, and the trunk fell to earth. Thorir was of all men the biggest, both high and thick. Egil withal was led to the gallows, and when the king's thralls were about to hang him, Egil spake, "Naught shall ye hang me for this cause, that each one of you were not meeter to hang than I," even as was sung: "O son of Wave Day, soothly heard I that true word came forth from out of the mouth of Egil against the heartless king thralls. Said he each man was meeter higher to hang than he was. The waster of the war, blink grief mickle there abided." King Magnus sat by while they were hanged, and was so wroth that no one of his men was bold enough to dare bid for peace for them. And when Egil spurned the gallows, the king said, "Good kinsman, stand thee ill instead in thy need." Thereby it was shown that the king would have been bidden that Egil might live. So says Bjorn Cripplehand. Swift lord of Sagan folk reddened the sword on bands of robbers. Wide was the wolf a tearing warm carrion round in Harm firth. Heardst how the king did do it, that men loathed lord betrayal? Graith was fight doers faring, so fared it. Hanged was Thorir. Chapter VII. Of punishments on the Thrandheim folk. King Magnus held Sithence south to Thrandheim, and gave great punishments there to all such men as were proven traitors to him. Some he slew, some he burnt their goods. So says Bjorn Cripplehand. Shield shunning ravens feeder one fear for folk of Thrandheim. When deemed they bale of woodlands was roaming through the built land. I deemed that war host's Balder locked the life days of two Hersirs. The troll's horse was unhungry, the urn flew to the hanged ones. Svein, the son of Harald Fletcher, fled first out into the main, and so to Denmark, and was there until he got himself into peace with King Eystein, son of Magnus. He took Svein to peace, and made him his trencher swain, and bestowed on him kindness and honor. Then had King Magnus sole dominion in the land, and upheld well the peace thereof, and ridded it of all Vikings and waylayers. He was a brisk man, and warlike, and toilsome, and liker in all wise to his father's father, Harald, in his mind shape rather than unto his own father. Chapter 8 of Sveinki. A man hight Sveinki, the son of Steinar. He dwelt east away by the Elf, a very mighty man. He had fostered Hakon, or even Thorir of Steig took to him. As yet Sveinki had not given himself up into the power of King Magnus. Now King Magnus called to him Sigurd Woolstring, and told him that he will send him to Sveinki to bid him out of his lands, and the king's havings to boot. For he has not made obeisance to us, nor done us honor. He said, East in the Wick are those landed men, Svein Bridgefoot, de Eilifson, Kolbjorn Clack, to flit our case by right and law. Then said Sigurd, I wist not that there was a man to be looked for in Norway, for whom 3 landed men were needed to come along with my avail. The king said, No taking to it, if it be not needed. Now he arrays his journey with one ship, and held east for the Wick, and summons the landed men together, and then a thing is called throughout the Wick, and thereto are bidden the elf-biters from the east, and there was much thronging of men. Men had to bide Sveinki a while. Sithence is seen the faring of men thither, and as an heap of ice shivers was it to look on. And there cometh Sveinki and his into the Thing mote, and sat down in one ring, and had 500 of men. Then stood up Sigurd and spake and said, God's greeting, and his sends King Magnus unto God's friends and his, all landed men and mighty men, and therewith fair words, bidding himself for the captain, and to be the breast of for all men of Norway. Good it is to take well a king's word. Then standeth up a man in the flock of those Elfgrims, mickle waxen, exceeding swollen faced, in a fleece coat, a cudgel over his shoulder, and a bowl hat on his head. He answered, No need of roller, quoth fox, drew harp, shell, or ice, and then he sat down again. Somewhat later Sigurd stood up and spake, and thuswise took up the word. Little welding to the king's errand have we got of the flock of those Elfgrims, and but middling friendly. But in such matters each taketh his own measure. But to make the king's errand bearer, he now biddeth land dues from mighty men, and the fetching of men to his hosting, and other kingly honors withal. Let each one run through his own mind how he will have done that, give honor to himself, and write laws to the king, if before he have come short therein. And thereupon he sat down. The same man riseth up and warped his hat somewhat, and answereth, Snowsome it sniffeth, lads, quoth Finns, had snowshoes for sale, and then sat down. And somewhat later rose up Sigurd. He had had talk with the landed men to the end that it needed not to draw feather over the king's frank errand. And wroth looking is he, and casteth off the cloak he had over him, blue of color, and was in red scarlet kirtle thereunder, and he spake. Now things have come to this pass, that each one must look out for himself. There is no need to shear fine with this man. It is now seen how much we are accounted of, and if that be borne, there is more behind, to wit, that the king's errand is answered shamefully. And after all, each one must look to his own worth. There is a man hight Sveinki, and is Steinar's son, dwells east by the Elf. The king will have of him his right land dues and his own lands, or biddeth him else quit his lands. Now it behooves not to hang back herein, or to answer with mocking words. Men will be found his peers in power, though he take our errands unworthily. And it is better now than later to push on one's affair with honor than to abide with shame from stubbornness. And he sat down. Then Sveinki riseth up and casteth his hat off on his back, and spake. Pshaw, said he, beast of a dog, foxes shitted in the carles burn. Hearken, a foul thing, thou sleeveless of shirtless back. What, biddest thou me be off my lands? Sent were aforetime on the same errand they of thy kindred, thou Sigurd Woolbag. One was called Gil-Backrith, and another by a worser name. Night long were they in a house, and stole wheresoever they came. What? Biddest me out of my lands? Less was thy carp while Hakon, my foster son, was alive, whenas so adrad wert thou. If thou wert in his way as a mouse in a trap, so wert thou huddled up in rags as a cur aboard ship. As packed into a sack as corn in a skin, so wert thou chased out of thy lands as a plow horse from stud. And one breathing hole thou hadst, like an otter in a gin. What now? Deem thee well apaid, if thou come away with thy life. Stand up. That reed only saw Svein Bridgefoot, and is to put a horse under Sigurd, and he rode away into the wood, and so it closed that Sveinki went back to his lands. But Sigurd Woolstring came the land road with ill play north to Thrandheim, and met King Magnus, and told him how matters stood. Then said the king, "Didst thou need somewhat of a vail from the landed men?" Sigurd deemed ill of his journey, and said he had will to avenge him, and he exoned the king. King Magnus led array 5 ships, and fared south along the land, and east to Wick, and there taketh glorious feasts of his landed men. The king told them he will meet Sveinki, and said he misdoubted him that he would will to be king over Norway. They said the man was mighty and hard to deal with. Now fareth the king until they came off the abode of Sveinki, then bade the landed men to be allowed to wot of tidings, and they go up from the ships. They see the faring of Sveinki, that he had come from his stead with an host of men well arrayed. Thereupon the landed men uprear the white shield. Sveinki stays his men, and both hosts met. Then spake Kolbiorn Clack, "King Magnus sends thee greeting." And then he saith, and biddeth him heed his own honor and the king's lordship, and not to dight him so masterful as to fight with the king. He offered to bear words of peace betwixt, and bade him stay his host. Sveinki said he would abide. "We fared out against you, that ye might not tread down our acres." They met the king, and said that all would be in his wielding. The king said, "Swift is my doom. Let him flee out of the land, and come back never while is my reign, and he shall let go all his goods." "Would not that be more seemly," said Kolbiorn, "and better for the hearing of other kings, to put him from the land in such wise that he might be with mighty men for his wealth's sake? He will never come back while we have the lands, but thou wouldst have done in mighty man's manner. Think of this with thyself, and worthy our words." The king said, "Let him fare away forthwith." Then they met Sveinki, and tell him kind words from the king, but that withal, that the king bids him fare away from the land, and do that honor to the king, for that he had trespassed against him. For that is honor to both. The king would grant him as much wealth as would beseem him. Think thereof. Then said Sveinki, "Then things must have changed if the king spoke kindly. Why should I flee my lands and all my goods? Hearken to it. Better it seems to me to fall amidst my belongings than to flee mine heritage. Tell the king that hence I flee not, so long as one bow shot." Kolbiorn said, "Naught is that the one only likely thing. Better to bow to worship of the best Lord than to withstand him to the point of great troubles. To a good man is it good wheresoever he liveth, and thou wilt be most accounted of wheresoever thou happenest on men the most mighty, in that thou hast held thine own against such a lord. Hearken to our behest, and worship somewhat our errand. We offer thee to look after thy goods, and truly to guard them. Withal, if thou come back to thy lands, pay thou scat never, but it be thy will, and thereto shall we lay in pledge both our goods and our lives. Thrust this not away from thee, and so spare all troubles to good fellows." Then Sveinki held his peace, and spake sithence, "Wisely do ye seek hereafter, yet it misdoubteth me whether this errand of the king be not somewhat turned aside. But for the mickle good will ye have shown, I shall so worship your words that I will fare from the land winter long, but that while I shall have my goods left in peace, according to your behest. Say these my words to the king, and that it is done for your sakes, not for the king's." Then they met the king, and tell him that Sveinki lays everything in his power, but he biddeth therefore the honor of thee to be away 3 winters, then to come back, if that be the will of both of you. Do for thy kingship and our prayer, and let it so be, whereas all is at thy doom, and we shall lay all down thereto, that he come not back save at thy will." Then spake the king, "As good men and true ye flitted, and for your sake shall we even so do as ye pray. Tell him so." They thanked the king, and fared on to find Sveinki, and tell him of the kindly words of the king. "And fain are we if ye two might come to peace. Praise the king that a 3 winters frist should be named. But we ween, if we wot the sooth, that ere that he will not be without you. And for your honor's sake it is a rede worshipful not to naysay it." Says Sveinki, "What then forsooth? Tell the king I shall do him no heartburn in dwelling here. So take ye my goods in hand." He turns with his host home to the stead, and is off straightway, and was bound heretofore. Kolbiorn stayeth behind, bidding King Magnus to a feast, as if that had already been settled before. Now Sveinki rides up into Goutland with all his host, such thereof as liketh him. The king taketh banquets at his steads, and then goes back to the Wick, and those are called the king's goods and lands which Sveinki had owned, and he lets Kolbiorn guard them. The king taketh banquets about the Wick, and then he fareth to the north. And now things are quiet a while, but now ill folk fall upon the Elfgrims, whereas it is lordless, and the king sees that waste will be his realm east away there. Seems to him the only thing to be done is to grant it to Sveinki to break the stream before him, and that seemeth the handiest. Gat, and the king sendeth word to Sveinki twice, but he fared not till the king himself came to Denmark. Then they made full peace, and Sveinki fared to his own lands, and was ever sithence a breast for the king. Chapter IX. The West faring of King Magnus. King Magnus dight his journey out of the land, and had an host mickle and fair with him, and ships of the best. He held his host west over the main, and first to the Orkneys. He laid hands on both earls, Paul and Erland, and sent them both east to Norway, and set his son Sigurd up for lord over the isles, and gat him a council. Sithence King Magnus held his host into the South Isles, and when he came there, he fell straightway to harry and to burn the builded country, and slew the menfolk, and robbed wheresoever they fared. But the folk of the land fled wide away, some into Scotland's firths, some south to Cantyre, or west to Ireland, while others some gat life and limb, and became the king's men. So says Bjorn Cripplehand. Wood sorrow all through Lewis played wildly nigh the heavens. Wide were the folk flight eager, fire gushed forth from houses. Fared the king fight eager, wide with the flame vist over. The Lord wan fight beam ruddy, and life and wealth lost bonders. The stauncher of the hunger of storm goose let their hairy sky, and glad wolf's tooth reddened on many a wound in Tyrie. The Greenland's lord wrought weeping for maids south down the islands. The mull folk ran all mithered. High went the Scotchman's scatterer. Chapter 10. Of Lawman, the son of King Gudrod. King Magnus brought his host to Holy Isle, and gave there truce and peace to all men, and to all men's goods. So men say that he was minded to open Columkill church the little, but went not the king within, and straightway locked the door with bolt, and said that no one should be so bold henceforth to go into that church, and so has it been done sithence. Then King Magnus brought his host south to Islay, and harried there, and burnt. And when he had won that land, he dight his journey south past Cantyre, and then harried on either board, now on Ireland, now on Scotland, and went thus all with war shield, all the way south to Man, and harried there as in other places. So says Bjorn Cripplehand. The brisk king wide the shield bore on to the level sandy, smoked Islay, when the war men of all wielder eked burnings. Yet southward Cantyre louded neath edges of the war host. Sithence fight feeder nimble wrought man fall of the man folk. Lawman hight the son of Gudrod, king of the South Isles. Lawman was set to landward in the Northern Isles. But when King Magnus came to the South Isles with his host, Lawman fled away here and there about the islands. But at last King Magnus' men took him, together with his crew, whenas he would flee to Ireland. The king let set him in irons and keep him in ward. So says Bjorn Cripplehand. Each shelter was of peril which had the son of Gudrod. The Thran's lord gat the banning of land there unto lawman. The Agder folks deft youngling gat caught outside the messes, waster of adder's bolster, whereas roared tongues of blade rims. Chapter 11. The fall of Earl Hugh the Valiant. Scythians held King Magnus his host for Bretland. But when he came into Anglesey Sound, there came against him an host from Bretland, and two earls ruled thereover, Hugh the Valiant and Hugh the Thick, and laid straightway to battle, and there was the hard fight. King Magnus shot from the bow, but Hugh the Valiant was all burnied, so that nothing was bare on him save the eyes alone. King Magnus shot an arrow at him, and another man withal, a Halogallander, who stood beside the king, and they shot both at once. Came one arrow on the nose guard of the helm, and the nose guard was bent and twisted over to one side, but the other shot came on the earl's eye, and flew through to the back of his head, and that is kin to the king. There Hugh the earl fell, and fled the Bretlanders Scythians, and had lost much folk. So says Bjorn Cripplehan. The sword grove ruled life spilling of Hugh the earl the valiant in Angle Sound, where sheared the strokes, and darts flew swiftly. And yet again was this sung: Point dinned against the byrnie, with might and main the king shot. Agdir's all-wielder swayed the elm. Blood leaped on war helms, into the rings flew string hail. The folk stooped, but the horde's lord let bane come to the earl there, in the land onset hardy. King Magnus gat victory in that battle. Then gat he Anglesey, and that was the furthest south that the former kings who had been in Norway had gotten dominion to them. Anglesey is a third part of Bretland. After this battle turned back King Magnus with his host, and made first for Scotland. Then men fared between him and King Malcolm of Scotland, and they made peace between them. King Magnus should have all the islands that lie to the west of Scotland, all of them, to wit, betwixt which and the main land a keel with rudder shipped could fare. But when King Magnus came from the south up to Cantyre, then let he drag a cutter over Cantyre neck, with rudder shipped, and himself sat on the poop and held the tiller, and thus got he to him so much land as lay to larboard. Cantyre is a mickle land, and better than the best isle of the South Isles, save man. A narrow neck there is between it and the main land of Scotland, and thereover long ships are often dragged. Chapter 12. Death of the Earls of Orkney. King Magnus was the winter over in the South Isles, and then fared his men over all Scotland's firths, and rode inside all islands, builded and unbuilded, and owned for the King of Norway all the islands. King Magnus got to wife to his son Sigurd, Beodmernia, daughter of King Murkjartan, the son of Thialfi, the king of the Irish, who ruled over Connaught. The next summer King Magnus fared with his host east to Norway. Earl Erland was dead of sickness in the Dois, and there is buried, but Earl Paul in Bjorgvin. Skapti, the son of Ogmund, the son of Thorberg, was a landed man of renown. He dwelt at Giske in Southmere. He had to wife Gudrun, daughter of Thord, the son of Foley. Their children were Ogmund, Finn, Thord, and Thora, whom Asolf, son of Skully, had to wife. The sons of Skapti and his wife were the most likely of men in their youth, and the best beloved of folk. Chapter 13. Strife of King Magnus and King Ingi. Steinkul, the Swede king, died near the fall of the two Haralds, and Hakon hight the king in Sweden next after King Steinkul. Scythians was Ingi king, the son of King Steinkul, a good king and a mighty of all men the most and strongest. He was king in Sweden whenas Magnus was king in Norway. King Magnus claimed that that was the land marches, that in days of yore the Gautelf had sundered the realms of the Swede king, the Norway's king, and Scythians the Vener, as far as Vermland, and King Magnus claimed to own all the countrysides to the west of Vener, that is, Southdale and Northdale, Veer and Vardenaar, and all marklands thereto appertaining. But that had then this long while lain under the sway of the Swede king, and to West Goutland as for dues, and the men of the marklands would still be under the sway of the Swede king as erst. King Magnus rode out of the Wick up into Goutland, having an host mickle and fair, but when he came into the mark dwellings he harried and burned and fared so through all the builded lands, and the people went unto him and swore obedience to him. But when he came up as far as the water of Venner, the autumn began to wear. Then they went out into Kevaldin's Isle, and made there a burg of turf and timber, and digged a dike about it. And when this work was done, there was brought into it victual and other havings whereof was need. The king set therein 300 of men, the captains of whom were Finn, the son of Skapti, and Sigurd Woolstring, and had the goodliest company. But the king turned back therewith west toward the Wick. Chapter 14 of the Northmen. But when the Swede king heard this, he bade an host together, and the word went that he was minded to ride down, but that was tarried a while. Then sang the Northmen this: All long doth Ingi thu broad tarry his riding downward. But when the water of Venner was laid under ice, King Ingi came down, having well nigh 30 hundreds of men. He sent word to the Northmen who sat in the burg, and bade them fare their ways with what goods they had, and back to Norway. But when the messengers bore to them the king's words, Sigurd Woolstring answered and said that King Ingi would bring about other things than to wise them away as a herd out of Ham, and said he would have to come nigher first. The messengers bore these words back to the king. Sithens fared King Ingi with the whole host out into the island, and sent a second time men to the Northmen, and bade them fare away, and have with them their weapons, raiment, and horses, but leave behind all robbed goods. This they nay said, but sithens they fell on them, and both shot at each other. Then let the king bear stones and timber thereto, and fill the dike. Then let each take an anchor, and bind it to long staves, and bear that up to the top of the timber wall. Then went thereto many men, and dragged the wall asunder. Then were made big fires, and they shot blazing brands at them. Then the Northmen bade for quarter, and the king bade them go out weaponless, cloakless, and as they went out each of them was whipped with twigs. They fared away in such plight, and home again to Norway. But the markmen all turned back to King Ingi. Sigurd and his fellows went on until they met King Magnus, and told him of their misadventure. End of the story of King Magnus Barefoot, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 14. Section 61 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of King Magnus Barefoot, Part 2, Chapter 15 through 28. Chapter 15 of King Magnus and Gifford. That man came to King Magnus when he was east in the Wick, hight Gifford, a Welshman, and said he was a good knight, and offered King Magnus his service, and said that he had heard the king had a realm much in need of rule. The king gave him a good welcome. At that time King Magnus was making ready to fare up into Goutland, as he deemed he had a claim on the Gouts to his dominion. A great host he had, and the West Gouts went under him all about the nearest countrysides. Sithens he set him down at the marches, and they dwelt in tents, and he was minded on a raiding. King Ingi heard this, and gathers folk and takes the way to meet King Magnus. But when to King Magnus came the news of his faring, his captains egged him to turn back. But the king would not that, but holds him on to go meet King Ingi a night ere he should be ware. And as he was arraying his host at the stead, hight Foxern, he asked, Where is Gifford? And he was not seen. Then said the king, Now naught will he our flock fill, the false knight of the Welshmen. Then a skald who was with the king joined in. The king asked what was doing Gifford, when as the folk fought. In gore we reddened weapons, but thither came he nowhere. On a red nag the dastard full loath was to forthriding, and naught will he our flock fill, the false knight of the Welshmen. Mickle manscathe was there, but King Ingi got him free by flight. Then came Gifford riding down from the land, and was spoken not well of, that he was not at the battle. Fared he away sithence, and went to England. Hard was their voyage, and he lay mostly abed. Then went to the bailing a man of Iceland hight, Eldbjarn, and when he saw where Gifford lay, then sang he: "Why fitteth it a courtman to doze in surly temper? Be brisk, O knight fair haired, thou walloweth the keel now. Sooth is that I bid Gifford betake him to the bale butt, or high belike his bailing in the broad hulled horse of Whale land." And when they came west to England, he tells how the Northmen had benighed him. Then was a mote called, and thither came a grieve, and the case came before him. He said he was but little wont to the cases of men, whereas he was a young man, and had had overrule but a short while. And the other matter can I little to clear up, when sung it is, yet may we hearken. Then Eldjarn sang: "Heard I that flight thou dravest at Foxern, but the other of the man host there were hidden. I heard of a war was hard there. High was the going thereat of the hardener of Helm Thunder, where Gifford you to hell smote, as you stood the lads of Goutland." Then said the sheriff: "Little am I of a skald, but I can hear that this is no nith, and that there was an honor unto thee therein." But he, Gifford, cannot what to say hereon, but he finds that this was mockery. Chapter 16. Battle at Foxern. In spring, so soon as the ice was loose, King Magnus went with his host east to Elf, and held up the eastern branch thereof, and harried everywhere in the realm of the Swede king. But when they came up as far as Foxern, then they went up a land from their ships. And as they came over a certain river which was in their way, came against them the host of the Gauts, and a battle befell, and the Northmen were overborne by folk and turned to flight, and a many of them were slain by a certain water force. King Magnus fled, and the Gauts followed them, and slew such as they might. King Magnus was a man easily known, the most of men. He had a red surcoat over his byrnie, the hair silky flaxen, falling down over his shoulders. Agmund Skaptason rode on one side of the king, the biggest and fairest of men, and said, "Give me the surcoat, king." The king answered, "What hast thou to do with the surcoat?" "I will have it," said he. "Thou hast given me greater gifts than that." Now the lay of the land was such that far and wide there were level fields, and the Gauts and the Northmen saw each other ever. But in other places there were cloughs and copses which hid the sight. Then the king gave the surcoat to Agmund, and he donned it. Sithence ride they forth unto the fields, and Agmund turned right athwart and his company. And when the Gauts saw that, they deemed that there would be the king, and rode thither after him all. So the king rode his way to the ship, but Agmund drew away as hardly as might be, and yet came hale aboard ship. Held King Magnus Sithence down along the river, and so north into the Wick. Chapter 17. Peace between the kings. The next summer, after a meeting was laid betwixt the kings at King's Rock in the Elf, and thither came Magnus, Norway's king, and Ingi, the Swede king, and Eirik, the son of Svein, the Dane king, and this meeting was bound to truce. But when the thing was set, the kings went forth into the field apart from other men, and spoke together for a little while, and then walked back to their folk, and then was peace made, so that each should have such dominion as their fathers had had afore, but each king should boot his own landsmen their robbery and manscathe, and each Sithence to even it against each other. King Magnus should have to wife Margaret, the daughter of King Ingi, who was Sithence called Frithpole. That was the talk of the men that never had been seen men lordlier than were they all of them. King Ingi was somewhat the biggest and stoutest, and he was deemed to be the most elder-like. King Magnus was deemed to be the most masterful and nimblest. But King Eirik was rather the goodliest to behold, and all were they fair men, big, noble, and word handy. At things thus done they parted. Chapter 18. The wedding of King Magnus. King Magnus got Queen Margaret, the daughter of King Ingi, and she was sent from the east, from Sweden to Norway, and there was gotten to her a noble following. But King Magnus had afore certain barons, which are named. A son of his was hight Eystein, whose mother was of little kin. Another hight Sigurd, younger by one winter. His mother hight Thora. Olaf hight the third, much the youngest. His mother was Sigrid, the daughter of Sax of Wick, a nobleman in Thrandheim. She was the king's concubine. So say men, that whenas King Magnus came back from his West Viking, that he held much to the fashion of raiment as was wont in the West land, and many of his men likewise. They would go barelegged in the street, and had short kirtles and overcloaks. So then men called him Magnus Barefoot, or Bareleg. But some men called him Magnus the High, others some stour whiles Magnus. He was the highest of men. His mark of height was done in Mary's church in Cheaping, that same which King Harald had let do make. Thereby the north door were hammered out on the stone wall 3 crosses, one for Harald's height, the second Olaf's height, the third Magnus' height. And that was marked where each of them might kiss the handiest. Harald's cross was uppermost, and Magnus' cross nethermost, but Olaf's mark midway of both. This lay is given to King Magnus, how that he made it of the Kaiser's daughter. Mathilde is the one that hurts me, my play and joy, and waketh the war. Now from wounds drinketh the blood mew in the Southland. The lady white red Herod, her land with shield who warded, teacheth me little sleeping. Swords bit the doors of Hogni. And still he sang, what here in the world is better than the fair wives? But seldom the skald doth cease from longing. Long day the lad that tarries, this heavy sorrow bear I from thing, that never henceforth my maiden shall I find me. Men for the mote bedight them. When King Magnus had heard a friendly word from the Kaiser's daughter to him, and when she had said that such a man she deemed of worship as was King Magnus, then he sang this: in secret good word hear I on the skald from the gird of Goldring. The red-haired Armline will not cast forth her speech on sea wave. I love the words well loving of that row bench of good web, though nowise oft I find her. No men that high I love her. Chapter 19. Unpeace betwixt King Magnus and Skapti. Skapti Agmundsson fell out with King Magnus, and they strove about an heritage. Skapti held it, but the king claimed it with so mickle mastery that it came to the very point of peril. Many meetings they had to hold on the matter, but Skapti laid that rede thereto, that he and his son should never be all at once in the king's power, and he said that that would serve best. Whenas Skapti was before the king, he brought this forward, that due kinship was betwixt him and the king, and that moreover he had always been a dear friend to the king, and their friendship had never turned aside. So said he, that men might know that he had got such wits about him, that I will not, says he, hold the matter in contest with thee, king, if I should speak wrong, but in this I take after my 4 elders to hold my right against any one, and in that matter I have no respect of person. The king was the same, nor did his mind grow meeker by such speech. So Skapti fared home. Chapter 20. The journey of Finn Skaptisson. Sithence went Finn, the son of Skapti, to find the king, and talked with him, and bade the king this, that he should let father and sons get their rights of this case. The king answered surly and short. Then said Finn, I looked for something else from thee, king, than by thy robbing me of law herein, whenas I went into Kuvladinsi, which few others of thy friends would do. For they said, as sooth was, that they were aforesold who sat there and doomed to death, if King Ingi had not shown us more high-mindedness than thou hadst seen to for us. And yet many folk will deem that we bore shame thence, if that be worth aught. At such talk the king shifted naught, and so Finn fared home. Chapter 21. The journey of Agmund Skaptisson. Then fared Agmund Skaptisson to see the king, and when he came before the king, he bare forth his errand, and bade the king do right by the father and sons. The king said that that was right which he spake, and that they were wondrous overbold. Then spake Agmund, thou wilt come thy way, king, thus wise, and wrongest by reason of thy might. Will that here be sooth as 'tis said, that the giving of life most men reward ill or naught? That shall eke follow my plea, that I shall never again come into thy service, nor any one of our fatherhood, if I may rule it. Fared Agmund home after this, and never after did they see each other, King Magnus and Agmund. Chapter 22. Skapti's faring out of the land. Next spring Skapti, the son of Agmund, arrayed his faring away out of the land. He had 5 long ships, all well dight, and to this journey betook themselves with him his sons Agmund and Finn and Thord. They were somewhat late bound, and sailed in harvest to Flanders, and were there the winter through. Early in the spring they sailed west to the land, and in the summer they sailed out through Nor-the-Sound, and in harvest to Rome. There died Skapti. All of them, father and sons, died in this journey, but Thord lived the longest of them, and died in Sicily. That is the say of men, that Skapti was the first of Northmen to sail through Norva Sound, and most famed was that journey. Chapter 23. Miracle of King Olaf at a fire. It befell in Cheaping, whereas King Olaf rests, that fire came into a house in the town, and it burned wide. Then was born from out the church the shrine of King Olaf, and set against the fire. Scythians ran thereto, a man harebrained and unwise, and beat the shrine, and threatened the holy man, and said that all would burn up there unless he saved them with his prayers, both the church and other houses. Now Almighty God, let the burning of the church be staved off. But to that unwise man he sent I-XIII forthwith the same night, and thus he lay all along until the holy King Olaf prayed Almighty God for mercy for him, and within that same church he got healed again. Chapter 24. King Olaf's miracles on a crippled woman. That other tidings also was in Cheaping, that a certain woman was brought thither to that place whereas King Olaf rests. She was so fordone that she was all crippled together in such wise that both her legs lay bent up with her thighs. Now inasmuch as she was diligent at prayers, and had made behest to him greeting, he healed her of her mickle ailing, so that her feet and legs and other limbs were straightened out of their bonds, and thereafter every joint and limb served its right shape. Before she might not even crawl thither, but she walked thence whole and fain to her homestead. Chapter 25. Warfare in Ireland. King Magnus arrayed his journey out of the land, and had a mickle host, and at that time he had been king over Norway 9 winters. Then fared he west over sea, and had the goodliest host that was thereto in Norway. Him followed all mighty men in the land, Sigurd Haranesson, Vidkun Johnson, de Eilifson, Sirk of Sagen, Eyvind Elbow, the king's marshal, Wolf Haranesson, brother of Sigurd, and many other mighty men. The king fared with all this host west to Orkney, and took with him thence the sons of Earl Erlend, Magnus, and Erling. Then he sailed for the South Isles, and while he lay off Scotland, Magnus, the son of Erling, ran by night from the king's ship, and swam ashore, and fared sithence into a wood, and came at last to the court of the king of the Scotch. King Magnus went with the host on towards Ireland, and harried there. Then came King Merciartan to hosting with him, and they won mickle of the land, Dublin to wit, and Dublinshire. And King Magnus was through the winter up in Connaught with King Merciartan, but set his men to guard the land he had won. But when it was spring, the kings fared with their hosts west into Ulster, and had there many battles, and won land, and had won the most part of Ulster when King Merciartan went back home to Connaught. Chapter 26. Upgoing of King Magnus. King Magnus arrayed his ships then, and was minded to fare east to Norway. He set his men for the guarding of the land in Dublin. He lay off Ulster with all his host, and they were bound to sail. They deemed they needed a strand hewing, and King Magnus sent his men to King Merciartan, bidding him to send him a strand hew, and he appointed the day on which it was to come, if his messengers were hailed, to wit, the day before Bartholomew's Mass. But on the eve of that Mass they were not yet come. But on the Mass day, when as the sun ran up, King Magnus went aland with the most part of his host, and went up from the ships, and would seek for his men and the strand hew. The weather was windless and sunshiny. The road lay over mires and fens, where thereover were cut logs of wood, but on either side there were copses. As they set forward, there was before them a high hill, whence they might see far and wide. They saw thence a mickle ride reek up landward, and talked between them whether that could be the host of the Irish, but some said that it would be their men with the strand hew. So they took stand there. Then spake Eyvind Elbow. King, said he, what is thy mind about this journey? Unwarily men deem thou farest, whereas thou wottest that the Irish are guileful. Bethink thee now of some rede for thine host. Then spake the king, let us now rank our host, and be ready if this be guile. So it was ranked, and the king and Eyvind went before the array. King Magnus had a helm on his head, and a red shield, and laid thereon a golden lion, girt with the sword which is called Leg-biter, tooth hilted, and the grip gold wrapped, the best of weapons. He had a spear in hand, and had on a silken surcoat over his shirt, and a silken lion shorn out on back and breast, gules, and that was the talk of men that never had seen a nobler man or more valiant. Eyvind had eke a red silken surcoat of the same fashion as the king's, and he too was a big man and goodly and the most warrior like. Chapter 27. The fall of King Magnus. But when the dust cloud came nearer, they saw that there went their own men with a mickle strand hew, which the king of the Irish had sent them, and had held all his word to King Magnus. Then they turned back down to the ships, and this was about the hour of midday. But when they got out on the mires, it was slow faring over the fens, and then rushed out the host of the Irish of every woodness, and gave battle forthwith. But the Northmen fared drifting, and many of them fell speedily. Then Eyvind spake, "King," says he, "unhappily fareth our folk. Take we good rede swiftly." The king said, "Blow the war blast for all folk together under the banner. But what folk here is shoot into Shieldsburg, and fare we then away to heal out over the mires. Sithens shall there be no peril when we come unto the level land." The Irish shot boldly, yet fell they all thick, but ever came man in man's stead. But when the king was come to the outermost ditch, there was mickle ill going there, and crossing but in few places, and there fell much Northmen. Then the king called to Thorgrim Skinhood, a landed man of his, upland of country, and bade him fare over the dike with his company. "But we will fend it meanwhile," says he, "so that ye shall take no hurt. Fare ye sithence under yonder holm, and shoot at them while we fare over the dike, for ye be good bowmen." But when Thorgrim and his got over the dike, they cast their shields on their backs and ran down to the ships. And when the king saw that, he said, "Unmanly sunderest thou from thy king. Unwise was I when I made thee a landed man, and made Sigurd hound an outlaw. Never would he have so fared." King Magnus gat a wound. A spear was thrust through both his thighs above the knee. He gripped the shaft betwixt his legs, and brake off the spear head, and spake, "So break we every each spar-leg swains. Set ye on well, I shall be none the worse." King Magnus was hewn on the neck with a spark, and that was the bane sore of him. Then fled they who were left. Vidkun, son of John, bore to ship the sword Legbiter and the king's banner. They ran the last, he the second Sigurd Haranesson, and the third day Eilifsson. There fell with King Magnus Eyvind Elbow, Wolf Haranesson, and many other mighty men. Fell many of the Northmen, but yet a many more out of the Irish. But the Northmen that got away left the land straightway that harvest. Erling, the son of Earl Erland, fell in Ireland with King Magnus. But when the host that had fled out of Ireland came to Orkney, and Sigurd heard of the fall of Magnus his father, he betook himself straightway to journeying with them, and they fared that harvest east into Norway. Chapter 28. Of King Magnus and Vidkun, son of John. King Magnus was king over Norway for 10 winters, and in his days there was good peace within the land, but the folk had great toil and cost from his outland hostings. King Magnus was most well beloved of his own men, but the bonders deemed him hard that tell men of his words, when his friends said that he would often fare unwarily whenas he harried in the outlands. He said thus, "For fame shall one have a king, not for long life." King Magnus was nigh on 30 years of age when he fell. Vidkun slew that man in the battle, who was the banesman of King Magnus. Then fled Vidkun, and had gotten him 3 wounds, and for that sake the sons of Magnus took him into the most dear liking. End of The Story of King Magnus Barefoot, Part 2, Chapter 15 through 28. Section 62 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Sigurd the Jerusalem-farer, Eystein, and Olaf, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 10. Chapter 1. The beginnings of the sons of Magnus. After the fall of King Magnus Barefoot, his sons Eystein, Sigurd, and Olaf took up the kingdom in Norway. Eystein had the northern deal of the land, and Sigurd the southern. King Olaf was then 4 or 5 winters old, but that third part of the land which was his share they both had warred over. Sigurd was taken to king when he was 13 or 14 winters old, but Eystein was a year older. King Sigurd left behind west beyond the sea the daughter of the Irish king. When the sons of King Magnus were taken to kings, came back from Jerusalem land, and some from Micklegarth, those men who had fared out with Skapti Agmundsson, and they were most famed, and knew to tell of many kind of tidings. And from the newness of the matter yearned many men in Norway for those farings. It was said that in Micklegarth Northmen gat any wealth they would, to bless them withal, they who would go into war wage. They bade the kings that one of them or the other, either Eystein or Sigurd, should fare and be captain of that folk which should betake itself to the journey. And the kings said yea thereto, and arrayed the journey at both their costs. To this journey betook themselves many mighty men, both landed men and mighty fonders. And when the faring was bound, it was settled that Sigurd should fare, but Eystein should rule over the land on behalf of both. Chapter II of the Earls of Orkney. One winter or two after the fall of King Magnus Barefoot, there came from the west, from Orkney, Hakon, son of Earl Paul, and to him the kings gave earldom and lordship in the Orkneys, even as the earls before him had had, such as Paul his father, or Erland his father's brother. And Earl Hakon went west to the Orkneys. Chapter III King Sigurd's Journey Abroad. 4 winters after the fall of King Magnus fared King Sigurd his folk away from Norway. Then had he 60 ships, so says Thorarin Kurtfell. So came together mickle host, eager of the folk king, much wise, well willed to the bounteous, that 60 board fair ships hence glided o'er waves at the willing of God the all pure. King Sigurd sailed in the autumn to England. There then was King Henry, son of William the Bastard, and King Sigurd was there the winter through. So says Einar Skulleson. Toil mighty leader ruled westward the most of war hosts. Seas mare sped neath the Lord King unto the English lee land. The fight glad king let keel rest, and winter long there bided. No better king there strideth from out of Weimar's falcon. Chapter IV King Sigurd's Journey. King Sigurd fared next spring with his host to the land, and came in the harvest out on Galicia land, and dwelt there the next winter. So says Einar Skulleson. And the great king, the highest in power beneath the sun hall, there in the James land fed he his soul the second winter. There heard I war host's leader, he paid an earl or froward for a lie. The king, keen minded, brightened black swan of battle. This was with these tidings that the earl who ruled over the land there made peace with King Sigurd, and the earl should let set market for meat cheaping for Sigurd all the winter. But this went on no longer than to Yule, and then meat grew hard to get, for the land is barren and an ill meat land. Fared then King Sigurd with a mickle company to a castle which the earl had, and the earl fled away, whereas he had but a little band. King Sigurd took there much victual and mickle other war gettings, and let flit it all to his ships, and then arrayed him for going away, and fared west along by Spain. Whenas King Sigurd was sailing along Spain, it befell that certain Vikings who were faring on war catch came to meet him with an host of galleys. But King Sigurd joined battle with them, and so hove up his first battle with heathen men, and he won 8 galleys of them. So says Harald Gabler. And Vikings, little worthy, fared they to meet the mighty king of the roofs of Filnir. The king laid low the fight gods. The host there gat the ridding of galleys 8, where fell not few folk. The friend of warriors, the kind to men, gat plunder. Sithence held King Sigurd to the castle called Cintra, and fought there another battle, that is in Spain. There within sat heathen folk, and harried on Christian men. He won the castle, and slew there all the folk, for none would let them be christened, and took there mickle wealth. So says Harald Gabler. Now of the great deeds tell I of the king which fell in Spain land. The slinger of the van's day let set on Cintra boldly. Grim grew it for those warriors with the hardy lord to battle, e'en they who holy nay said, God's right there bidden to them. Chapter 5 Lisbon I. After that King Sigurd held his host to Lisbon, that is a mickle town of Spain, one half Christian, the other half heathen. There sunder Spain christened, and Spain heathen. All the countrysides are heathen, which lie to west thence. There had King Sigurd the third battle with heathen men, and had the victory. Gat he there mickle wealth. So says Harald Gabler. O brisk king's son, thou foughtest the third of victories south there in the land, whereat ye landed 'gainst the town which called is Lisbon. Then King Sigurd held the host west round about Spain heathen, and laid to at the town called Alcas, and had there the fourth battle with heathen men, and won the town, and slew there so many folk that he ridded the town. There they gat exceeding mickle wealth. So says Harald Gabler. I heard that ye, folk urger, yearned to win sharp fight stour a fourth of times out yonder where called it is Alcase. And still this, heard I of sorrows winning unto the women heathen in one burg wasted. Folk there chose to drift into fleeing. Chapter 6 Battle in Formentera. Then held King Sigurd his way, and laid for Norway Sound, and in the Sound was before him a mickle Viking host, and the king laid into battle with them, and had there the fifth battle, and won the victory. So says Harald Gabler. Ye trusted edge to redden eastward of Norway Sound there, and there did God avail thee. To fresh wounds flew the corpse mew. Sithence King Sigurd laid his host south away along Serkland, and came to the island called Formentera. There had set down a mickle host of heathen blue men in a certain cave, and had set before the door of the cave a great stone wall. They harried wide in the land, and flitted their war catch to the cave. King Sigurd made onset upon that island, and fared to the cave, which was in a certain sheer rock, and it was steep going up the bent to the stone wall. But the rock shoved forth over the stone wall. The heathen guarded the stone wall, and were naught adrad of the weapons of the Northmen, whereas they might bear stones and weapons down upon the Northmen below their feet. Nor did the Northmen make the onset. As matters stood, then took the heathen Paul and other dear bought things, and bore them out unto the wall, and shook them at the Northmen, and whooped at them, and egged them, and taunted them of their heart. Then sought King Sigurd a rede thereto. He let take 2 ships' boats, such as be called barks, and drag them up on to the rock over the cave, door, and let lash thick ropes to the thwarts and stem and stern. Scythians' men went into them, as many as had room therein, and then the boats were let down before the cave with ropes. Then they in the boats shot and cast stones, so that the heathen shrank aback from the stone wall. Then went King Sigurd up onto the rock under the stone wall with his host, and they brake the wall, and so came up into the cave. But the heathen fled within over another stone wall, which was set athwart the cave. Then let the king flit into the cave big wood, and cast up a mickle bale in the door of the cave, and set fire to it. But the heathen, whereas fire and smoke sought to them, some lost their lives, some went on to the weapons of the Northmen, and all folk there were either slain or burned. There gat the Northmen the greatest of war catch which they had taken in this journey. So says Halder Gabler. Before the stem of that stour be yearning, peace undoer was Formentera. There must the Bloomen's host be tholing fire and edges, ere bane they gat them. And this, moreover, the famed king's deeds on Circmen have grown to fame. Fight strengthener, thou lett'st the bark sink downward before the troll wife's byway, but he, the throt of clashing of Gondel's thing, sought upward from the cliff bent, with his following, to the thronged cave of the sea cliff. And again says Thorarin Kurtfell, the king fight handy, bad men be dragging two blue swart wind wolves up onto the rock there. Then when the strong deer of timbers men manned, in ropes sank downward before the cave door. Chapter 7. Fight in Ibiza and Minorca. Then fared forth his ways King Sigurd, and came to the island hight Ibiza, and there had battle, and won the victory. That was the seventh battle. So says Halder Gabler. The much beworshipped marker of murder wheels brought ship host to Ibiza. The famed king was fain of the peace sundering. After this, King Sigurd came to the island hight Minorca, and had there the eighth battle with heathen men, and gat the victory. So says Halder Gabler. Scythians befell the eighth one of point storms to be wakened on green Minorque. The king's host they reddened their Finn's tribute. Chapter 8. How Roger took kingdom. King Sigurd came in spring to Sicily, and dwelt there long. Then was Roger duke there. He gave good welcome to the king, and bade him to a feast. King Sigurd came thereto, and much folk with him. There was dear welcome, and every day of the feast stood up Duke Roger, and served King Sigurd at the board. And on the seventh day of the feast, when as men had washed hands, King Sigurd took the earl by the hand, and led him up into the high seat, and gave him the name of king, and that right that he should be king over the realm of Sicily, but before there had been only earls over that realm. Chapter 9. Concerning King Roger. Roger, king of Sicily, was the mightiest of kings. He won all Apulia, and laid it under him, and many other great islands in the Greek land main. He was called Roger the Rich. His son was King William of Sicily, who long had had great unpeace with Micklegarth's Kaiser. King William had 3 daughters and no son. One of his daughters he gave to Kaiser Henry, the son of Kaiser Frederick, but their son was Frederick, who now was Kaiser of Romeburg. Another daughter of King William had the Duke of Cyprus. The third had Margaret, the Lord of Corsairs. Kaiser Henry slew them both. The daughter of Roger, king of Sicily, had Kaiser Manuel in Micklegarth, and their son was Kaiser Kyrielax. Chapter 10. King Sigurd fared to Jerusalem. In the summer sailed King Sigurd out over the Greek lands main to Jerusalem land, and then fared up to the city of Jerusalem, and met there Baldwin, the king of Jerusalem. King Baldwin welcomed King Sigurd exceeding well, and rode with him down to the river Jordan, and back again to Jerusalem. So says Einar Skulleson, to scald not one fold is it, praise of all wielders' lordship. The sea cold hull the king let glide through the Griekland's salt sea, or ever the wolf feeder made fast his ships to Acre, the huge broad burg, fain mourning all folk with their king abided. And this furthermore: Jerusalem, so tell I, the built place, fared the fight blithe to look on. No king nobler men wot of neath wide wind hall. Hater of flame of hawk field gat speedily to bathe him in the clear Jordan water. Praise to this reed was given. King Sigurd dwelt much long in Jerusalem land, through harvest and the beginning of winter. End of The Story of Sigurd the Jerusalem Farer, Eystein and Olaf, Part 1, Chapter 1 through 10. Section 63 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Story of Sigurd the Jerusalem Farer, Eystein and Olaf, Part 2, Chapter 11 through 21. Chapter 11, Sidon 1. King Baldwin made a goodly banquet for King Sigurd and much folk with him. Then gave King Baldwin many holy relics to King Sigurd. And then was taken a splinter out of the holy cross by the rede of King Baldwin and the patriarch, and they both swore on a holy relic that that tree was of the holy cross on which God himself was pined. Sithence that holy relic was given to King Sigurd. This bargain then he swore, together with 12 other men with him, that he would further Christian faith by all his might, and bring into his land an archbishop's chair if he might, and that the cross should be there whereas the holy King Olaf rested, and that he should further the tithe and himself pay it. King Sigurd fared sithence to his ships in Akerberg. Then King Baldwin was arraying his host to go to Syria land, to the town hight Sidon. That burg was heathen. To that journey King Sigurd betook himself with him, and when the kings had a little while sat before the town, the heathen men gave themselves up, and the kings gat the town, but their folk other booty. King Sigurd gave to King Baldwin all the town, so says Halldor Gabbler. Feeder of tyke of wounding, a heathen burg thou takest by might, but gavest by bounty. Each fight was fought full valiant. Of this Einar Sturleson also tells: I heard that the Lord of Dale folk won Sidon. So the Skald minds, the slaughter slingers took then in Hrist's wreath hard a riding. The war hawk's strong mouth dire, a woeful work he brake there. Fair swords grew red, but the brisk king gat gladdened of the victory. After that King Sigurd fared to his ships and made ready to leave Jerusalem land. They sailed north to that island which hight Cyprus, and there King Sigurd dwelt some while, and fared sithence to Griekland, and laid to all his host off Angelness, and lay there for half a month. And every day was fair breeze north along the main, but he willed to bide such a wind as should be a right side wind, so that sails might be set endlong of the ship, for all his sails were set with pall, both fore and aft. For this reason, that both they who were forward as well as they who were aft would not to look on the unfair sails. Chapter 12: The Journey of King Sigurd to Micklegarth. When King Sigurd sailed into Micklegarth, he sailed near to the land. All about up the land there are burgs and castles and thorps, so that nowhere there is a break therein. Then folk saw from the land into the bow of all the sails, and there was nowhere an opening between. All looked as if it were one wall. all folk stood out of doors that could see the sailing of King Sigurd. Kaiser Cariolax had heard of the journey of King Sigurd, and he let unlock that town gate to Micklegarth, which is hight Goldport. Through that gate the Kaiser shall ride into the town when he has been long away from Micklegarth and has had a great victory. Then let the Kaiser spread pall over all the streets of the city, from Goldport to Lactjarn. There are all the noblest halls of the Kaiser. King Sigurd said to his men that they should ride proudly into the city, and let them look to be heeding little, whatever new things they might see, and so did they. Rode King Sigurd and all his men in the greatest state to Micklegarth, and so to the bravest hall of the king, and there was all dight before them. King Sigurd tarried there for a while, then sent Kaiser Cariolax his men to him, asking which he would rather, take from the Kaiser 6 ship-pounds of gold, or that the king should let do for him the play which the Kaiser was wont to show at the Hippodrome. King Sigurd chose the play, and the messenger said that the cost to the Kaiser of the play was no less than that gold. Then the Kaiser let array the sport, and men played thereat in wonted wise, and that time all the play sped better for the Kaiser. The queen owns half the play, and their men strive each against the other in all the plays. And the Greeks say that if the king wins more games at the Hippodrome than the queen, then will the king win the victory if he goes to the wars. That say men who have been in Micklegarth, that the Hippodrome is made on this wise, that a high wall is set about a field that may be equal to the width of a home field. Round it is, with grades all about, and there men sit along the stone wall while the game is in the field. There are carven many ancient tidings, the Asfolk, the Bolsungs, the Giukungs, done of copper and metal, with so mickle deftness that men deem it all to be alive when they come to the game. The plays are wrought with mickle cunning and guile. Men seem to be riding in the air. Shooting fire is used thereat, and every kind of harp play and song gear. Chapter 13 of King Sigurd. That is said how King Sigurd would give the Kaiser dinner on a day, and he biddeth now his men to gather all stuff in stately wise. And when everything had been got together which behoved for the entertainment of rich men, King Sigurd said that men should go into that street in the city, whereas firewood was cheapened, and said that they would need the same. They said that every day many loads thereof were driven into the town, and he need have no misdoubting on that score. But when they wanted to take it, all gone was the wood, and so they tell the king. He answered, Look to it now, if ye may get walnuts, no less shall we can to make fire of them. They fared and got so much as they would, and now comes the Kaiser and his worthies, and they sit down together, and are in manifold honor there, and King Sigurd feasteth them gallantly. And when the Kaiser and the queen find out that there is naught lacking, then sendeth she men to wot what they had to firing. So they come to a certain house, and find that it is full of walnuts, and tell her thereof. She said, Certes, this king will be of high conditions, and will spare few things for his honor's sake. No wood burns better than this firing. This had she done to try him, what rede he should take. Chapter 14 King Sigurd's Journey Home. After this, King Sigurd arrayed him for his home faring. He gave to the Kaiser all his ships, and a gold-adorned head was on the ship that King Sigurd had steered. They were set on Peter's church, and are there citizens to behold. Kaiser Cariolax gave King Sigurd many horses, and fetched him a way-leader through all his realm. Fared then King Sigurd away out of Micklegarth, but a mickle many of Northmen abode behind, and went into wage war there. King Sigurd went from the east, first through the land of the Bulgars, and then through Hungary realm, and through Pannonia, and Svava, and the land of the Byres. There he met Lothair, the Kaiser of Romeburg, who gave him an exceeding good welcome, and fetched him a way leader through the whole of his realm, and let hold cheapings for them according as they needed for all chaffer. And when King Sigurd came to Sleswick in Denmark, then Earl Eilif gave him a glorious banquet, and that was midsummer season. In Heathby he met Nicholas, the Dane king, who welcomed him full well, and himself followed him north into Jutland, and gave him a ship with all dight, which he had into Norway. Fared King Sigurd thus back to his realm, and had good welcome, and that was the talk of men, that never had there been a more worshipful faring out of Norway than was that, and he was then 20 years of age. He had been 3 winters on this faring. King Olaf, his brother, was then 12 winters old. Chapter 15 of King Eystein. King Eystein had wrought much in the land, such as was profitable, while King Sigurd was a faring. He set up a monk cloister at Northness, near to Bjorgvin, and thereto he laid mickle wealth. He let build Michael's church, the goodliest of stone minsters. He let build also in the King's Garth the Apostles' Church, and there also he let build the great hall, the stateliest treen house that has ever been done in Norway. He let build also a church at Agdearness, and a work and a haven where erst was havenless. He let do also at Nedois in the King's Garth the Nicholas Church, and that house was of much care done, both of carvings and all other smiths' work. He also let do a church north in Vagar in Hålogaland, and laid a prebend thereto. Chapter 16 King Eystein got I-XIV. King Eystein sent word to the wisest men in I-XIV and the mightiest, and bade them to him, and welcomed all who came with mickle kindness, and saw them off with friendly gifts, and thus drew them to friendship towards him. But whereas many of them got wont to faring to him and take his gifts, while to others some he sent gifts, them that came not, he got himself into full friendship with all the men who ruled over the land. Then he would talk with them, and said how that the I-XIVs had done ill in that they had turned away from the kings of Norway in fealty and scat gifts. He took up the tale of how the I-XIVs had gone under the sway of King Hakon, Ethelstain's foster son, and were long Scythians under the kings of Norway. He spake of that withal, how many needful things they might get from Norway, and how mickle trouble it was for them to have to seek to the Swede king for that which they needed. And in such wise he brought about his matter, that the I-XIVs themselves offered him, and bade him that they would to turn them to fealty to King Eystein, and that was their need and necessity. And their fellowship so drew together that the I-XIVs gave all the land under the dominion of King Eystein, and first towards this end took mighty men their troth oath of all the folk. Scythians they fared to King Eystein, and swore him the dominion, and that has been held ever sithence. So King Eystein won I-XIV by wisdom, not by onfall, as had done some of his forefathers. Chapter 17 of King Eystein. King Eystein was the goodliest of men to behold, blue-eyed and somewhat open-eyed, with flaxen hair and curly, scarce of high middle stature, wise of wit, of much lore in all these laws to wit, and deed tales, and man lore, swift of counsel, and wise of word, and of the deftest spoken. Of all men the merriest and the meekest of mood, dear to heart, and well beloved of all the hall folk. He had to wife Ingi-Bjorg, the daughter of Guthorm, the son of Stig Thorir. Their daughter was hight Maria, whom afterwards Gudbrand, the son of Shavhu, had to wife. Chapter 18 of Ivar, the son of Ingimund. King Eystein had in many ways bettered the law of the land's folk, and he upheld much the law, and made himself cunning of all law in Norway, and he was withal mickle wise of wit. By this matter may one mark how worshipful a man was King Eystein, and how kind to friends, and how thoughtful to seek after his friends what was to grieve them. There was with him a man of Iceland, hight Ivar Ingimundsson, wise, and of great kin, and a skald, and the king was well with him, and loving, as is shown in this matter. Ivar fell ungleeful, and when the king found that, he called Ivar to talk with him, and asked him why he was so unglad. But before, when thou wert with us, we had manifold game of thy talk. I am not seeking this of thee because I wot not that thou wilt be so wise a man as to know that I have done nothing amiss to thee. Tell me, what is it? He answered, What it is, Lord, I may not tell out. Then said the king, Then will I guess thereat. Are there any such men about that thou mayest not away with? He said, It was not that. Said the king, Deemest thou hast of me less honor than thou wouldst? He said, It was not that. The king spake, Hast thou seen any such thing as thou hast taken to heart, and thinkest ill? He said, That was not it. Said the king, Longest thou to fare to some other men or other lords? He said, That was not it. The king said, Now the guess grows harder. Are there any women here, or in other lands, whom thou pinest for? He said that so it was. The king said, Be not heart sick thereover. So soon as spring is, fare thou to Iceland, and I shall give thee wealth and mickle honor, and my letters and seal thereon to those men who have her matter in hand. And I wot that no such men are to be looked for as would not be swayed by my words of counsel or my threats. Answered Ivar, It goes heavier than that, Lord. My brother has this woman. Then said the king, Turn we thence then. I see a rede thereto. After Yule I shall fare a guesting. Fare thou with me, and thou shalt see many courteous women, and if they be not king born, I shall get them to thy hand. He answered, The heavier it falleth, that when I see fair and darling women, then am I reminded of that woman, and then is my grief the more. The king said, Then I shall give thee rule and lands to play withal. He answered, I love it not. Then said the king, I will give thee goods then, and fare thou hence to whatsoever land thou wiliest. He said he willed it not. Then said the king, Now it becomes of the hardest to seek after this. I have sought and tried as well as I know how, but there is one thing left, and that is little worth beside those which I have bidden thee already. Come every day, when the boards are drawn, to see me, and if I be not sitting over weighty matters, I will talk with thee about this woman in every manner wise that may come into my mind, and I will give myself leisure thereto. That whiles betideth that grief becomes lighter to men if it be talked over. That shall also follow this, that thou shalt never fare hence away giftless. He answers, That will I, Lord, and have thou thanks for thy seeking. And now ever they do so. If the king be not sitting over weighty matters, then the king would talk with him, and thus his grief was bettered, and he gladdened again. Chapter 19 of King Sigurd. King Sigurd was mickle waxen, red-haired, lordly of look, though not goodly, well waxen, nimble of gait, few spoken, oftenest not meek, good to friends, fast in friendship, not deft of speech, devout of ways, and stately mannered. King Sigurd was masterful and great in punishments, an upholder of the law, bounteous of wealth, mighty, and much renowned. King Olaf was a man high and slender, fair to behold, merry and meek of ways, well befriended. While these brethren were kings in Norway, they took off many burdens which the Danes had laid on the people, while Svein, the son of Alfhiva, ruled in the land. They became thereby mightily well beloved of the all folk and the great men withal. Chapter 20 King Sigurd, Jerusalem farer's dream. So it is said that King Sigurd fell into mickle unglee, and folk might have but little of his talk, and he sat but short whiles over the drink. That seemed heavy to the councillors and his friends and the court, and they bade King Eystein lay some rede to it, if he might get to know what was the cause hereof. For now no men gat any settlement of their affairs who sought him thereto. King Eystein answers so. Hard is it to talk about and to seek after it from the king. But at the praying of men, however, it came to his promising to do this. So once on a time he wakes this, and asks what was the cause of his sadness. That is now, Lord, a grief to many men, and we would wot what brings it about. Or hast thou heard of any such tidings as may seem a great matter to thee? King Sigurd says that is not so. Is it then, brother, that thou wilt from the land, and get thee yet more of realm, as did our father? That, he said, was not it. Are there any men here in the land who have come in the way of thy wrath? He said that was not so. That will I then wot if thou hast had any dream that bringeth thee imaginings. He said that so it was. Tell it me then, brother. He answered, I shall not tell thee, unless thou unravel it even as it is, for I shall can to know it all clearly if thou read it aright. He said, that, Lord, is a very hard matter on both sides, either to sit before thy wrath, which will lie thereon, if the matter be not unraveled, or that wronging and trouble, which befalleth the folk as things are. But I will areed me to risk thy mercy, though the unraveling be not to thy liking. He answered, that me dreamed and methought that we three brethren were sitting all together in one chair before Christ Church North in Cheaping, and then meseemed walked out of the church the holy King Olaf, our kinsman, arrayed in his king's gear, and was most glorious to look upon and blithe. He went to King Olaf, our brother, and took him by the hand and spake to him blithely, Fare with me, kinsman. And methought he walked with him into the church. Somewhat after he came out of the church, and walked up to thee, brother, and bade thee go with him, and was not so blithe as erst. Sithence the two went into the church. Then did I hope he would come to meet me, but that was not so. Then fell on me a mickle dread and feebleness and unrest, and therewith I awoke. King Eystein answered, Lord, said he, so I areed it, the chair betokens the reign of us brethren. And whereas it seemed thee that King Olaf came with blitheness towards Olaf, our brother, then will he live the shortest, and will have good to hand, whereas he is well beloved and young, and in few things hath he fallen, and King Olaf will help him. Now whereas thee seemed he came to meet me not the like blithely, that betokens that I shall live some winters longer, yet not to be old, and I hope that his oversight will stand me in stead, whereas he came to me, though not with the same like bloom as with Olaf. Whereas much have I befallen to trespass, and the breaking of commandments. But whereas thou thoughtest that his coming to thee was tarried, that I guess will not mark thy parting from this world, and it can be that thou wilt happen on some heavy ill, whereas it beseemed thee as if some unbrightness laid itself upon thee and dread. And I guess that thou wilt be the oldest of us, and wilt the longest rule this realm. Then said King Sigurd, well is it areeded and wisely, and after this is it most like to go. Takes the king now to gladden. Chapter 21. King Sigurd's wedding. King Sigurd got to wife Malmfrid, the daughter of King Harald, the son of Valdemar, from Holmgarth in the east. The mother of King Harald was Queen Gyda the Old, the daughter of Harald Godwinson, King of England. The mother of Malmfrid was Kristin, the daughter of the Swede King Ingi, the son of Steinkul. The sister of Malmfrid was Ingiborg, whom Canute the Lord had to wife, who was the son of the Dane king, Eirik the Good, the son of Svein Wolfson. The children of Canute and Ingiborg were Waldemar, who took kingdom in Denmark after Svein Eriksson, Margaret, Kristin, and Katrin. Stig Whiteleather had Margaret to wife, and their daughter was Kristin, whom the Swede king Karl, son of Sorkvir, had to wife. End of the story of Sigurd the Jerusalem-farer, Eystein, and Olaf, Part 2, Chapters 11 through 21. Section 64 of Heimskringla by Snorri Sturleson, translated by George Pope Morris and Eiríkr Magnússon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of Sigurd the Jerusalem-farer, Eystein, and Olaf, Part 3, Chapter 22, through 32. Chapter 22. Here begins the tale of the things. Sigurd Haranesson fell out with King Sigurd. He had had fanfare on behalf of the kings, for the sake of his affinity and long friendship, and many good deeds which Sigurd had done to the kings, and he was a man most of mark and most befriended. But now it came to pass, as often will be, that evil men, and sick with envy rather than full with goodness, bored into King Sigurd's ears that Sigurd Haranesson would make his own out of the Finnskatt more than befitted fair measure. And on this matter they harp until King Sigurd laid enmity on him and sent for him. And when he came to meet the king spake, "I look not for this, that thou wouldst so reward me," said he, "for a great fief and honors, as to make mine thine, and have for thyself a greater share thereof than what is allowed to thee." Said Sigurd, "It is not true what has been said to thee hereof. Such a share thereof have I had as thy leave allows." The king said, "This alone will not avail thee. The matter will have to be talked over first more stoutly ere it be left." And thereat they parted. A little after, the king, by the talking over of his friends, took the case to a mote in Bjorgvin, and would make Sigurd Haranesson outlaw. Now when things had come to such a pass, and a trouble so mickle, then fares he to find King Eystein, and tells him with what mickle fierceness King Sigurd would carry on the case against him, and craveth him his overlooking. King Eystein said it was a troublesome matter to bid him to gainsay his own brother; said there was long way between his backing up of the case and going against it, and said that they would both be owners, he and King Sigurd. "But for the sake of thy need and our affinity, I may put in some words." So he met King Sigurd and prayed him for peace, for the man told him the affinity there was between them, in that Sigurd Haranesson had to wife Skjaldvor, their father's sister, and told him that he would boot what misliked the king, though he held not that he was soothly guilty. And he bade the king call to mind their long-standing friendship. King Sigurd said it showed more of rule to punish such matters. Then said King Eystein, "If, brother, thou wilt follow up the law, and punish such a matter after the ordinances of the land, then it would be rightest that Sigurd should avail him of his witnesses, and this is a matter to doom at a thing, not at a mote, for the case looks to the land's law, not to birch isle right." Then spake King Sigurd, "Maybe the case is due, King Eystein, even as thou sayest, and if this be not law, then we shall plead the case at a thing." Thereupon the kings parted. Each of them thought hereof his own way. Then King Sigurd summoned this case to the Earnest-thing, and is minded to have the case through there. King Eystein also came thither, and sought to the thing, and when the case fared forth to doom, then went thereto King Eystein before the case should fall on Sigurd Haranesson. Then King Sigurd called on the lawmen to lay down their doom. But King Eystein answered in this way: "That deem I, that there will be here men so wise and well learned in the laws of Norway as to know that it behooves not to doom a landed man outlaw at this thing. And flitteth now the case according to law, so that to all it seemeth soothly. Then King Sigurd said, Mickle of championship layest thou on this case, King Eystein, and it may be that more toil is before us ere it be gone through than was deemed thereof. Yet none the less shall we hold on with it, and fain would I now that he be begilted in the homeland of his birth. Then King Eystein spake, Few will the matters be which shall not be carried through, if thou wilt follow them up, so many great things as thou hast wrought, and here is it to be looked for that but few men will stand against thee, and small. At this thing they parted, so that nothing was done in the case. After that King Sigurd summons Gula Thing together, and seeks thither himself. King Eystein also seeks the thing, and now many meetings are summoned and held of wise men, and the case ransacked before lawmen. Now King Eystein flitteth forth this, that all the men who were charged with guilts were in the Frostathing's law, and the deeds had been done in Hålogaland. And he voids the case, and thereat they parted and were much wroth. Then King Eystein fares north to Thrandheim, but King Sigurd summons to him all landed men and landed men's housecarls, and calls out from every folkland much folk of the Bonders, all from the south country, and a mickle host drew to him. And he brings the folk north along the land, and seeks right away north to Hålogaland, and will so fiercely go through with it as to make Sigurd Hranesson an outlaw north there in his kinland. And he summoneth all Hålogalanders and Namdale folk to a thing in Hrafnista. King Eystein arrayed himself together from Cheaping with much folk, and seeks to the thing. He then took over by handfast from Sigurd Hranesson plaint and defense in the case. At this thing both sides flitted forth their case. Then seeks King Eystein of the lawmen where those things were in Norway, whereat it was lawful for bonders to doom the cases of kings, if one king brought a suit against the other. I bring forth that case with witnesses that King Sigurd has the case against me, and not against Sigurd Hranesson. The lawmen say that kings' suits must be dealt with at the air thing in Nidois. King Eystein said, That deemed I, that so it would be, and thitherward the case must turn. And said the king, that even there he would try for a right doom in the case of Sigurd Hranesson. Spake King Sigurd, So much as thou wilt make matters heavy and unhandy for me, so much shall I follow them up stoutly. And with things thus standing they part. Seek now both sides south to Cheaping, and there was summoned an 8 folks' thing. King Eystein was then in the town, and had a right mickle company, but King Sigurd lay abroad his ships. But when the folk should go to the thing, then truce was set up. Folk had come in, and the case should be pleaded. Then stood up Bergthor, son of Svein Bridgefoot, and brought forward witness that Sigurd Hranesson had hidden away some of the Finscat. Then stood up King Eystein and said, Although this charge which thou now bearest forth be true, yet I know not, however, for a truth what sort of witness this is. And though it should be that that be full proven, yet has this case been brought to naught already at 3 law things, and at a mote for a 4th. So now I call upon the men of the law court to doom Sigurd sackless of the guilt. And so it was done. Then spake King Sigurd, See, I, that King Eystein has brought forward law quibbles, about which I know nothing. Now there is that one plaint left unto which I am more wont than King Eystein, and that one shall now be pleaded. And he turns away now, and to his ships, and let strike the tilts, and laid all the host out to the holm, and held a thing there, and told the host that the next morning they shall make for Illawal, and go ashore and fight with King Eystein. But in the evening, whenas King Sigurd sat at the meat board on his ship, then was he ware of naught ere a man fell down on the deck in the foreroom, and took him by the foot, and lo, there was Sigurd Hranesson. And he bade King Sigurd to deal with his matter even as he would. Then Bishop Magni came forth, and Queen Malmfrid, and many other chieftains, and prayed for life and limb for Sigurd Hranesson. And for their prayer King Sigurd took him up, and took bail from him, and set him amongst his men, and had him with him south into the land. In the autumn King Sigurd gave leave to Sigurd Hranesson to fare north to his home, and King Sigurd gave him a shrievalty on his own behalf, and was his friend ever afterwards. After this was never much dealing betwixt the two brethren, nor blitheness or any loving kindness. Chapter 23. The death of King Olaf. King Olaf took a sickness which led him to bane, and he is buried in Christ Church in Nadois, and he was most bemoaned. Sithence, the two kings, Eystein and Sigurd, ruled over the land, but before these three brethren had been kings together for 12 winters. For 5 winters Sithence King Sigurd came back to the land for 7 winters before. King Olaf was of 17 winters when he died, and that was on the 9th of the calends of January. Chapter 24. Magnus the Blind born. Whenas King Eystein had been for 1 winter east in the land, and King Sigurd in the north, King Eystein sat long in the wintertide in Sarpsborg. There was a mighty bonder hight Olaf a Dale, a wealthy man. He dwelt in Omord in Mykledale, and had 2 children. His son was hight Hakon Falk, and his daughter Borghild, the fairest of women, a wise woman, and of mickle lore. Olaf and his children were long in the wintertide at Berg, and Borghild was ever a talking with the king, and folk would be speaking things much apart as to their friendship. But in the summer after, King Eystein went north into the land, but King Sigurd fared east, and the next winter thereafter King Sigurd spent east in the land, and sat mostly at King's Rock, and much further that Cheaping stead. There did he a mickle castle, and let dig about a mickle dyke. It was made of turf and stone. He let house within the castle, and do there a church. The Holy Cross he let be at King's Rock, wherein he did not keep the oaths he had sworn in Jerusalem land, but he put forward the tithe, and most all other matters he had sworn to. But whereas he set up the cross east at the land's end, he thought that would be ward of all the land, yet was that the most unready to set that holy relic so much under the power of heathen men, as was proven sithence. Borghild, the daughter of Olaf, heard the twitter how that men spake evil about her and King Eystein concerning their talk and their friendship. So she went to Berg, and fasted there unto iron, and bore iron for this matter, and was well cleared. But when King Sigurd heard this, he rode that in 1 day, which was a mickle 2 days' ride, and came down upon Dale to Olaf, and was there through the night. And he took Borghild, and dealt with her as a concubine, and had her away with him. Their son was Magnus. He was soon sent for fostering north into Hålogaland to Vidkun, son of John, and there he grew up. Magnus was of all men the fairest, and swift of growth and strength. Chapter 25. Man matching between the kings. King Eystein and King Sigurd were both on a winter of feasting in the uplands, and each had there his own stead. But as there was but a short way betwixt the steads, whereas the kings should take feast, then did men that read that they should both be together at the banquets, each at the other's stead, turn and turn about, and for the first time they were both together at a stead owned of King Eystein. Now in the evening, when men took to drinking, then was the ale naught good, and men were hushed. Then spake King Eystein, though men be hushed, it is more of ale want for men to make them glee. Get we some ale joyance, that will yet take root for the pastime of men. Brother Sigurd, that will seem to all men most meet, that we heave up some gamesome talk. King Sigurd answered somewhat shortly, Be thou as talksome as it pleases thee, but let me hold my peace for thee. Then spake King Eystein, That ale want hath oft been, that men should match them with men, and so will I let it be here. Then King Sigurd held his peace. I see, said King Eystein, that I must begin this joyance, and I shall take thee, brother, for my match. And this is my reason thereto, that we have both an equal name, equal land, and I make no difference between our kindred or our breeding. Then answered King Sigurd, Mindest thou not that I used to throw thee on thy back when I would, and thou wert a year older? Said King Eystein, I mind me no less, that thou never couldst play such game wherein was nimbleness. Spake King Sigurd then, Mindest thou how it fared in the swimming with us? I might have drowned thee if I had willed. King Eystein answered, I swam not shorter than thou, nor was I worse a diving swimmer. I also knew how to fare on ice bones, so that no one did I know who could champion me therein, but thou knewest it no more than a neat. King Sigurd answered, A more lordly sport, and a more useful I deem it, to ken well the bow. I am minded to think that thou canst not draw my bow, though thou spurn thy foot therein. Answered King Eystein, As bow strong as thou I am not, but less sundereth our straight shooting. And much better can I on snowshoes than thou, and that has been called, time agone, at least, a good sport. King Sigurd said, This deem mine the lordlier matter by a great deal, that he who shall be over man and over other men be mickle in the flock, strong and weapon deft better than other men, and easy to see and easy to ken, whereas most are together. King Eystein said, That is no less a thing to be known by, that a man be fair, and such an one is easily kenned in a man throng, and that also methinks lordly, for fairness fits the best array. Can I also law much better than thou, and on whatsoever we have to talk, I am much the more smooth spoken. King Sigurd said, Maybe thou hast mastered more law quibbles, for I had then other things to do, and no one taunts thee of smooth speech. But this say a many, that thou art not right fast of a word, and that little is to mark what thou mayest behight, that thou speakest according to them who may be near beside, and that is naught kingly. King Eystein said, Causeth it that when men bear their cases before me, that think I of this first, so to make an end of each man's case, as best may like him. But then comes off the other, who has the case against the first. Then often things are drawn in that make matters middling to the liking of both. Oft it is that I promise what I am bidden, for that I will that all should fare fain from the finding of me. I see another choice, if I would have it, as thou dost, to promise ill to all, for I hear no one taunt thee for not keeping thy promises. King Sigurd said, That has been the talk of men, that the journey on which I fared out of the land was somewhat lordly, but thou sattest at home meanwhile as a daughter of thy father." King Eystein answers: "Now thou didst nip the boil. I should not have waked this talk if I had known naught how to answer this. Near to this it seemed to me that I dowered thee from home as my sister ere thou wert bound for the journey." King Sigurd said: "Thou must have heard it that I had battles right many in Serkland, which thou must have heard tell of, and that I won the victory in all, and many kind of precious things, the like whereof never before came hither to the land. I was thought of most worshipful there, whereas I met the noblest men, but I think that thou hast not yet cast off the home laggard." King Eystein said: "I have heard it that thou hadst sundry battles in the outlands, but more profitable for our land was it that I was doing meantime. 5 churches I reared from the groundsel, and I made a haven at Agdearnes, which erst was desert, though every man's way lay there when he fared north or south along the land. I made withal the tower in Sindholm Sound, and the hall in Bergen, while thou wert brittling blue men for the fiend in Serkland. I deem that of little gain for our realm." King Sigurd said: "I fared in this faring the longest out to Jordan, and swam over the river. But out on the bank there is a copse, and there in the copse I tied a knot, and spoke thereover words that thou shouldst loose it, brother, or have else such like spell words as thereon were laid." King Eystein said: "Naught will I loose that knot which thou didst tie for me, but I might have tied thee such a knot, as much less wouldst thou have loosed, when thou sailedst in one ship amidst of my host, whenas thou camest into the land." After that both held their peace, and were wroth either of them. More things there were in the dealings of the brothers, from which might be seen how each drew himself forward and his case, and how each would be greater than the other, yet peace held betwixt them while both lived. Chapter XXVI of King Sigurd's sickness. King Sigurd was in the uplands at a certain feast, and a bath was made for him. But when the king was in the bath, and the tub was tilted over, then thought he that a fish swam in the bath beside him, and he was smitten with laughter so mickle that there followed wandering of mind, and afterwards this came upon him much often. Ragnhild, the daughter of King Magnus Barefoot, her brethren gave to Harald Kisia. He was the son of Eirik the Good, the Dane king, and their sons were Magnus, Olaf, Canute, and Harald. Chapter XXVII. The death of King Eystein. King Eystein let do a mickle ship in the Dois. It was made both as to size and fashion after that, as the Long Worm had been, which King Olaf Tryggvason had let build. There was also a dragon's head afore, and a crook aft, and either done with gold. The ship was mickle of board, but stem and stern were deemed to be somewhat less than had borne the best. He also let build there in the Dois ship sheds, both so big that therein they were peerless, and done withal of the best stuff, and smithied nobly well. King Eystein was at a feast at Stim at Houstead, and there he gat a sudden sickness that led him to bane. He died on the 4th of the calends of September, and his body was flitted north to Cheaping, and there is he laid in earth in Christ Church. And that is the tale of men, that over no man's body has ever such a many of men in Norway stood in sorrow as over King Eystein's, since the death of King Magnus, the son of King Olaf the Holy. King Eystein was king for 20 winters in Norway, and after the death of King Eystein, Sigurd was sole king in the land while he lived. Chapter XXVIII. The Small Lands Christened. Nicholas, the Dane king, the son of Svein, the son of Wolf, gat Sithen's Margaret, the daughter of Ingi, whom formerly King Magnus Barefoot had, and their sons were Hight, Nicholas, and Magnus the Strong. King Nicholas sent words to King Sigurd, the Jerusalem farer, and bade him give him all help and strength from his realm to fare with King Nicholas to the east, round Swede realm to the Small Lands, for to christen folk there. For for they who dwelt there held not to Christendom, though some had taken christening. There was at this time in the Swede realm much folk heathen and much ill christened, whereas there were then certain kings such as cast away Christendom and upheld the blood offerings, even as did Blotsvein or Scythen's Ærik the year sealing. King Sigurd behight the faring, and the two kings made tryst in air sound. Scythen's King Sigurd bade out all men host from all Norway, both of folk and ships. And when that host came together, he had fully 300 of ships. King Nicholas was by far the first at the trysting, and abode long there. Then the Danes made ill murmur, and said that the Northmen would not come. Sithence they brake up the hosting. Fared the king away, and all the host. Sithence came King Sigurd there, and it liked him ill, but they held east to Svimmerøys, and had there a house thing, and King Sigurd spoke of the loose wordedness of King Nicholas, and they were all of one mind that they should do some war work in his land for that sake. Then lifted they that thorp, which is hight Tumathorpe, that lies a short way from Lund, and afterwards held thence east to the Cheaping stead, hight Calmer, and harried there, and so to the small lands, and laid victual fine on the small lands, 1500 of neat, and the small land folk took Christendom. Sithence King Sigurd turns his host back, and came into his realm with many big dear things, and much plunder, which he had gathered in that journey. And this hosting was called Calmer hosting. This was one summer before the Michaelmark. This one only hosting King Sigurd rode while he was king. Chapter 29 of Thorarin Kurtfell. That befell on a time that King Sigurd went from a guild house to evensong, and men were drunk and much merry. They sat outside the church and sang the evensong, and the singing was unhandy, and the king said, "What carle is that who there sits by the church clad but in a fell?" They said they knew not. The king said, "He makes wild all the wisdom that wields the fell clad carle there." Then the carle comes forward and says, "Deem I folk here may know us in a fell that somewhat curt is, but this thing all uncomely now do I let befit me. What should I have save tatters? Thou king wouldst yet be bounteous if me thou now wouldst honor with a cloak were somewhat fairer." The king said, "Come to me to morrow, where I shall be at the drink." And so the night wears. Next morning the Icelander, whose Sithence was called Thorarin Kurtfell, fared to the drinking chamber, but a man stood outside the chamber and had a horn in his hand and spake, "Icelander, that spake the king, that thou shouldst make a ditty before thou wentest inside, if thou wouldst get any friendly gift from him, and sing about that man who hideth Hakon Serksen, and who is called Suet neck, and tell thereof in the ditty." The man who talked to Thorarin was called Arni Forshoreskew. Thereupon both walked in, and Thorarin walked up to the king and sang, "O fight strong king of Thran folk, some gift thou me behidest. When met we, could I do thee some stave upon Serk's kinsman? Fie, bounteous king, thou toldest that Hakon neck of Suet he hight, but me behooves it to tell of that full clearly." The king spoke, "That said I never, and thou wilt be mocked, and that is rede, that Hakon shape thee white hereto, so fare thou into his company." Hakon said, "Welcome shall he be amongst us, and I see whence this cometh." So he seats the Icelander amongst them, and now were they all merry. But as the day wore, and the drink began somewhat to take hold on them, Hakon said, "Deemest thou, Icelander, thou owest me some boot? Or didst thou not think that they set somewhat of a wily trick on thee?" He answers, "Certes, I deem it that I owe thee boot." Hakon answers, "Then we shall be at one again, if thou work another ditty on Arni." He said he was ready for that, and then they go over to where sat Arni, and Thorarin sang: "The foul-mouthed skew of foreshore songs wide mid folk hath wafted, and eagerly hath cast forth the clay of the urn the ancient. Thou skew of words, a wary, scarce didst thou feed one crow there in Serkland. There thou baredst afraid the hood of Hogni. Arni leaped up straightway and drew his sword, and would fall on him. Hakon spake it that he should forbear, and said that he might look to it that he should bear the lower lot, if they were to deal together. Then went Thorarin before the king, and told him he had wrought a drapa on him, and bade him hearken it, and that the king granted him, and that is called the drapa of Kurtfell. Then the king asked him what he was minded to do himself, and he said he had proposed to go south to Rome. And the king gave him much money, and bade him come to see him, and when he came back, said he would then do honor to him. Chapter 30 of King Sigurd and Ottar Breitling. It is told that on a high tide, Whitsunday to wit, King Sigurd sat with a great throng of men and many of his friends. But when as he came into his high seat, saw men that he sat with a great faintness upon him, and a heavy countenance, and many men were afraid what way this might go. The king looked over the folk, glared with his eyes, and looked about on the benches. Then he took the book, the deer which he had had into the land. All written it was in golden letters, and naught more precious had ever come into the land in one book. Now the queen sat beside him. Then spake King Sigurd, "Much may shift in man's life," says he. "I had two things which methought best when I came into the land. This was this book here, and the queen. And now methinks each is worse than the other. And of all things that are mine own, these seem to me the very worst. The queen knows not how she is, for a goat's horn stands out of her head, and the better I deemed her aforetime, so much the worse I find her now." Therewith he cast the book forth into the fire that had been made, and smote the queen a cheek clout. She wept the king's woe more than her own grief. Stood that man before the king, who hight Ottar Breitling, a bonder's son, and candle swain, and should be a serving. Black of hair he was, little and nimble, dark of hue, and courteous withal. He ran thereto, and takes the book which the king had cast into the fire, and held it up, and said, "Unlike to these were those days, Lord, when thou sailedst in pride and fairness to Norway, and all thy friends were fain, and ran to meet thee, and yea said thee for king with the most of worship. For now are come to thee today a many of thy friends, and may not be merry for the sake of thy woe and lack of strength. Be now so kind, good king, and take this wholesome rede. First gladden the queen, against whom thou hast done mickle amiss, and then all thy friends around." Then said King Sigurd, "What wilt thou learn me rede, thou the wretchedest cock carle's son, thou of the littlest kin?" And therewith he sprang to his feet, and drew his sword, and made as if he would hew him down. He stood straight, and flinched not in any way. But the king turned the sword flatlings as it came down towards the head, and then first he reared it with both hands, and then slapped it flat on the flank of him. Sithence he held his peace, and sat down in the high seat, and then all men withal held their peace. Then the king looked about, and milder than erst, and spake sithence. "Late may one prove men what like they be," says the king. "Here sat my friends, landed men, and marshals, table swains, and all the best men in the land, and none did to me so well as he did. Little worth as ye may think him beside you, he it was who now loved me best, even Ottar Breitling, whereas when I came in here a woodman, and would spoil mine own dearling, he bettered that to me, and on the other hand dreaded naught his bane." Sithence a fair errand he said, and in such wise dight his words, in that they were to the worship of me, but those matters he told not, whereby my anger might be eat. All that he dropped adown, and yet might he soothfully have uttered it. Yet withal his speech was so frank, as none so wise a man was at hand as might have spoken defter. Sithence I leaped up a witless, and made as I would hew him down, but so great heart he was, as if there were naught to fear, and when I saw that, I let the deed go by, so unmeet as he was thereto. Now shall ye, my friends, know wherewith I shall reward him. Hitherto he has been a candle page, but now he shall be my landed man. and that withal will follow it, which shall be no lesser a matter, that in a while he will be a man most of mark and amongst my landed men. Go thou into the seat beside the landed men, and serve no longer." Sithens he became one of the most renowned men in Norway for many good matters and glorious. Chapter 31. King Sigurd's Dream. King Sigurd was on a time feasting at some stead of his, but in the morning when the king was clad, he was few spoken and unmerry, and his friends were adread lest once more there would be wandering come on him. But his steward was a wise man and bold, and craved speech of the king, and asked if he had heard any tidings so big that they stood in the way of his gladness, or whether it were that the feast liked him ill, or if there were any other of such matters as men might better. King Sigurd said that none of those things he had spoken of brought it about. "But what brings it about," says he, "is that I have in mind the dream which came before me last night." "Lord," says he, "would that that dream were a good one, but I would fain hear it." The king said, "Methought I was out of doors here in Jedar, and I looked out on to the main, and there I saw mickle darkness, and there were goings on therein, and when it drew nigh hither, it seemed to me that that was one mickle tree, and the limbs waded aloft, and the roots in the sea. But when the tree came aland, then it brake and drave away and drifted wide about the land, both about the mainland and the out isles, skerries, and strands, and then sight was given to me, and methought I saw over all Norway outward along the sea, and I saw that in every creek were driven fragments of this tree, and they were most small, and but some bigger. Then answered the steward, This dream it is most like that thou wilt thyself deal best therewith, and we would fain hear thine a reading. Then said the king, That meseems likest that it will betoken the coming of some man into this land, who shall make him fast here, and that his offspring will be drifted wide about this land, and be very much uneven in greatness. Chapter 32 of Aslak Cock. So it befell on a time that King Sigurd sat with many good men and noble, and was hard of mood. That was Friday eve, and the steward asked what meat should be dighted. The king answered, What but flesh? But so great an awe there was of him that none dared gainsay him. Now were all unmerry. Men got ready for the board, and in came the service, hot flesh meat, and all men were hushed and sorrowed the king's harm. But ere the meat was signed, a man took up the word, hight Aslak Cock. He had been with King Sigurd in his outland fare. No man was he of great kin, quick he was, and little of body. And when he saw that no man would answer the king, he spake. Lord, said he, what reeks on the dish before thee? The king answers, What wouldst thou it were, Aslak Cock, or what seemeth it to thee? He answers, That meseems what I would not it were, flesh meat to wit. The king said, What though it be, Aslak Cock? He answers, Grievous is such like to wot, that so sorely should see amiss that king, who so mickle honor has gotten for his journey in the world. Otherwise behidest thou then when thou steppedst out of Jordan, and hadst bathed in that same water as God himself, and hadst a palm in thine hand and a cross on thy breast, than to eat flesh meat on a Friday. And if smaller men did such, it would be to them for big punishment. And naught so well is the court manned as is to be looked for, whereas none cometh forth but I, a little man, to speak out on such a matter. The king was hushed, and took not then of the meat, and as the meat meal wore, the king bade take away the flesh meat dish. Then came in the meat which behooved him well, and the king took to be somewhat gladder as the meat meal wore, and he drank. Men spake that Aslak should look to himself, but he said that naught such he would do. I know not what that will avail, for sooth to say, it is good to die now that I have brought it about to stave the king off from a wickedness, but he is free to slay me. In the evening the king called him to him and said, Who egged thee on, Aslak Cock, to speak such bare words to me amidst a throng of men? Lord, said he, none but I myself. The king said, Now wilt thou want to know what thou shalt have in return for thy boldness, or what thou deemest thyself worthy of? He answers, "Wilt thou reward it well, Lord? Then am I fain. If it be otherwise, then is it thy matter." Then said the king, "Thou shalt have less reward therefor than thou art worthy of. I shall give thee 3 manors. But that way things went then as might be deemed the unlikelier that thou shouldst save me from a great unhap, rather than my landed men, from whom I was worthy of much good." So ended this affair. End of the Story of Sigurd the Jerusalem farer, Eystein and Olaf, Part 3, Chapter 22 through 32.